gentlemen, here we are at the 44th Chess Olympiad 2022. I'm Alexia Santerra with the Master, and I'm here today with the legendary Grandmaster Arthur Snakesons. How are you,
Namaste,
Arthur?
namaste, Dosto, Alessia, and everybody else who is watching. Absolute pleasure to have you back for round 8 of the Olympiad.
Yeah, we are super excited to be here. Today is round number 8. Let's go through the format. What is this Olympiad? How does it work? All the members of every federation can have a team. There are 11 Swiss rounds. Every team is made of 4 players, 1 reserve. 11 rounds. We are round 8. We already crossed the half of the event. Each team every time can play with 4 players. Of course, board number 1 plays against board number 1, and so on until board number 4. The team with more game points wins the match. And if you win, you get 2 points. If you make a draw, you get 1 point. And well, you get just 0 for a loss. What about the time control? We have 90 minutes plus 30 seconds after every move, so there is no risk to be flagged. And in addition, after the 40 moves, there will be added 30 minutes. Let's have a look now at the overall standings of the women's section. Who is leading, Arthurs?
Yeah, so Team India is so far the only team in both sections, women and open, with the perfect score, 7 victories so far out of 7 rounds. So in the second place is Team Ukraine, and we're going to talk about that a bit later because they're meeting today against each other. Armenia, Georgia, Poland are also among the top teams, and it's not a big surprise. They are one of the big favorites of the women tournament.
Yeah, and then just to follow, there are teams from 6 to 10. We see Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Mongolia, Greece, and Kazakhstan. They are fighting in order to be in the top 5. They're a super strong team, and they want to reach the top 5. What about the open section?
And in the open section, of course, it's still Team Armenia, which is leading the tournament after yesterday's drama. We're going to slightly talk about against the Team USA, but there's a very big tie for the second to at least 5th place with 12 points.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. And following all this super strong team, we have, of course, Team Germany, Kazakhstan, France, Iran, and the Netherlands that will fight to get in the top 5. Special mention, I would say, to Team Kazakhstan that after losing round 2, I guess, then they won 5 rounds in a row, which is impressive, shows that they can perform a comeback and they can fight for the podium, for the victory of the whole tournament. What do you think, Arthurs? Do they have chances?
Yeah, they lost in round 2 against Team Tajikistan. Then they came back, winning 5 matches in a row, like you already said. Their leader is also attributing a lot of points, but also the 5th board is partly responsible for Team Kazakhstan's success, 6.5 out of 7. About the individual results, I guess we're going to talk a bit later because there's quite a few players still with 100% result.
Of course, before going there, we need absolutely to still consider the USA team the big favorite, even if they're just at place number 5. Let's have a look at their card and who is playing in the US team.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
And here we are back with our cameraman. We are going to go through what happened in the last round. There was a really big drama yesterday, the results of the team match between Armenia and USA. What happened, Arturs, yesterday?
Yeah, so what happened was 4 decisive games, because this is quite unexpected to be at the highest level. You would expect some of the games to finish peacefully. No, we had 4 decisive results. Fabi Caruana losing against the team monster, so to speak, Sargsyan, who usually performs very well in team events. Also, Dominguez beat Sakakyan, but obviously the big story was Wesley So winning Hrant Melkomyan, probably one of the most beautiful victories in the past years, maybe something like a decade. And then, of course, the drama that happened in the game of Samuel Shankland against Robert Hovhannisyan.
Let's have a look at this. Look, basically, now Shankland to attach the king, and he moved in position where he couldn't be moved. And now
he expected Queen H1, right?
Yeah, he expected Queen H1, and so he basically in real life pre-moved the king, and this was a mistake because now he touched the king and needs to move it. He realized that any king move is losing on the spot, and so as you can see, is then going to here we see the replay that he expected Queen H1, but the opponent played Queen G2. And now he couldn't do anything. Here we can see the tweet. Have you seen the tweet, Arturs, what he wrote?
Yeah, I saw it, but I think those are just the nerves, really. You play at the 6th hour, the nerves get to you, you're tired and you're stressed. There's a lot of adrenaline. And yeah, I saw obviously the tweet. Feel very bad for Sam. He was fighting very hard. But then again, that's sport, right? And Team Armenia managed to secure the draw.
But as it appears he got lots of support by many of his friends, and we are sure that Sam will recover from this dramatic moment. He wrote himself in his tweet, and we wish him all the best.
Absolutely.
Now, there was another super dramatic moment, and we gotta have a look at shortly what happened yesterday in the game between Wesley So and Melkomyan. What happened here, Arturs? Would you like to explain us?
Right. I had a feeling that here Melkomyan felt that he can be a bit ambitious, so he did push e5. He didn't really have to, but the idea was that after e5, his idea was that after if white takes, d takes on e5, there should be bishop c5 idea, attacking the rook on e3 and knight d to e5 as follow with a nice game. And clearly, I think he didn't expect this bishop h6, which was played by Wesley. And you know what happened next? It's something unbelievable, because e4, this leads to one of the most stunning combinations like in the past decade. It's definitely going to stick in the books, and you want to show to your students a beautiful combination. You show Wesley's win over Hrant Melkomyan. However, I slightly was looking at this position from the professional perspective, and I felt that Hrant should have been more careful, because if 2750 player is giving up a piece just like that, there's got to be a reason why this is happening. But he let his guard down, he played e4, and then, Alessia, you can show what happened.
Yeah, then there was the incredible rook take e4 move, and you might say, okay, that's a free rook, thank you very much. But not, guys, because the fun is not going to end. There is a queen sacrifice here at f7, the king needs to take, and then the bishop is going to give a check. The king has just one square to go on f6. The knight is giving another check. The king is nearly reaching the other side of the board, and then the move g4 giving another check. King is forced to advance one more time, rook on e1, and now this is the final stop of the black king on f3. because then rook e3 is delivered a nice checkmate. But as Arthur's mentioned yesterday, also bishop d5 is another beautiful checkmate.
Right, two mates, and of course I felt that at the highest level this combination should be spotted, but I mean I can't really blame Hrant because this is still quite unusual. Rook takes on e4 is another beautiful blow. There's queen takes on f7, the next beautiful blow. You can't miss it. I mean, they're just human beings, as the yesterday match proved.
Yeah, and what was the move that was necessary to be played instead of e4?
Bishop f8. Bishop f8 was giving black a fine game, with the point being that now after bishop takes on f8, now you play e4. I mean, it's all about the order of the moves. So Hrant had the right idea, not immediately e4. There you go.
Yeah, and then the game handed in a super, of course, here Malcolmian realized what was going to happen, and so he decided to go for knight f8. And a few moves later, we saw actually another piece sacrifice, as you can see, followed by even another rook sacrifice, and the game was won in a beautiful style by Wesley. So that was really impressive.
Yeah, it will be remembered for a long time, and this is history. I mean, we saw it yesterday live.
Yeah, and this was the last move of the game. All right, so let's focus now on round number 8. What is going to happen today? I see some super exciting pairings. Armenia fighting versus India in board 1, then USA fighting against India 2, and guys, India 2 is no less strong than India 1, so they will put a serious fight to the US team, the team to beat. Third board, there is Germany versus Uzbekistan, and can we say a few words about Uzbekistan?
Right, Uzbekistan is incredibly talented team, which has gathered 3 extremely talented young grandmasters. I mean, probably future super GMs, and they also have the highest tie breaks. I mean, okay, maybe it's a bit early to talk about the tie breaks, but if you compare Uzbekistan's tie breaks, 23 points against USA's 18. Or, for example, first India's 20 points. I mean, that's gotta be making a difference in the end. Of course, there's probably going to be a tie of the match points, and then the tie breaks start to become really important.
Yeah, and of course also Kazakhstan. I saw in the chat there were lots of fun of Kazakhstan team, and also Kazakhstan is doing very well, and Netherlands also today will be very interesting matchup. What do you think? Sorry?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I mean, what I was saying, every day is more interesting than the previous. So yesterday we had a huge drama, and today I think even more stuff is coming up.
Yeah, I'm honestly so looking forward. Also, I want to mention that in the match USA versus India 2, there is a big matchup going on. It's Caruana versus Gukesh. Gukesh up to this point has won all his game, and today is facing the man that also had an incredible performance a few years ago in the Sinquefield Cup, beating all the top grandmaster with an incredible 7 out of 7. So is Caruana going to stop Gukesh in his incredible Olympiad performance? What do you think, Arthur?
It feels really fitting, right? Again, because since Caruana's win in 2014 in Sinquefield Cup, right? 7 out of 7. He beat Carlsen, Topolov, MVL. I mean, everybody. 7 out of 7, a perfect score. So people started to call it like he pulled a Caruana. And a couple of months ago in the French team championships, Alexander Donchenko also pulled a Caruana, so to speak. He had 7 out of 7. I slightly helped him. I lost a game against him in the tournament as well. He had 7 out of 7. He was stopped. I think it's really fate that today Gukesh, having 7 out of 7, having pulled a Caruana, guess what? He's playing against Caruana.
That's beautiful. Before getting to the game, let's see what is happening in the women's section. Here we have the pairings. India, the top team at the moment, is facing Ukraine. Georgia is facing Armenia. India 3 versus Poland. Romania versus Azerbaijan. Kazakhstan versus Slovakia. And now, guys, it's time for us to go straight into the game. As you can imagine, we will start exactly for the most exciting team. Which game would you like to see?
It's a very tough choice, Alessia, because obviously the huge match today is Team Armenia against India, but I have a feeling that Team USA against the second team of India maybe even is going to be of a higher profile, because everybody's eyes is on Gukesh. And again, this story I was telling about him pulling a Caruana, now he's playing against Caruana. So it really does feel like the team of experts, of professors, are taking on the young guns, the future of chess.
Yeah, and we are, as we can see, the game are starting, so we should really start to get into them.
Maybe let's start with Caruana against Gukesh. You know, I have a feeling we are gonna jump to this game quite a lot of times today.
I agree. I think the game are loading the time we speak, so we are about to get also to this game, Caruana versus Gukesh, of course. It's not yet here, but we will get there soon enough. So let's start from another game. Let's start from Team India versus Armenia. Here we have the game, and here we have Sargsyan that yesterday beat Caruana, fighting today against Krishna, boy number 1 of India. Let's have a look at the opening shortly. What was happening here? D4, D5, C4, C6. So we have again the Slav defense.
Yep, indeed. So Slav is considered to be one of the most solid defenses for Black. Now,
yeah, you mentioned yesterday the idea of bishop f5, very ambitious. Bring the bishop out before you play the move a6 in order to have all your pieces active. On the other side, you're leaving the pawn on b7 a bit unprotected, so you always want to watch out. Knight c3, e6, and knight h4. I mean, it seems like a deja vu. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, this is very popular line, Alessia, and it's not a big surprise that it's being repeated. Now, instead of bishop g6, did Black play bishop e4, right? Yeah, if I saw it correctly.
Exactly, today we have a new variation. Yesterday, you were exactly saying there are 2 lines here, bishop g6 already going back, and then bishop e4. And the question is, which one is the best move? This is still a theoretical discussion. And today, Hare Krishna wants to prove that bishop e4 is the right move, because according to him, f3 is actually more a problem for white rather than an advantage. Bishop goes back to g6, queen b3 attacking the pawn, and now Black is protecting with the move queen b6, offering a queen as exchange. Is it possible for white to exchange the queen? Is it beneficial?
In general, white doesn't want to take on b6. The point being that either way, which side is going to take on b3 or b6, it opens the opponent's rook. So if I take on b6, a takes on b6, suddenly the Black rook is extremely active. So I think white wants to allow Black to take on b3 himself. However, there's some nuances. Let's go back to the current position.
Yeah.
Now, instead of taking on b6, what Black is threatening, there might be an idea of queen takes on b3 and bishop c2. And that's why white plays knight takes on g6. You need to be careful not to blunder this pawn, because let's say we make some not very careful move. Instead of
let's make a3. Okay, bishop d2.
Yeah, bishop d2 looks very normal. And now I could take on b3. A takes on b3 and bishop c2. And that's an oopsie moment.
Oopsie, because the rook cannot protect the pawn. Rook a3 is not available. Look at the bishop is controlling that square. So goodbye, my pawn. And white needs to avoid that. And that's why the bishop left the board. And now, after h takes g6, bishop d2 was played, as you mentioned. Ooh, fighters! White is going for a long castle.
Yeah, that is one of the ideas. And really, a lot of depends how Black plays out, where he positions the queen on b6 or c7. That's a different setup. But long castle is the way to go.
Yeah, also, I think that Black just has this rook that is looking towards the h2 pawn. And so maybe the king is feeling even safer now on the queen side.
Right. And what white is aiming for here is the advantage of 2 bishops, because the position is pretty closed. But that's one of the hot topics, obviously, at the highest level. And one of the favorite advantages of competitive players, they try to get 2 bishops. Because, for example, at some point you want to open the position. I mean, it's not a big secret. The positions do open at some point later. And then suddenly those slightly passive bishops on f1 and d2, they become really, really strong because it's a common knowledge that bishops best operate in open positions and knight do better in closed.
Yeah. Okay, black is going to exchange the queens. Of course, the next move will be a take b3. I don't see any alternative. So the queen are going out of the board. And now the question is, will the position open up to advantage of the white's bishops, or will the position stay close? And then Hare Krishna's knight will be having a good time. We'll see it later. Let's jump to board number 2. Here we have Vidit with the white pieces versus Melkumian with the black pieces. The opening was also here d4, d5. They really like the queen's gambit in honor of the next series. e6 was played here.
This cosmic structure, Alessia, is a very hot topic. I mean, I find it to be quite interesting. I don't know why exactly Cospad is one of the most popular topics right now. So here, white takes on d5 to relieve some stress from the center, and then he has several setups to choose from.
Yeah, white went with the bishop out on g5, pinning the knight. Now black is supporting the pawn on d5 with the move c6. e3, a normal development move, h6.
Right. And here is one important moment, that this e3 is quite important to include earlier than later, because if we go back a moment before playing h6, black normally wants to play bishop f5. I mean, get a healthy development, and e3 is stopping it, because after bishop f5, you play queen f3, and this is a different branch of theory, and white pretty much goes for a slightly better endgame where black is sort of suffering. And that's why instead of this automatic development like knight f3, e3
has become... the endgame?
Yeah, this is a known theory. I mean, bishop g6, we take on f6 many times, as many times as we can. And then whatever. I mean, there's knight f3, there's g3, there's knight h3, I think there's even h4. I'm not even sure what's the strongest, but the common word is that white is pressing. I mean, he has a very nice pressure on this bishop on g6, pawns on f6. They're not very good. So black doesn't do that. I mean, he can play bishop f5, but it's suffering. And that's why I think Melkumian plays h6.
The bishop goes back, bishop e6, and now bishop to d3, avoiding bishop to f5. There is no way to bring the bishop out in.
That's the big topic, yeah. I'm getting the bishop on f5.
Castle, knight g2, rook e8, castle.
Yeah, maybe let's stop here for knight e2 for a moment. Knight e2, this is again has become increasingly popular in the past years. Knight f3 is the conventional way to continue. With knight e2, the idea is that white is aiming for f3 e4 or f3 g4 ideas, maybe sometimes h3 g4, and he keeps the option to castle long, and then the knight on e2 suddenly is positioned well, because one of the common ideas for black to stop the advancement of the king side is playing knight e4. And after any knight e4 trades, for example, I take on e7, I take on e4, you start to see the knight on e2 is not under attack. That's another minor little thing, but it's important, right? So with the knight on f3, knight e4, you take on e4, and after d takes on e4, the knight on f3 is under attack. Now the knight on e2...
Can we show a possible variation so it's clear on the board?
Right. Let's try knight e4 right away. I think it should be possible. Knight e4, I take on e7, the bishop on h4 is under attack. Take. For example, let's say I take on e4 with the bishop. I mean, maybe I don't have to do it, but for the sake of argument. And there you go. Now, after d takes on e4, you see the knight on e2 is actually positioned really well, because it can go to f4, it can go to g3, maybe some d5 ideas at some point, and the knight on e2 feels well. So that's one of those nuances why white actually starts with e3 and not knight f3, because e3 not only stops bishop f5, but also gives the option for white to choose either knight f3 or knight g to e2.
And that's very interesting. So let's go back. White choose knight g2, and now we know that this move, I would say, keeps all the options flexible. Now you can go for f3, 4, f3, g3. You can still short castle, but you can even go for the long castle. Rook e8 was played, and white went for the short castle, actually. Oops, I jumped to the current position. Sorry.
And this knight h5 again. It's like a part of a longer plan. Knight h5 feels incredibly strange, but then again, if you play something common like knight e7, etc., yeah, like here, and if you don't play knight h5, you might wander against f3, e4. So you need to watch out for that. And knight h5, look at that. So I forced the bishop trade, and I stop white's e4. f3 is going to be leaving the pawn on e3 under attack. That's the reason. Also, black still wants to trade the last square bishop, because you see white has this very strong bishop on the e3. And one of the common themes is to play knight d to f6, g6, knight g7, and a bishop f5. So that's the big discussion here, right? I mean, black is aiming for this position, maybe sometimes not even trading the bishops, but usually he's happy to do that. And while he does it, he needs to watch out for the center to explode, something like e4. So there's, again, this discussion, what's the right moment to make it happen? This, of course, is a very hot topic right now.
The last move was rook a e1. Is this move in some ways preparing a possible f3 and e4 for white? Is there a way that we will see this on the board?
There's a good chance. And now the question is, what happens after this g6 or knight d to f6? I mean, black needs to be a bit careful. Maybe knight d to f6 actually is the way to play. I mean, I'm preparing the idea to play g6, knight g7. So of course you could argue, what on earth is this knight on h5 doing? But we're playing more schematic chess. And yeah, let's put knight d to f6. So white, I guess, cannot still play f3 unless there's some very big combination with a pawn sacrifice on e3 going on. Might be, but I don't think so. And now white is usually playing something like knight c1. Knight c1, knight b3, protect the pawn on d4, and then play f3, e4. And then the question is, how does it feel together? I think I've seen this actually played lately. One game which jumps to my mind is in the Biel GMT tournament a couple of weeks ago was Abdusatorov playing with white against Salem Saleh. I think they played it out, except that Abdusatorov played not rook a to e1, but rook a to d1, which was a slightly mysterious move. But still, the idea is put the knight on b3, free up some squares for the knight, and then go for f3, e4. But Abdusatorov won the game with white.
Let's jump to board number 3. Here we have with the white pieces, we have Pair, Sakian, and with the black pieces, Erigaisi. What is happening in this position?
That's French, right?
No,
French defense.
It started like a Sicilian, but then it was a Sicilian with e6. And so it looks like it reminds a bit of French. And d5 up in the ready, which is atypical. What about this move, queen d3?
Oh, wow. That's pretty rare. You know, Alyssa, it's quite interesting because these odd moves like queen d3 or even queen f3, whenever possible, have become quite trendy in various Sicilians. Usually the way to play here is not queen d3, it's knight b5. And there was this crazy game in the women's section a couple of rounds ago, Irina Bulmaga against... oh my goodness, Maria Mozachuk. I think it was Maria Mozachuk, one of the sisters. I think it was Maria Mozachuk. And she played this not queen d3, but knight b5. So my mistake. Knight takes on c6. Knight takes on c6, b takes on c6, e5. This leads to huge theory. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. E5, where the king is going towards the middle, no? Now knight e4?
A knight e4. And there's, I mean, theoretical discussion. Black is playing it very aggressively. There's at some point a bomb cloud. White king goes to e2, and then he claims he's doing all right. I mean, it's quite a spectacular line.
Yeah, it's incredible. I love this variation because it's incredible that white can actually play a good bomb cloud. So you really go with the king wild and towards f3, and it's all right for white.
I mean, bomb cloud is not always bad. I mean, sometimes it even makes sense.
Okay, don't tell it to a car, please.
Right.
So d5 here happened immediately.
All right. So one of the core ideas of queen d3 is, let's say black doesn't play d5, he plays something like queen c7, And this is a common theme in some Sicilian Kant amount of ideas. So instead of d5, let's say we try to play the conventional way, something like queen c7. And now one of the ideas is to play knight takes on c6. B takes on c6 and queen g3. Now this is the idea, usually floating in the air. So how do you evaluate that? Because if you trade on g3 after h takes on g3, white is enjoying some slight pressure. This open h file, f3, g4. It's sort of unpleasant. I mean, maybe it's not a lot, but black is suffering. And if black doesn't take the queen, he plays something like e5 instead of queen takes on g3. Then how do you develop the king side? Right, because the pawn on g7 is targeted. So that's essentially the idea. So white can play bishop c4, bishop b3, maybe long cast, maybe f3. There's many ways to play it out. So this queen d3 is quite a thing. And actually, when black responded with d5, that's reasonable, because if you can successfully make a break on the center right away, you should do it.
Yeah, and is a way also to prove that what you did with white was not the right choice. Knight b4 here in order to attack the queen and attack the pawn. So it's a unconventional way to take back, but also pretty standard to take back the pawn, exploiting the fact that the queen went out too early. Now the move is queen g3, putting pressure on the king side on this pawn on g7 so that the bishop cannot go out too early. And so the next move is a bit of a surprise to me. Bishop to c5, attacking the knight, but leaving the pawn hanging on the g7. Is there any possibility to take on g7, Arthurs?
Probably not. I think queen g7 is rook g8, which is spelling the fate of the game immediately for white. The bishop on d4 is ganging. Also, I think bishop c5, the idea is to go to the fork on c2, because the knight on d4 is protecting the pawn on c2 against the fork. So that probably prompts white to do something like a3, which was played, right, Alessia?
Yeah, a3 was played, and after... Is possible to take on d4 also?
Maybe. I mean, I have a feeling that this is some theoretical discussion, really. So you don't improvise something like that so early. Otherwise, you would have seen this position after half an hour or so. Since they're playing it quickly, I'm not very familiar with this exact line, but it makes sense, really. So this queen d3, d5, knight b4, clearly they know what they're doing. And now they reach some sort of a French setup.
Yeah, black decided to take on d5, the knight got exchanged, and now the queen went at the center of the board. Let's not forget that this knight is still under attack, reason why white played the move knight b5. Now it's funny because it's white that is threatening a fork on c7, and there is also a queen there on d5, so this is very dangerous. But black just castled, so theoretically the knight could go on c7. Why did white go with the knight actually on c3 here?
I assume knight c7 is just bad. Let's try to speculate. Maybe knight c6. Let's say queen c6. This could be the idea. Sacrifice the rook, and if you take on a8, knight e4. I mean, I'm not sure what to position the queen, but this must be the idea. And the knight on a8 is lost anyway. So you're going to take on f2 with either the bishop with the check, or with the knight attacking the rook on h1. And after the knight on a8 will be collected, then black has just a perfect material balance, plus the white king is extremely vulnerable. So I think that's the reason why white doesn't want to go for this fork.
Yeah, I think even Hikaru wouldn't like to play this bone cloud here.
Yeah, probably.
So knight c3 was played, and this is the current position, is black to move. And black now is starting to take a bit of time here.
Right.
Probably the question is where to place this queen. There are so many options. The queen can go on d6, offering a queen exchange, on c6, even on d8, on h5. There are so many possibilities. What do you think will be?
Queen h5 makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, maybe this is what I would choose.
In h5?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we will see. Let's go to the fourth board. We have Narayan versus Avanesyan that yesterday pulled an incredible victory in a dramatic hand versus Sam Shankland.
Wow, they're really deep. This is move 15 already.
Yeah, let's see what happened. No, it was again a Slav with c4, c6. Then we have knight f3, knight c6. Knight c3, e6, bishop g5.
Yeah, one little thing, maybe if we compare this game to the top board, why knight c3 doesn't allow bishop f5. After knight c3. Let me go back a bit. Now, black cannot play the same plan of bishop f5 as with e3, because if you play bishop f5, you need to account for c takes, and queen b3. So I take on d5, queen b3, and you have problems to defend the pawn. That's because the knight is on c3. So you have now queen b6, there's knight takes on d5, queen takes on b3, and knight takes on f6, intermezzo check.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's really, it is important, right? You start with e3 or knight c3. So against knight c3, you cannot play bishop f5, but against knight c3, you can take on c4, right? So every single move has some pros and cons, so to speak.
It's beautiful, like, if you see, it seems like all the same structure, all the same position, but actually every move has a sense and has its differences. So here black went with the move e6, setting up a semi-slab structure with the pawn, two pawns protecting on e5. After bishop g5, natural move, pinning the knight, black supported it with the knight on d7.
This was also an invitation to go for Botvinnik. We'll talk about that, but it's a very, very sharp line, and I'm not sure what's the current word right now in the modern theory. I guess since Narayanan allows the stake on c4, this means that he knows the theory really well, and after knight e7, I think the conventional way here to continue is either e3 or change the pawn structure and take on d5, and again go for some call-split structures.
I would like to give a shout out to the team behind that is giving us always the live camera feeds from Chennai, so we can see directly the player and what is going on the board, who is standing up, how they are looking at each other, if something crazy happens. So that's beautiful. After the move knight bd7, e3 was played, and then the queen went out on a5.
Right.
What is the idea here?
The Gambit Springs variation, right? So the queen a5, knight e4 ideas start to appear under the horizon. This used to be quite a popular variation years ago. Now, I think it's slightly obsolete. But again, that's the thing about opening theory. It's sort of obsolete until somebody plays it again at the highest level. And that's what usually happens with open theory. There's a new idea, a new concept, or just people bring out something which is well forgotten, but perhaps for the wrong reasons. And again, it becomes popular, right? So queen a5, the idea indeed is to escape the pin, play knight e4, bishop e4, and play it a bit more aggressive.
The main move is to take on d5, the knight captures back, and then rook c1, just protecting the knight on c3. Here black played the move h6. What is the pros of bringing the bishop to h4?
Maybe in some point black is gonna make a good use of the idea of g5, g4. Not really sure why h6 is necessary. Or also, if white plays e4, let's say we go back, instead of including h6, if white plays e4, forces to take on c3, b takes on c3, then this bishop on g5 can immediately join back, defending some of the critical squares in the center, like d2. For example, I could protect the knight on c3 or the pawn on c3 with bishop d2. So h6 is like a useful addition. You know, I push away the bishop towards the king side, and now this bishop never can help what's going on at the queen side.
So after knight takes c3, b takes c3, now there is a pawn on a2 that is potentially hanging, but I think it's not really a good idea to capture it.
With the pawn?
With the queen.
Oh, on a2.
I said I think it's not really a good idea to take it, probably.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite standard in modern chess. I mean, you sacrifice a pawn and don't even have anything immediate for it. I mean, that's the currency in chess, right? The currency, meaning you trade a pawn for a couple of tempos. So queen a2, queen a5, that's 2 tempos. It costs a pawn, whatever, right? So white sacrifices the pawn, maybe not for immediate refutation. The queen is not immediately trapped. It's just you get the development, you get the center, and then in the long term, it's going to pay off. And thanks to the development of the modern engines, now the chess professionals understand such moments better than ever before.
That's amazing. That's why Black decided not to capture that pawn, but just to keep going with development. Bishop on a3, attacking the rook, winning a tempo. The rook goes to c2. After b6, we keep going with bishop e2. The bishop goes out, offering a bishop exchange. That bishop on a6, on c8, is a bit a bad bishop for Black, right? So is it a good idea to exchange?
Yeah, like you said, it's not doing much on c8. It was staring at the knight on d7, the pawn on e6. So trading the bad pieces for the good pieces is extremely logical. So that's what you usually do. Either you improve your pieces or you trade the bad pieces. So I can totally relate to that.
And Black succeeded after castle, took on e2, rook take e2, castle. Now the bad bishop is exchanged. White played the move e4, taking control over the center with 2 pawns, holding their hands next to each other. And this is the current position.
Yeah, now you start to appreciate of Black having included this h6 before, right? Because now let's pay a little attention to the position. Because if Black had not included h6 and the bishop was on g5, and now you will play something like h6, I could just play, let's say, bishop d2. And the bishop on d2 is looking towards the king side, did its pawn on h6. But now that the bishop is on h4, I mean, the white cannot immediately apply any pressure against the black's pawns at the king side. I guess the pawn on c3 also can't be taken, right? White wins something immediately like queen c3, rook e3, and the bishop on a3 is misplaced. Maybe there's like immediate refutation, let's say queen b4. It looks quite risky, no, Alessia? Knight e1 maybe. Yeah, knight e1 is just killing, I think. Oh, wait, knight e1, where do you position the queen? Not sure, really. Queen d3, yeah? Queen d3, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and then where is the bishop going? If you go to b2, there is just rook b1, no? And then the bishop is quite lost.
Exactly.
So it looks very risky to take on c3. All right, I think the time has come. We gotta go to board number 1 of USA versus India, where Caruana is facing the man, the boy that is doing the Caruana move, winning 7 out of 7 in the Olympiad, and his name is Gukesh.
This is it. This is it. Let's do it. Let's check it out. I mean, so anxious to see what they're doing. Oh, we have action here.
Yeah, this is the current position, and how it started was as Sicilian with e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. This reminds me a bit the match that Caruana played against Carlsen in London, where this position arises many times. g6. Now the move played was castle.
Yeah, so that was one of the topics, obviously, like you already said, in the match Caruana against Magnus Carlsen back in 2018. Carlsen was playing a lot of a knight c6, which leads to the Sveshnikov. And I think the current word, we go back to the moment after knight c6, the current word is that the Sicilian Sveshnikov is really sound defense. And Gukesh has been playing this. He played it a couple of weeks ago in Biel, which was his last stop before the Olympiad in Chennai. He finished not so great. He was leading the tournament. But the big discussion, of course, is what happens after d4, c takes, knight e4, knight f6, knight c3, and e5. Yeah, that's a big thing, right? And then the old theory, so to speak, knight b5, Magnus Carlsen has shown it. It's doing great, right, for Black. That's why after knight b5, d6, I'm sorry, knight b5 is not old theory, but bishop g5 is the old theory. And knight d5, that's the super modern stuff right now. I mean, everybody plays it, right? And it's exploded in the last years. And the word is that Black is doing fine. And that's why Caruana is playing the Rossolimo, which I believe is one of the most best ways to meet knight c6.
Yeah, and after g6, he went for the move castle. bishop g7, and now he decided to take the knight on c6. Mostly we say, you just said before, no, Grandmaster wants to keep the bishop here. So why is Caruana giving away his bishop for a knight in this position?
Right, so this was played, right?
Yes. So the idea is probably to weaken the pawn structure. This pawn on c6 and c5 can be a target, and white likes to give away that bishop in order to make the structure much weaker.
But also, Alessia, let's pay attention to b takes on c6. That's ambitious move, because d takes on c6 in similar positions was the hot topic in the match Carlsen against Caruana. B takes on c6, it's like, bring it on. Bring it on, because I want to get the center. I want to get two bishops. It's an invitation to fight. Gloves off. This is how I treat it, right? So after b takes on c6, what Caruana played here?
Rook e1, which I like. It's a very flexible. It's a very flexible move. I played a Sarin with white, so I like the idea of rook e1. You want to wait and see where the knight on g8 is going out, because if knight on f6, you want to play e5, and then after knight d5, you even want to play c4. Knight goes back on c7, and after d4, white gets really lots of space. I really love to play this position with white.
Right, and then c d4, queen h4 with bishop h6 is to follow. That is the common idea. Yeah, Alessia, I also know it. One of my favorite positions, to be honest, in Rossolimo. I'm a big Sicilian Rossolimo fanatic from the white's perspective. I can totally relate to that. That's why knight f6 is not so good, actually. What did Gukesh play?
Gukesh played a strange move. I know the move knight h6 here, but he played queen to c7.
Yes, that's become very tricky response in various Rossolimo moves, because game 1 World Championship match, Carlsen against Caruana, also early, although it was after d takes on c6, black played queen c7, and the idea is to trick white. I mean, you're waiting for white to define the setup first. The queen on c7 is not so bad, and then you're going to choose between knight f6 and knight h6, right? This is really the top-notch chess. They're playing it tricky, and Caruana responded with what?
With the move h3, another useful move. You want to wait to see where the knight is going out, and h3 is super useful, because after the move d6, you absolutely want to avoid the move bishop g4, pinning your knights and exchanging the bishop that for black is not doing too well at the moment.
So he played d6, right?
Yeah, I played d6, another move delaying, and now e5 is on the board.
Again, e5, it looks fantastic. It's a pawn sacrifice, but again, those of you who have studied the Sicilian Rossolimo, you'll recognize this is a very common theme, because obviously the rook on e1 is positioned there to open the file, and this is a temporary pawn sacrifice. Why is this? Because the big idea behind e5 is after d takes, white is either going after the pawn on e5 or the pawn on c5. Exactly. So think about moves like knight c3, knight e4, bishop e3. The pawn on c5 is very weak, and the big idea for white's approach is that he's going to capture the pawn on c5, but the pawn on e5 is weak anyway. So, I mean, that's a wonderful concept. Engines support it, as far as I know. And can we fast forward what happened there?
c4, giving back the pawn in a beautiful way, because like this, if white captures on c4, well, then also white pawn structure is not amazing. That's why Caruana decided not to play the move knight c3. And what to me surprises is that after c take d3, Caruana took back with the pawn. So now you will have also a pawn that is isolated and potentially weak on d3. This is the current position after knight h6 is white to move.
This is obviously still a prep. And let's evaluate the consequences here. We have very good news for you. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a big fight. Caruana wants to prove he can still do it. And he has had a mediocre tournament so far. He lost yesterday. He wants to prove he can do it. He had a rough second half of the FIDE Candidates tournament. He was chasing Jan Nepomniachtchi, and I don't know what happened to him, lost motivation or whatever, when he realized that he cannot catch the leader anymore. And ever since, it's been a downswing. And now Fabiano is about, in the live ratings, number 10. So for him, this could be like a wake-up call, right? I mean, he's playing against super motivated, super talented, one of the best youngsters in the world, maybe even the next world champion, right? And this means that Fabi is all about business. It's like, I've got to show I can still do it, right? That's why Fabiano here is going for the fight. He sacrificed the pawn. He goes for an ambitious way. This is not going to be boring stuff. But talking about the position, what White is aiming for, White is aiming for those Black's weaknesses, the pawn on e5, pawn on c6. Black is thinking about the power of two bishops.
We'll see how this game will go on. But before getting there, I really would like to see the profile of Vilnius too. This is a super young team, and we need to see who is playing and to know all the players.
India has the most teams in the Olympiad, including 3 very competitive teams in the open section. This gives the host country legitimate chances to win more than one medal. The wild card for these high expectations is the super talented but very inexperienced second team for India. Seated just outside the top 10, many consider this squad to be amongst the most entertaining in Chennai. Norway's Magnus Carlsen even suggested he's more wary of facing India's second team than going up against India's top-seeded squad. That's some high praise from the world champion. Just under 30, Bhaskaran Adhiban is the team's veteran. He leads by example with his signature aggressive style. Looking up to Adhiban are 4 teenagers, a collective of India's most talented young rising stars. Nihal Sarin, Damaraju Gukesh, Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa, and Raunak Sadhwani will each be making his Olympiad debut here at home. Legendary coach and team captain R.B. Ramesh will have his hands full trying to get the maximum potential out of a roster dominated by teens. Good enough to win a medal, the biggest question is if this team can hold up under the Olympiad spotlight and pressure. India shared gold at the 2020 Olympiad, which was held online. That said, it has been 8 years since the birthplace of chess took an Olympiad medal over the board. Although in the shadow of India's first team, India's juniors are unquestionably a key component to fulfilling the high expectations set by the host country and its fans.
And we are back with a move on the board. Caruana took the pawn on e5. Of course, there is already knight on f5. After bishop take on e5, there is the knight hanging on h6. So that's not a blunder. And Gukesh played immediately the move knight to f5. What is the move that we're expecting here for Caruana?
Well, quite difficult to tell because the knight on e5 stands nicely. I guess bishop f4. Protect the knight, threaten with some discovered attacks. So it's going to be really tough to figure out what happens next because Black wants to utilize the power of his bishops. He wants to play at some moment later bishop b7, c5, and you look at this bishop on b7, it's going to be a monster. White is relying on his counterplay against Black's weaknesses, most notably the pawn on c6. And maybe simply Gukesh will just drop the pawn at some point. I mean, just give it away to open the position. Maybe f6, e5, take the center. Again, we still don't know much about this game. I think we are going to definitely return there later.
Yeah, let's jump to board number 2. Here we have Nihal Sarin with the white pieces versus Armenia. Yesterday rested in the match USA versus Armenia. And today is back on the board against another one of the many Indian talents, Nihal Sarin.
Right.
In this position, this is the current position. Do we want to have a quick look at what happened in the opening? We have
very quickly.
Yeah, we have c4, e6, knight f3, d5. So it looks again Queen's Gambit declined position, knight c3, bishop b4. This is the Ragozin defense.
Yes, super popular defense. So black is challenging the center. Yeah, queen a4. We already saw Gukesh employing this today. Not today, but in this Olympiad. The idea is to provoke the knight on c6 to protect the bishop on b4 so that black cannot make a breakthrough in the center with c5. I think it was the game of Gukesh against Sargsyan, which jumps to my memory. So this is definitely a very hot topic right now. What did they play next?
e3 castle, and then bishop d2, protecting the knight.
Right.
Rook e8, a3, and now the bishop goes all the way back to f8.
So black is positioned the rook on e8, not only to free up the f8 square for the bishop, but also go e5. So black wants to play e5 pretty much in the next move. It really depends what white is going to do against it. You see the rook on e8 is conveniently placed on the same file as the white king. And maybe white needs somehow to stop it. What did he do?
There is a move, the move h3. It has for sure a sense, but what is this?
You know, this is, Alessia, top-notch stuff. And now I'm referring to my very good friend Igor Kovalenko, who is well-known opening expert. And I've talked about him with him about some Miran structures, moments when you play h3. And when you play something like this very early, it's a very deep understanding of the position because white is not defining his setup. And he claims that this h3 in the long run is going to be a very useful addition. So when we are talking about development of opening theory, I don't think there's any really groundbreaking discoveries really left, but people are often searching for the best order of the moves, the best possible setup to get there, right? And for example, if black wants to play e5, then in some variations, this h3 and not having committed to bishop e2 is slightly benefiting white. So there's like nuances like this, which is very popular topic at the highest level.
And it's interesting that also black is making kind of silent waiting move, the move a6. White is playing rook d1. And then the move played by black is knight to e7. Where is this knight going?
This knight is going, I guess, somewhere to g6. I'm not sure why immediately e5 is not possible. There was some kind of a reason, I guess. I don't know.
We can check it out. We can check it out.
We can check it out.
See.
I mean, what if you push e5?
It feels like the rook on d1 is a sneaky piece that after some trades is perfectly placed to target the black's queen.
Yeah, and that's why white did play rook d1 to immediately also put the rook on d1 conveniently against the black queen. And I guess something like knight e5. You know, again, very quickly, it's difficult to maybe no, not knight e5, knight d5 or c takes on d5 because there's one trick I would like to show you. Yeah, let's say c takes on d5. Maybe that's more forcing. Take, a couple of times on d5, and knight e5. Maybe this is it because now after knight e5, you see that the rook on e8 is somehow pinned by the queen on a4 because knight e5 is queen e8. I'm guessing, really, to be honest, I'm not sure.
Here there could be maybe the in-between b5 move that is attacking the queen, then the queen needs to go back, and then the rook is not pinned anymore.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Either way, so knight e7 is a bit mysterious move to me. Maybe black is keeping all options open. He wants to play b6, by the way. Now that the knight on c6 is not under attack, b6, bishop b7, and then toy with the ideas of c5 or d takes on c4.
It's exactly what happened after queen c2. The pawn goes on b6, and black is starting to develop this bishop on b7. This is the current position white move.
Right. There's one common understanding about this position, as far as I'm concerned, is that in the Casped structures, so we go back before b6, before black plays b6. Why white doesn't really rush with the c takes on d5? Because after c takes on d5, e takes on d5, black is going to play next.
Oh, we need to make a move.
Yeah.
For black.
Oh, I'm sorry. yeah, some random of h6, let's say h6, yeah, h6, c takes, c takes. And the big idea is that black is going to play c6, bishop f5. I mean, that's the idea at least, right? And then you start to see that the pawn structure for black at the queen side is pretty normal. But then we go back to the current position when black plays b6. Now I can't take on d5 because after c takes, you no longer have the ideal cosbit structure. Right, the pawn on either on c7 or on c6 always going to be a weakness, and the pawn on b6 can never go back to b7. And now you're pretty much committed to play c5, which is an entirely different position. It might lead to something like hanging pawns, might become targets, maybe not. That's what usually players are playing in those moments. They are taking on d5 as soon as black plays b6.
So probably we're going to see a very also here a position where both sides will have lots of chances.
Right.
Yesterday, Wesley So played an incredible game. What will he do today against another Indian star, Praggnanandhaa? The opening was also here a Sicilian with knight c6, but this time, no Rossolimo, we have the move knight c3.
So knight c3 is avoiding any Sveshnikov discussion. And black literally has no move to get to the Sveshnikov. So if you play knight f6 is not very good as far as I know. Let me try to figure out what was it. I think it was bishop b5. Because now in some Rossolimo variations, this is not the best setup for black. The knight on f6 doesn't always jump early in Rossolimos. So this knight c3 is dodging the Sveshnikov, but it also allows to play e5. I mean, after white's knight c3.
That's why black played here the move g6. Didn't go for the knight on f6. And this leads to an open Sicilian, avoiding the Sveshnikov after c take, knight take, bishop g7. We are in an accelerated dragon. Are you a fan of the dragon?
Accelerated dragon, again, we would have to wonder what's the reputation for that. Dragon always has been slightly considered to be a risky choice at the highest level. There was a moment when the classical dragon became popular, something like, I don't know, 7-8 years ago, maybe less. Everybody was playing it. There was new ideas, but since at the moment it's pretty much dead at the highest level, I assume that there's some problems that black is unable to solve. But again, as we discussed, I mean, it takes just one new idea, a new concept, and there again, it goes back to life.
Yeah, and that's what Pragnan is doing. At d6, f3, I think here we are still in a very theoretical field. That's why the move played where many moves played, the knight exchange on d4 and bishop e6 is on the board. Is it possible to take on e6, or is it good for black to have two double pawns at the center of the board?
I mean, like in any opening, there's a battle for the squares. Definitely taking on e6 should be possible, but you weaken the c4 square, you open the f file, and you lose control of the d5 square. So knight e5 is one of the common themes in dragon positions. So white would love to see black to take on b3 because this would allow him to control the c4 square, maybe in some variations open the a file as well. So yeah, I don't think white really wants to take it, and I think Wesley played something else.
White played the move h4, going towards a possible attack on the king side. My question is it possible to take on b3? Because now, of course, you cannot take back with the a pawn, but you need to take with the c pawn. And then the question is, where is the white king going to castle?
Definitely long. And about the dragon positions, again, I'm not totally sure about this particular setup, but it's a common theme to castle long, play king b1, and now you start to appreciate having the c pawn on b3 because your king feels really well sheltered against any potential attacks. And h4 is signaling, again, like you said, h5, knight h5, trade the ducks with bishop, play g4, open the h file, and hopefully checkmate.
Black played the move b5, and as you announced, h5 is on the board. Now bishop took on b3, white took with the c pawn, and the move played is e5. Black is fighting for the center. It's an atypical move, I would say. if we see just from a structure point of view, the move e5 might look like a blunder because the pawn on d6 will be weak for a while.
So the idea of e5, I guess there's a follow-up of next, wherever the bishop goes, I guess to e3. Bishop e3, I guess black is going to play b4 next and d5 next. This is definitely Prague's idea. So yeah, d5 is incoming next, ripping apart the center. And Prague is just playing in the best traditions of chess, because every kid is taught by chess coaches, if your opponent is attacking at the king side or queen side, what you're supposed to do. I mean, counter-strike in the center, right? That's the thing which has been proved basically throughout the centuries, right? And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I guess after b4, I mean, I still like black, to be honest. Black's position seems quite simple because white did not yet manage to castle. The king is still in the center. Can he play knight e5? That the pawn structure could be not ideal for white.
Because then usually black is going for the move f5 here.
Yeah, at some point. Maybe rook c8. You know, I prefer black. Tell you honestly, Alessia. Rook 8 to c8, and I just wonder where exactly. Yeah, maybe rook fc8. Not sure. Where exactly the white king is going to castle, because if the king was on b1, I would give some preference to white. Yeah, I see this idea. H takes, bishop h6, double the rooks at h file, but the king is on e1. So what are you going to do? Play king f2?
Mm-hmm.
The king is always going to be a target, right? So I can't help but feel that maybe white didn't play the optimal moves, but I mean, he's not in danger, of course, but I like Prague's position.
Amazing. Should we jump to the last board then?
Right. Let's do that.
We have Dominguez. Dominguez yesterday won a very important endgame. And let's see if he's going to pull a victory also today against Sadhwani from India too. This is the current position. We have another Sicilian. It was e4, c5, d6, and this time we go for the open Sicilian. And we have a knight. Yesterday we were kind of making fun that here white has basically has tried all the possible moves: bishop e3, bishop g5, or even strange moves like knight b3, h3, rook g1. White has tried really everything, but today the move on the board is the bishop on e3, and here we go into some theoretical moves: e5, the knight goes back on e3, bishop e6, f3, and h5. This, I think, is a new move. Would you like to explain us the reason?
English attack with f3 has been around for a long time, and I think h5 has become like automatic response, to be honest. I mean, not only here, but against various English attacks position, queen d2, long castle. So let's say we are not going to play h5, right? But let's say we are ignoring that. We play in the old-fashioned way. We play knight bd7, bishop e7, a short castle. Can we put that on the board?
Yes.
So instead of h5, let's try to play something more conventional. And this is actually what happened a couple of rounds again. Fabi Caruana against Maksudlu, USA against Iran, queen d2, bishop e7, long castle, short castle. Yeah, g4. That's the thing, right? g4, b5, g5. No matter how you count, white is faster. So that's the big idea. White is playing something like knight e5, h4, bishop h3. This theory is, of course, well researched. So without going into much detail, right? I mean, you can check the amazing game of Fabi Caruana. I think it was round 6, I think, against Iran. My memory is not completely failing me. So let's go back to the starting position and h5. Now you start to appreciate why black is playing h5 in the starting position. There's no g4. So black is still going to play bishop e7, knight e7, even short castle. And white is struggling to make g4 happen because the English attack, the setup, is aiming for g4. And then we simply can fast forward maybe to the final position, which we have. Obviously, there's a lot of theoretical discussion. Yeah. So white is insisting on h4. Waited for the short castle, then he plays with g1. Okay. On b4, white's the move, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the game is sharp. That's what I can say. And at some point, black might regret having the pawn on h4. Sure, absolutely. Because white wants to play g3, wants to open the g file, and black has to do something very fast. a5, a4, b3, etc. Rip apart. This is going to be very sharp game.
I'm super excited that today we have super amazing. I would say that there are just lots of fight on the board. So we will hit a short break and then come back to see even more games, what is going on in this Olympiad round 8. See you soon. Welcome back to the event of the year, the Chess Olympiad. All the nation battling out for who will be the strongest nation. We will see. It's time to, for us, for Euros. I'm Alessia Santeramo, Women FIDE Master from Italy, and my co-host is the amazing Grandmaster Artur Nikšans. How are you, Artur?
Namaste, Alessia. Namaste, Dosto. I mean, I'm doing great. I mean, having a lot of fun so far. The start of the 8th round of the Olympiad doesn't really disappoint. There's the huge matchup. Team USA against the second team of India. The world elite against the future best players in the world is something I really want to see. And of course, Team Armenia is playing against the hosts, India. Wow, what a day.
Yeah, let's start immediately with the top match of the women's section. We have India versus Ukraine, and here we see the current position of 4-1, Koneru Hamtu versus Maria Muzichuk. What about this position?
This is huge. I mean, this is huge because if somebody can stop Team India from taking down the Olympiad prematurely after something like round 9 or 10, it's Team Ukraine. They gotta do it because if you gotta look, I mean, at the beginning of the broadcast, Team Ukraine is behind 2 match points. So they desperately want to beat Team India. So for them, it's to be or not to be.
Yeah, this current position is for sure deserves some attention, but before that, I really want to show the profile of Teams Ukraine, a country that is going through some very hard time. And let's have a look. What are the players who are fighting? They're a great team. And of course, in this moment, they feel as closer as never before.
Perched as the 2 seed, Ukraine's women's team is the only squad in either the open or the women's section with the luxury of carrying more than one world champion. Loaded with talent, this team has also dealt with adversity, rising above the difficulties in their home country and leaning on support from the chess community to get to India. One world champion on this squad is the formidable Maria Muzichuk. Crowned world champion in 2015, Maria will play the top board. Maria isn't the only talented player in her family. Her sister Anna is the highest rated second board amongst the women's teams. Ukraine's hopes in Chennai will rest heavily on the power of the Muzichuk's 1-2 punch. On board 3 is Anna Ushenina, the other world champion in Ukraine's lineup. The team's most experienced player at age 36, Ushenina captured her world title 10 years ago. Now a decade removed from that success, she remains a pesky matchup for any opponent. In contrast to Ushenina, the youngest players on this squad are the international masters Yulia Osmak and Natalia Buksa. Each of these up-and-coming competitors round out this solid top-to-bottom roster, making Ukraine one of the favorites. The only team in the Women's Olympiad with 3 Grandmasters, Ukraine looks poised to bring home a gold medal for the first time since 2006. A national victory for Ukraine would doubtless be sweeter than ever before.
And we're back. This is the position that we want to see. Board 1, Koneru versus Maria Muzichuk. On the board, we can see material is equal. There are 2 pawns that are passed. Look at the pawn on b4 and the pawn on b5. In my opinion, the pawn on b5 is a bit more stable because the pawn on b4 cannot be protected by any other pawn. But I will ask our Grandmaster what he thinks about this position. Who is better, Arturs?
Right. I think Black played it out very aggressively. So a couple of last moves, she did play a5, b5, knight, b4, and Black was trying to immediately punish White for staying slightly behind the development. Now White rushed very quickly with the short castle. Another big question is the pawn on b4 a weakness? Right? Because like you said, Alessia, the pawn on b5 feels more protected. And if the pawn on b5 is sheltered, the pawn on b4 can't really receive easily such a support. But then again, we see Black has pretty active pieces. The knight on e4, there might be some tactical tricks like knight c3, d takes on c4. Everything is still possible, right? So again, usually in these positions, we usually say that the next couple of moves are going to be of utmost importance because you want to make them I mean, as good as possible.
And we can see that already both players spent quite some time. And now is Maria that is having around 1 hour on the clock, and she's taking some time for this critical moment. Let's go to another Mitsijik. This is the moment of Anna that is playing with the white pieces against Arika Dronavalli from India.
And this is interesting, Alessia, because white gets sacrificed the pawn to get some space advantage and powerful Dachshund bishop on c3. To evaluate the consequences immediately is pretty difficult, but I would say that Black would love to trade the bishop on c3, which I don't see how to do that. Queen d4 might be a problem that Black needs to address. Queen d4 threatening the mate on g7. And maybe at some point, white can even play it positionally, something like Queen d4, Rook c1 and b4, trying to get to the pawn on c7. And then if Black is going to push forward the c pawn, the position is going to open, and white has very powerful bishops. So it feels that white has a decent compensation, but still needs to show what exactly she has for it.
I really like the bishop pair here, and I find very interesting how a pawn sacrifice can be played with a long-term effect. This bishop pair, as soon as the position is getting open, will show the strength, and that's why this position, according to the Evalvar, is very balanced.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, it's a bit too early to tell. So I think it's best we are going to come back to this game a bit later, because most likely it's going to explode at some point. Because, again, this match is extremely important for the overall rankings. Team India wants to keep their lead, obviously. Team Ukraine, for them, it's either to be or not to be. Because I don't think Ukraine has any other goals than taking the gold medal, right? I mean, of course, okay, sure, maybe medals. But, I mean, what kind of soldier you are if you don't want to be a general, right? And everybody wants to win the tournament. And for Team Ukraine, this is it.
Yesterday, we saw an amazing endgame won by Vashali, 4 pawns versus 3. And today she's facing Ushanina with the white pieces. This was a Petrov, and this is the current position. Probably a Petrov with knight c3. Yes, yeah, we can see this is a very aggressive line for white. White mostly wants to castle long and then attack towards the king. And in the current position, exactly we see opposite side castling.
Right. Knight c3 is quite a popular way to try to punish Black against Petrov, because Petrov is, well, let's put it this way, really an annoying system to face for white. And it's difficult to prove what you have. I mean, you have some sort of an advantage, but the position is so symmetrical that the advantage, it just dissipates at some point. And so that's why this knight c3 system, going for a long castle, some open space in the center and kingside attack possibilities, has become a very popular topic. So yeah, I think white usually plays something like h4, h5, try to create some weaknesses, king goes to b1, and right, but Black is still very solid.
What do you think would be the next white move here? What would you start with?
H4? I don't know. H4 looks very aggressive, very ambitious, because that's one of the common themes. I mean, if white wants to get somewhere, I think H4 could be the way to go. Maybe knight d4, pinning the knight on c6, trying to cause some problems. This is also something I would consider.
We'll come back to this game shortly. Let's see what is going on in board number 4. We have Tanya Sanch there with the black pieces. She's having an impressive performance so far in this Olympiad. And today she's facing Natalia Buksa, international master from Ukraine. This was Rui Lopez with d3. This was the opening. And in this current position, we can see that still many pieces are on the board. This is a peculiarity of the Spanish. You are not exchanging so many pieces. So just one couple of minor pieces, 2 knights, were exchanged in this position.
Black is slightly suffering because this bishop on d5, pinning the bishop on b7 is causing some annoyance. So c4 is clearly indicating, like you're pointing there, rook c1, c takes on b5, and queen c2. This must be the idea. So black needs to solve it quickly. I mean, how do you do it? One way is to play something like knight e8. I mean, solve the pin immediately, which will probably force a black to take on b7, and then maybe the knight on b7 is misplaced. For example, let's say I play immediately knight e8, I take on b7, and I could just play even b4. And you start to look at this position and you wonder, how on earth is this knight on b7 going to join the game?
It's not easy. The knight need to go back to d8 and maybe to e6. This could be a path, but of course it takes tempo, and also the rook are not connected. It feels like white has much more space. White can try to push forward maybe on d4, and just has a very harmonious position. Actually, the move is on the board. In this position, Tanya went for the move knight d8. So probably we will get on the board exactly what we were talking about.
Right, I think bishop b7 has to be played, otherwise c6 incoming is a problem. The bishop on d5 can be trapped unless there's some tricks that white has prepared. By the way, maybe even c takes on b5 could be a move. Let's not discard it completely. Oh, wait, it drops the pawn on d5, right? I mean, can we put it on the board? C takes on b5, bishop d5, e takes. Now I wanted to imprison the knight on d8. But queen b5 is a problem, right? The pawn on d5 is not having support. And yeah, I think this is just not great. If white was able to keep the pawn on d5 alive, yeah, then maybe this would be quite a thing, right? But most likely, I think, Alessia, yeah, we are going to see a bishop b7 and maybe not even b4, because is knight c5 even a thing right now? So let's say we take on b7, knight b7, and just look at this position. Maybe b4 is not even necessary. Maybe just play something like rook fc1, you know, just in case, keep the rook in a file for some a4 ideas. Knight c5 is it really something you need to be afraid of? Because I could perhaps, I don't know, take it and have a better knight against a not so great bishop. It's speculating really here.
All right, we'll come back to this board in a few. We should start to see a bit what is going on also in board 2, board 3 of the women's section. We have in board 2, we have Georgia versus Armenia, and that's the top board. We have a super experienced player with the white PC, Praggnanandhaa, against Grandmaster Danieli and Elena from Armenia. Armenia is doing so well in the men's section, but also in the women's section is doing amazing. In the open section, sorry.
This looks like a dream position from the Rogozin. You know, I don't know what black did before, but white has achieved anything, and black is still struggling to play e5. So white's threat of knight c5 is big. Knight c5, go after the pawn on b7, maybe the bishop on d7 in some variations. So it's who is to move actually? It's white, right?
Yeah, it's white to move, so even better, you would say.
Knight c5. I mean, this is what I would play probably, I mean, pretty quick. Knight c5 and make sure I'm not missing some cheapos like, not sure what really. But I mean, the point is, if we trade on c5 many times and in the end we get a rook on c5, it's quite clear that white is just better. And this is usually where title players, they just stop it. I mean, they see that black has awkward positioned minor pieces on d6, on d7 and c6. The pawn on c7 is sort of troublesome. Rook fc1, e4, d5 ideas start to appear under the horizon. So it's just not what you really want to do. And black has no counterplay whatsoever, by the way. So this knight c5 is a problem. And how do you deal with this, with this knight c5? I guess you just don't take on c5, right? But this rook fc8, it's slightly mysterious to me. I'm not really understanding why it was necessary to position there, because now, yeah, this rook fc8 is slightly mystery to me. I had a feeling that you had to play e5, no? I mean, because this is the common idea. Instead of rook f8, you position the knight on c6, bishop d6, queen on e7 to push e5, right? That should be the idea. Because you have to put two bishops, so you need to open the position. And yet, for some reason, black decided not to play. So this rook f8, I slightly don't understand, but it's not killing the game, obviously. Maybe, by the way, maybe the idea is after knight c5 is something like knight d8. Wow. Okay, that's really deep. Maybe
but that's also really sad.
Yeah, that's very deep. You know, okay, now that I look at this, yeah, this is definitely the idea. Knight e8, bishop b5 is incoming, maybe b6, c5. Okay, yeah, that looks interesting. Yeah, that looks interesting. Yeah, now I understand why rook f8, because rook f8 is such a not very common move. And clearly she wants to play knight e8 next, and that's why I guess White is thinking about knight c5, because, I mean, when you see something like rook f8, before you respond with your move, you ask yourself a very simple question. Why did my opponent play rook f8? Why? You don't understand it. You sit there until you figure it out.
That's why Nana is now taking some time, and she will not make a move until he doesn't have it figured out. But
it's just something like rook fd1, you know? I mean, not rush with knight c5, rook fd1. We had this discussion last year, right? I mean, that the best players in the world are incredibly practical. I mean, then for going very straightforward lines, they just play the normal moves. I mean, they calculate various candidate moves, and in the end, they choose the simple move. But the thought process, I mean, if you would see the mind of a chess professional, it's just amazing, right? There's so many lines they're considering. You're just seeing just the tip of the iceberg. They're calculating.
In the board number 3, we have India 3 playing versus Poland. And as you mentioned before, Poland there is one player in Poland that is having an incredible performance.
Yeah, that's Olivia Kalbasa, right? She has been doing wonderful so far, and we didn't really mention her success. I mean, maybe slightly yesterday, because she was doing amazing 100% result, and she's still there, by the way. Olivia is 7 out of 7. So everybody who is watching from Poland, I mean, fantastic performance by Olivia, who is right now with the performance 29.66. The highest result among the female, I mean, the women tournament, right? This is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and today is playing against the Nandida from India, women grandmaster, and of course, it's a great potential to score a norm. I mean, you can score up to a grandmaster norm with this performance.
Right. This is incredible, and she has essentially pulled a Caruana as they speak, right? But only in the women's section. It's very tough. To be honest, Alessia, I don't think I've ever scored 7 victories in a row in the tournament. I mean, maybe it's been like finishing with 3 victories, then starting the next tournament with 4 victories. But when you're playing at the highest level, you're scoring so many victories in a row. And considering that if the game is played at the highest level, chess is quite drawish, right? I mean, draw is very often the normal result if both of the players are not making mistakes. A perfect result after 7 rounds, that is just stunning. I mean, this is not usual. Tell you, I mean, it's not usual. It's unique.
Absolutely. And also today, she seems to be doing completely all right in this position. There is an open, we have an open position. White has 2 bishop. One could be exchanged now. I think a move that we should consider is definitely knight takes on these 3. The only difference in the pawn structure is that White has 3 pawns on one side and 3 pawns on the other side. Instead, we have 4 pawns for Black on the king side versus 2. So this means that White and Black have potential to create a pass pawn on different side of the board.
And also White is looking towards some kingside attack, because this is where the queen is standing on g3. Bishop h6 is an idea at some point. Right, the bishop on d3 is looking there, and that's why, of course, knight a3, you eliminate one of the attacking pieces, and this makes perfect sense.
Yeah, now the rook will join the 3rd rank, and then the queen will be feeling a bit embarrassed on d8. I think rook take d3 is the move that we're going to see And then the question is, what is black doing about the threat of knight take e6, knight f5, knight c6, knight just going, oh, knight f5 also looking amazing, threatening mate on g7.
I would expect queen a5, because queen a5 is avoiding any discovered attacks, and the queen is jumping to h5 just in case. So I think black is slightly suffering, because the Lascaux bishop hasn't found a way to join the game just yet. So after queen a5, black is thinking about two ideas. So if he can put it on board, let's say queen a5, and black is thinking about next play e5, push away the knight from d4, and then bring in the game the Lascaux bishop, maybe on f5 with the tempo. But the second idea maybe could be bishop d7. Bishop d7 just to finish development. Now that I look at this position, I want to cause us for black some suffering. And one of the moves I'm thinking about right now is either knight d to b5, because I want to stop the c5, going after knight c7 if works, maybe knight e6 ideas. That's my first idea which jumps to my mind. And the second move is knight f3. So knight f3 maybe is slightly more modest, but it takes care of the e5 threat. It controls the dark squares. But yeah, but maybe it's slightly too passive, right?
Yeah, it seems like you're not, you are, I think white wants to keep active in a way and wants to keep the chances to attack towards the king. When will be bishop h6 a possibility?
Yeah, bishop h6 definitely is the move. But you need to always account for knight h5, which is defending the pawn on g7, attacking the queen. And the queen on a5 conveniently defends the knight on h5. So bishop h6 is something, yeah, you need to account for if you're black at any given moment.
I think it's time for us to go back to the open section. There is one match that we still didn't consider, and this is the one of Germany versus Uzbekistan, where we have two very talented young players. Here we have in board one, at board one, we have Grandmaster Kamer from Germany against Grandmaster Abdusattorov from Uzbekistan.
And both of them come from Biel, because they were playing in the Grandmaster tournament in Biel, Switzerland a couple of weeks ago. They played together this so-called unique triathlon tournament. There was just 960, rapid, blitz, classical tournament. Very interesting system, by the way. I would love to see this tournament system being implemented in more tournaments. And that's why, I mean, they definitely know each other. I don't recall how did they play in the classical tournament, though, but they did play quite a few games between each other. They're very familiar with themselves. They're the same age, approximately, right? 17 years old. So, yeah, very, very important match for them.
The current position is looking, I like black's position right now. This pawn on h3 is really blocking the king. And I like to say this pawn on h3, from my experience, is not just good in the middle game, because potentially you could give a checkmate on g2. Of course, now we are very far from this scenario, but it could be very nice also in an endgame, because once in the endgame, you need to bring the king to activity. White is forced to keep the king there on g1, because as you can see, a knight could easily jump to g4, targeting the pawn on h2, and then the pawn on h3 is just 2 squares away from becoming a queen. So that's super dangerous. And I think that white here shouldn't actually exchange many pieces and should try to keep them on the board.
Right, but also quite important factor here to mention is that white has a pawn. Whatever happened in opening phase, this was, I think, intentional by Noderbeck, who here, by the way, had an amazing explosive start, 5 out of 5. Then he lost round 6 against Pentala Harikrishna. So he is back, he's fighting, one of the superstars, one of the future chess, so to speak, one of the members of the future chess elite. Also the reigning world rapid champion, by the way. And he sacrificed his pawn to gain something. But how do you properly evaluate this? It's difficult to tell. So this pawn on h3 is still, yeah, major annoyance for white. But if I'm white, I'm thinking about next moves like a3, e3, and c4. So I would imagine that Black at some point is going to push a5 to stop this idea from happening. And it feels good for Black. Definitely, it feels good, right? I mean, these young players, they're becoming so ambitious, right? They're sacrificing pawns left and right. Right. So
the position then gets very sharp, and it's always a question. It's basically a fight. Who is right? Is Black right that is good to sacrifice the pawn, and here there is so much compensation? I'm really afraid of the move e5 here that is opening up the diagonal for the queen, maybe together even with the knight on g4. This looks scary, and it's curious that Kamer has spent so much time. Look, he has just 39 minutes on his clock. So he's clearly not feeling 100% comfortable here, and he's taking some time to decide. Well, it took some time up to this moment, and now
I've noticed that Abdusattorov is playing very fast lately. I mean, maybe it's how he generally plays, right? I haven't really paid so much attention on his time usage in opening phase, but the games I've been following, Nodrbek is usually very fast. e5, yeah, it makes sense. And now I guess e3 is going to be the response. By the way, what happens after if I close the action with e4? By the way, that's a very big question now. I mean, can we put it on the board? So let's protect the pawn, and if I play e4, so it's kind of paradoxical. But I ask you a very direct question, Alessia. What about your bishop on h1? You know?
I mean, there is an emoticon on the 70B that is that G. It's basically the paper that is looking like this. Well, I would say this bishop is a bit that G in this moment because there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, this means that White is going to have to play f3 at some point to bring the bishop in the game, and as soon as you play f3, the king is weakened. Well, then I have to give this position as preferable for Black. Right, it feels like that.
No matter the extra pawn.
Yeah, so he sacrificed the pawn. He has the initiative. That part is clear. Maybe Vincent did it on purpose, because again, in order to beat strong players, this is one thing that some people don't think about. In order to beat strong players, sometimes you need to take risks. Right, you're taking moderate risks in order to confuse them, to force them to make very big decisions. So maybe this is what Vincent is doing here. He's hoping that his pawn is going to prevail, and he trusts his defensive skills. But I mean, visually, I definitely choose Black. The more I look at it.
Now it's time to see one team that, as on paper, is not considered one of the strongest team, but is doing an amazing performance, and the team is Kazakhstan. I see the rating of the player, and they are, apart from board one, they're all international master and FIDE master 2400. But you're playing in board 4 against Kazakhstan. Here I'm putting the first board today. Mamedov is resting from Azerbaijan. So in board 1 we have Mamedov, and this is the board 1, Yumabayev versus Mamedov. And what do you think about the performance of Team Kazakhstan so far?
Right, Team Kazakhstan has been doing wonderful so far. You already mentioned, Alessia, at the start that they lost round 2 against Tajikistan, and obviously they were not very happy. But then Jumabayev, he was not playing, he was resting. So that was like a signal for the team leader, don't you dare to take another rest day. And ever since, Rinat has been playing every single round, and this has managed to score many points for Team Kazakhstan. 5 victories in a row. I think that's absolutely stunning. A last round, they beat Spain.
Amazing. What is this position? It started like another Slav, and this is the current position that we have on the board with the move after the move c5. Is Black to move? Black has 35 minutes on the clock. The position just got close with the move c5. What's White idea?
To be honest, first, before we move on to this game, I'm slightly surprised, Alessia, not to see Mamedov not playing today, because Shakhriyar is the top seed of Team Azerbaijan. Again, we already discussed it earlier in the Olympiad coverage that Timur Ajabov pulled from the national team shortly before the Olympiad due to COVID concerns, right? I hope he's doing well right now. But Mamedyarov, he's not playing today. And I can only speculate that he trusts, or the team captain trusts, that they can do it without him.
Yeah, let's go shortly the full roster of Azerbaijan, so everybody knows who is playing.
Maybe it's like a team strategy, right? He expects that. I mean, they hope they're going to win it. I mean, there should be big favorites in this match, at least according to the ELO, and then come the decisive 3 rounds. And Mamedyarov knows they're going to need him for every single round. So this is why maybe he takes the rest day today to come back later. Is this the right strategy? Or maybe it's a mistake? We're going to figure out after today.
Well, if Azerbaijan wins, I would say, yeah, it's the right strategy. You let your board number 1 rest and then be ready and fresh for the last few rounds. You know, in the last few rounds, what happens there counts double, I would say, because then the tournament is over. So we'll see.
But let's not underestimate Jumabayev. Well, Rinat Jumabayev, first thing which comes to my mind is his sensational victory over Fabi Caruana in the last World Cup. That was big news. He beat Caruana with the black collar. He can do it. I mean, he can beat elite players. He's a strong player. And he's leading Team Kazakhstan so far pretty well.
Now he just closed the position with the move c5. There is an arrow starting from the pawn on f2 and going towards the pawn on c5 that shows that white wants to play on the queen side, maybe taking even more space with move like bishop d2, rook fb1, and then push and baby, like Yasser would say, b4, a4, keep going and take some space on the queen side. On the other side, what is black's plan here?
Well, what can I say, Lesya? It really is a puzzling question, because black has 2 knights. He has very solid position. And the more you open the position, the more open your bishops for white. I don't like this position from the black's perspective, to be honest. I have the greatest respect for the bishops. I guess sit tight and wait. What else? I mean, maybe e5, but e5 is a very responsible decision.
What if I've been played here? Because you are mining the point on d4 for white, and so you're also making the point on the pawn on c5 more vulnerable.
No, meaning I'm not sure you want to play d takes on e5, but I could play something like, maybe just ignore it. For example, I don't know. Let's say bishop
d2.
Yeah.
An useful move.
Bishop d2. Let's say something normal. So you play queen c7, I guess, remove the queen out of harm's way. Of course, you always need to watch out for e4, some breakthroughs, right? Because you have 2 bishops.
Oh, yeah. E4
but maybe just let's say I ignore it. Let's say I ignore it. I play b4. And now you look at this position and you ask yourself, what did you achieve for black? Because you're going to take on d4, I'm going to take with the pawn. Well, the position open. Look at my dark square bishop. It's open now. E takes, right? Right. Okay. You might keep the position closed. You play e4. I put the queen on e2. And I asked yourself the question, what did you achieve? Again, right? I mean, it's tough. And I might even play f3 at some point. Again, rip apart the center, f3, e4, etc. So, I mean, you really have to know what you're doing here with black. Maybe knight f8, knight e6, knight g5 somehow. Maneuver to the weakened f3, h3 squares. Maybe g5, g4 would be an idea. But if you play g5 to play g4, keep the position closed, you need to account for f3 again. So let's put the g5 on the board. And white is going to respond with f3, most likely. f3, e takes on f3, and whatever. I mean, I don't know, maybe bishop f3. So it's a quite dynamic, unclear position. And black would love to jump f7, f5, you know, fixing the center, f7, f5, fix the pawn square on e4, threat on g4, keep the position closed. But I don't think black can do that, really. I mean, the knight is on f6, right? So that's the thing. So we go back to the current position, and I like white, because white is very white is very straightforward, and there's some new moves, right?
Yes, there are some new moves. Actually, while we were speaking, the move e4 happened and b4 is played. Oh my god, this is another pawn sacrifice. Theoretically, the queen could take on b4.
That's
but
very nice.
Decided not to do that.
Queen b4, rook b1, wins back the pawn on b7. A very nice idea. I missed that, but it's very logical. Yeah, once you see that, it's beautiful.
The queen went back on b7, e4.
Of course, yeah. Now he plays e4. Again, we had a discussion, right? You have good bishops on c1 and g2. So we remove the central pawns. White is so much better, right? He controls long diagonals. The knight on d7 is, what's he doing there? I definitely prefer white.
Yeah, now there were so many exchange. D take e4, knight takes, knight d5, and everything got exchanged on the e file. Queen takes, so now the position is open. Queen take e5. The bar is going brrr. What is happening here?
That means there's something terribly wrong with black's approach. Maybe some kind of a tactical shot. So again, we are, dear viewers, we are not using engines. We are even very often not paying attention to the bar, because to be honest, it slightly distracts me. When I see the bar, it says up and down. This means we like have to pay attention to what's going on. But I mean, in the games, we just don't even know that. Obviously, we don't know the bar. We don't know what the engine is saying there. But it's for you, right? So that
there
you
is a
understand.
trick here. So now in this kind of situation, Arthur's become a machine, and you put a coin inside, and he explains us the solution. Why is this queen e5 a problem? I see that white generally, as of course a rook under attack, and now there is a knight that is very strong in the middle of the board. Maybe potentially could jump one day on d6. That would be the dream square. Also, black king is still stuck at the middle of the board. So it feels like something is not working. Unfortunately, bishop f4 doesn't work right now, because that square is controlled by the knight. Because if not, I would really like to play bishop f4, maybe bishop d6, exchange the bishop, and then place a knight powerful on d6. That would be a dream.
Right. I don't see immediately. And that's the difference, by the way. You know, it's huge information. For example, if you talk about this bar, the evil bar, right? It gives you indication there's something there. This is not what you get in the game, right? You don't know that. I mean, it's like somebody comes by you and like kicks the table. Look for something there. There's something there, right? That is huge information, right? Like, oh, there's something there, right? I'm supposed to look for that. Okay, I'm going to try to check it out. But normally you don't know that. Of course, you don't know that, so it's very easy to miss it. So, for example, here, what white is thinking there, the rook on a1 is under attack. I should do something about that. He doesn't know there's a very big difference on the valuation, right? And maybe he's not even looking for some big combination, and he's going to play something very human, like bishop d2.
Absolutely. And it looks normal, because then you bring a rook. You can bring a rook on e1, and yeah, white position is just much better.
Yeah, absolutely. Those two bishops, rook e1, knight e6, look really good. I think at some point we also have to check how Magnus is doing. What do you think,
Absolutely. I just wanted to go to Giri, but
yeah, after Giri we can jump to Magnus. Maybe we can do it like that. Yeah.
Oh, no. I like to say, I like to do what you prefer. So here we go. We're at Magnus Carlsen playing against. You will pronounce the name.
All right.
Here we have on the board, Magnus Carlsen is today facing Pechak.
Yeah, Pechak. Erdos Pechak is widely known to the broader audience after his gentleman's response in the online qualifying to the FIDE World Cup, I think, when he was playing against Boris Gelfand. There was some kind of a glitch. Gelfand hang a queen or something. I don't even remember the story. What happened is that Pechak offered a draw. So he didn't exploit the fact, which would allow him immediately to qualify for the FIDE World Cup. Right? I mean, it's sportsmanship. I mean, talk about that, right? It's huge. So he's still young, and he did it. But then in the end, I mean, the game was drawn. Of course, Gelfand agreed, and he won the match anyway. So he was given a wild card to the World Cup, right? So that was quite amazing story, and I think it shows also for the younger generation that you need to be gentlemen. You need to be showing great sportsmanship, also in chess, right? And you're going to be rewarded.
I have a question for chat. Guys, what do you think is the current position of Norway in the standings? Of course, try to reply with what do you think it is without checking any results, and put the number in the chat. I will check out and see if you are right.
Right. Yeah, by the way, dear viewers, we are, of course, watching what you're saying there. It's an absolute pleasure to have you there. You have interesting questions, insights. Don't hesitate to ask them, right? Yeah, it's always a pleasure to see your insights, because Alessia and me, we are reading what you're saying there.
Yeah, exactly. And I see many are trying, but very few are right. Generally, saying a few words about Team Norway, unfortunately for Magnus Carlsen, he is having a very good performance. He has 5.5 out of 6. He just made 1 draw and won all the remaining game, but his other team members are not having the best of the tournament. They are especially Ammer and Christensen are not having the best of the performance. And so this gets hard in a team event, of course. But yesterday, finally, Norway won the match, and so maybe it's the beginning of their comeback.
Right, and here Magnus is doing all right. He has set up some kind of a Morozzi bind, and Black is clearly hinting towards getting the pawn on e4, maybe even push d5 at some point. But I like White's possession. I mean, f3 feels very natural, and I'm not sure why Magnus is spending even time here, because f3 is something you want to play immediately unless he's thinking a bit deeper. Alessia, you said something about Anisha's game. You wanted to show it next. Do you think we jump into it now?
I think that it's time to hit a break, and we'll jump to Anish Giri just after it. So guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to see the king of draws right after this break. See you soon. Stay tuned.
Okay, we're ready for a small press conference.
It is something that has never happened anywhere in the world before. To have correctional facilities all around the world playing at once in a chess tournament.
Armenia is very proud to participate in this tremendous event. It will be an honor for us to be part of any of your future undertakings.
Last year, we organized the first international intercontinental online championship for prisoners. It was 31 countries participating, 40 teams, 5 female teams.
I know, without naming the country, that some maximum security facilities where prisoners could not be more than one in a room.
Before I met him, I would never thought people do that. I think, yeah, it's chess competitions, but all over the world, online, throughout the jails, playing against each other, that's a whole different thing Like, he opened that up.
There was an incredible level of anxiousness that was neat, that reminded you of how athletes would be before the big game, before the kickoff.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section, Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, Dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Welcome back to the Olympiad 2022. I'm Alessia Santermo, Weebed FINE Master from Italy, and I'm here today with Grandmaster Arthur Nixon.
Yeah, hello, Alessia.
Hello, Arthur. Well, hello back. Namaste.
Namaste. Yeah, let's go to the Anisha's game, right? I think this is what you have prepared for us.
Absolutely. And I think that in this position, I like always to count pawns, and I say 6 for black, 5 for white. What happened there?
Wow. So what is this? This is something extremely sharp. What he sacrificed the pawn. Can you just do it something like 10 seconds? 10 seconds, just browsing through from the opening. I mean, I'm slightly curious. Obviously, we don't really want to go very much in detail.
Yeah, absolutely. So this seemed like a normal opening, And now
like etc.
yeah, okay. You want to go fast, okay?
Yeah. I want to see how do you get this position? Okay. Yeah, the common pawn sacrifice. Yeah. White is aiming for some sort of a kingside attack. Yeah, this is common stuff. Getting space. The pawn on d4 is seemingly not very important. And there you go. Yeah, f5. Okay. So queen e4 was the threat. So on each sacrifice the pawn to accelerate his kingside attack. So black feels that he has to respond with something like f5. And this gives white plenty of targets at the king side. This is how they got here. Now I understand. So on each sacrifice a pawn, I love his piece placement. Look at white's minor pieces, right? The bishop on f4, knight on f3, bishop on d3 look really good. I guess knight b to d2, knight e4 could be also in the cards. Maybe h4, knight g5. Looks pretty okay.
Yeah, there are 2 strong bishops at the center of the board. Especially this bishop on e4 is having really a nice control over all the board. It's spinning the knight on c6 and also looking at the pawn on h7. So we might see some aggressive idea here. What could be black next move?
Right, bishop e4 is not what I expected, but like you said, Alessia, indeed, I think the idea is to go after the pawn on h7, the queen d3. Maybe knight c1, knight d3 is his idea. Maybe Anish is thinking deeper, because the knight on b3 is not doing much, and you want to have a harmonious feeling that every single piece is contributing something to your position. The knight on b3 doesn't do a lot. So I would think that this is like first move of bigger plan. So it's not only, probably not queen d3, probably knight c1, knight d3. Yeah, that would be my guess. And now the question is how black is going to respond to the pin, right? The pin is slightly annoying. My first choice, what I would consider, can I play queen b6, right? But queen b6 makes me incredibly cautious because I'm removing the queen from the defense. It goes away from the king side. So you already start to look at ideas like maybe knight g5 or h4, knight g5. And you might regret having positioning the queen on b6 to protect the bishop on b7, leaving the king slightly more vulnerable.
Poor king. In defense of Anish Giri, I see many trolls in the chat calling him Dronish Giri. is actually playing a super interesting position and is sacrificed a pawn in order to fight for an attack and for this position is dynamic, no? Is exactly what dynamic position would be. There is a piece activity, there are some idea to attack, but on the short term, Anish Giri is a pawn down.
Right, and like you said, Anish is playing a very interesting dynamic chess here. I mean, sure, right. I mean, he was perhaps slightly recognized as more positional player, sometimes not bringing a lot of excitement, but you see that Anish is getting a lot of interesting games going on here. The first top two games which jump to my mind is his amazing exchange sacrifices against Eric Carlsen. Then the next round, Badur Jabava. Okay, they were maybe pretty simple for Grandmaster standards, right? I'm looking from the Grandmaster's perspective, but still very beautiful, eye-pleasing. And Anish is definitely not playing a boring chess here. I love what he's doing.
I agree. I just read a comment from the chat that he said, I also call him King of Draws, but I didn't say that I'm not a troll as well. So yeah, you're right. I'm also a troll. By the way, Anish Giri is the leader by far of the Netherlands team, but it's not the only one. You know, there are so many strong players that are also supporting Anish and what is he doing in this Olympiad. And now we are about to see the full team competition, all the other players that are playing. In the meantime, these are the live camera exactly from the feeds of the playing goal. But we are ready. Let's go, Team Netherlands.
Sometimes the fan favorites are actually just favorites. Team Netherlands is packed with celebrated streamers and creators and is also a top 10 seed in the open event. Few have more fans, especially in India, than the Dutch top board, Anish Giri. Long and elite grandmaster, Giri is hugely popular in India. He regularly features top Indian players and creators like Vidit Gujarati and Sagar Shah on his YouTube channel and joins their streams as well. Holding down boards 2 and 5 respectively are the 2016 and the reigning Dutch champions. Jordan van Foreest is now 23, but became Dutch champion way back in 2016. Max Warmerdam is a year younger at 22 and holds the current title of Dutch chess champion. Also a streamer, Van Foreest is a second to world champion Magnus Carlsen, while Warmerdam has been a second for Giri. Though young, both have invaluable experience preparing for elite events like the Olympiad. Another second for Anish Giri, Erwin Lamy is a popular author and a strong grandmaster. Lamy and Giri are winners of the prestigious Reykjavik Open. Filling in the fourth board is Benjamin Buck, a former Chess.com streamer of the month. Together, the Dutch team is a tough match on paper for any opponent, but Olympiad squads with positive team chemistry often overperform, and perhaps no team has stronger chemistry. These competitors have been working together for a long time, and their many fans would be thrilled to see their excellent team spirit translate into a gold medal.
We're back, and I think it's time to go through the Netherlands team. Let's go to board 2. We have Van Foreest versus Berkens. What is happening here? We have a position where many pieces got already exchanged. White has the bishop here, and black has a small problem here. These pawns, look at this. F5 is a bit weak, C5 is a bit weak, and A7. We define that black has here 3 pawn islands. So there are actually 4 pawn islands. There is 1 pawn alone on H7, and there are these 3 pawns connected, one other island here and one other island here. Instead, white has such a safe L3 pawn structure with just 2 pawn islands here on the king side and queen side. What's your idea about this position, evaluation?
I think without a question, white is better. The question is how much. Like you said, Alessia, white has a healthier pawn structure, just 2 pawn islands against 3 or 4. Technically it's 4, right? So 4 pawn islands and 2 bishops. Also, it helps. And the knight on c4 is positioned wonderfully because it blocks the c5 pawn, defends the pawn on b2, bishop on d2. So now the question is how white is going to capitalize on that, because clearly the knight on b4 is causing some annoyance. If I want to play rook a to c1, the pawn on a2 is under attack, and I'm thinking, can I play a3? a3 would be the obvious choice for me. And now, after knight c2, I guess, rook c1, knight e4. And now you start to wonder, maybe the knight on b4 wasn't actually so bad, right? I mean, maybe the knight on d4 is causing me more annoyance because the pawn on e2 is under attack, and also knight b3 might be a problem. So maybe this is not the way to go. But again, I think you want to push away the knight from b4 somehow, be pretty smart. So let's go back to the starting position. And instead of a3, my apologies, not starting position, but the current position, right? So here after c5, maybe you just play something like rook fc1. Protect the pawn on a2. Protect against
the idea
knight c2.
Of doing a3 next, no?
Yeah, exactly. a3, e3. This could be the idea. So I think here white is doing really well. And whatever black chose in the opening, I don't think this has led him to the equality. So there's that.
Then it's time to move to Benjamin Bach. I call him the friend of Hikaru, you know, after their intense collaboration during the candidates tournament. He's playing today against Banush Thomas from Hungary. And that's the current position. I see immediately a knight on g5. Probably the knight will be supported by the queen sooner or later. Queen h5 seems like a reasonable move here, threatening mate in one. And white is also attacking the pawn on e4. The material at the moment is equal, but will the material still be equal after the next move by white?
Well, clearly black is in trouble. Whatever happened before in the last couple of moves, something was miscalculated, because knight e4 is an issue, and I think if white really wants to do it, he can already take the pawn.
Black played here the move knight e4, which maybe then was a mistake. This order of moves, because this is all forced. After knight g5, knight c6 was played, and now there are some trouble.
Why would you want to do that, by the way? I don't understand, because the position is not so bad. Now, queen h5 is a move, like you pointed out. Knight g to e4 just wins a pawn on the spot. There's no compensation. I mean, there's no compensation for the pawn. Again, this knight e4, we go back to this moment for a moment.
Yes.
I mean, I'm surprised, to be honest. I think he just miscalculated something. Maybe he missed knight g5 completely. So after knight e4, maybe his idea was that after bishop e4, d takes on e4, the only move is knight e2. And then you play 5. Yeah, you're sort of happy. I'm not really sure about that, if he's really happy, but maybe. Knight c4 is still a problem, getting to e5 square.
And after this, how terrible is the move? f5 is just leaving a pawn hanging on e6.
Yeah, and it's dropping an exchange and a pawn at the same time. So it's just bad. I don't understand, really. So sometimes this happens at a professional level. You just have some glitch, you know, some short circuit. Something goes off, and then you just look at the positions of what did I do, right? It's like this yesterday's crazy moment of Samuel Shanklin, yeah? You touch something like king c2. Trust me, it's never, ever going to happen in Sam's career, ever. It's just something just unexplainable happens. The hand makes the move, etc. So here again, I know Tamash very good, yeah? So he's my teammate in Denmark. We met him briefly in Biel a couple of weeks ago. He was playing there. Also together with Victor Erdos, who is also here in the Olympiad playing for the national team. And I'm surprised. Yeah. So knight e4 is just collecting the pawn, and I think that also from Benjamin's part, it's like a big surprise. Like, why? What am I missing there, right? What's something wrong? Am I missing something? Yes, of course he collected the pawn for no compensation, and now black has to try to hold it.
So Giri as a position that is pretty balanced. Second board, we said that Foreest is having trouble. Benjamin Bach is having a very good, promising position with an extra pawn. So probably the fate of this match is in the end of board number 4.
Right.
Here we have Kantor, Grandmaster Kantor versus Grandmaster Warmerdam.
The battle of the youngsters, right? The young talents. And Max also is still young, and so is his opponent. This is really interesting, Alessia, because about the national teams, you see the strategy being employed between many players. I'm sorry, many federations, meaning they try to keep a healthy mix of the strongest players of the nation and some youngsters, because you want to test them at some point, because you have to think also ahead. Who is going to be representing our country in 10 years, right? You need to give the chance also for the younger generation, the big talent, to come forward and test them. And many teams do it like this. So the traditional formula is, let's say, 4 core members and there's 1 youngster. You give this guy a chance, right? And that's what I think we are seeing here, right? So again, you give a chance for the player to prove, and very often it pays off. And again, we mentioned this a couple of times. One of the most famous examples is Vladimir Kravnik's star performance in the 1992 Olympiad, where he was heavily pushed by to be included in the Russian team by Garry Kasparov, and it paid off, right? It was like a star moment for Kravnik, and later his career would just explode, right? And also for the young players, Olympiad is a perfect moment to step up and shine.
This position looks very balanced from a material point of view. We can see that Black is having the bishop here. White has a strong knight on e5. I think the queen on a4 is for now a bit out of the action. So maybe White will consider bringing the queen back. Maybe to c2 looks a possibility. What will be, what is White to move in this position? So what will be White's next move and the plan? A plan here for White. In which direction is White going to place his pieces?
Well, the conventional way to continue here is, again, the pawn structure, f2, e3, d4. It shows that you should be playing at the queen side. b4, b5, establish weakness on c6. That's the traditional way. And Black is supposed to do some kind of an attack at the king side. And I think this is what Warmerdam is doing. He played bishop e6. He pushed aggressively g5. Maybe knight g7. Maybe bishop d6 is next. Yeah, by the way, bishop d6 looks perfectly normal to me, activating the bishop. And then push for those pawns. And maybe, since Black has committed himself to g5, there could be a room for something like, at some point, f4, maybe. But first we need to protect the pawn on e3. Is it even possible?
That's I have a question for chat before seeing if how to protect the pawn on e3. Do you guys, would you prefer to play against a young, talented player, or would you prefer to play against an experienced but veteran grandmaster? And then Arthur, you will also tell me your opinion. To make it easy, 1, if you prefer to play against a young chess prodigy, and 2, if you prefer to play against a veteran grandmaster. Let us know. I say 2.
I have a very qualified opinion on that.
Oh, let me know.
So first, let's hear maybe what people are going to say.
Well, I think the opinion is a mix. There are 2. Toto is going with 1, Magnus with 2. Yeah, Li Chen with the 2. Yeah, it's like, it's like, yeah.
Can I give my opinion now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, let's put it this way. I think very often you don't know yet the real playing strength of the youngsters. So, for example, you're playing against a young star. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a star, just a young player. You don't know You don't know because his current rating, maybe it's not even showing his current strength, because the young players that tend to explode in terms of the growth very, very fast. And Gukesh has increased, for example, we're talking about Gukesh, right? He has increased about 100 rating points in the last year or so. What I'm saying here, we don't know his ceiling. We don't know the ceiling of every young player. So that's why they're unpredictable. They're usually much more dynamic players. And when I'm playing against older generation player, I already know what he's about, what to expect from him, right? He's still experienced. He knows what he's doing, but probably there's not going to be something super surprising coming from them. There's that. However, the veteran players obviously are more experienced. They better handle emotions, I believe, and they're better in end games. They're supposed to be better in end games, right? I mean, somewhere in the long term, this experience is quite critical.
And Erdos, I'm not so sure. Are you a chess veteran or are you a young chess prodigy?
Well, let's put it this way. Once one of the strongest Chinese grandmasters, Hua Ni, at age 30, he said, we have so many young talents in China, age 15, 16, etc. I'm a veteran. He said that at age 30. So what do you think? What do you want me to say?
I don't know.
Dinosaur. I don't know. I mean, clearly a veteran already.
Okay. Fair enough. I think the same. The knight went on d3. I don't understand this move, honestly.
Knight h3, I guess the idea is to escape from bishop d6. Maybe the knight on e5 is not doing so great anymore. Also, I think the knight on d3 allows white to push this b4, b5. So that the knight on d3, by the way, that's like a conventional
b4, b5, you mean?
b4, b5, yeah. That's like a general understanding. The knight on d3 in the Carlsen structure stands best, right? Because the knight on d3 protects the king side, it protects the queen side, it takes care of the center. It's just a great place to be for the knight.
It's multitasking.
All right. So do we maybe check another game?
Yeah, so I want to go shortly back to the top boards, but I have another question for the chat. I want you guys to let us know which match or which board we should watch. If you have a board that is super exciting, please let us know. We really care about your opinion and what you want to see. For now, I think I want personally to really see what is going on in the board between Caruana and Gukesh.
Yes, obviously one of the big matches of today, one of the best players in the world playing against a future of chess. I mean, I hope I'm not using too loud words, but I mean, everybody is super impressed by Dominguez's amazing performance so far. 7 out of 7. How often do you see it? We had this discussion earlier in the broadcast. Caruana is widely regarded as obviously not only one of the strongest players in the history of chess, but also responsible for amazing streak, 7 out of 7 in 2014 Field Cup, beating everybody in a row, including Magnus Carlsen, MVL, Topalov, you name it. I mean, everybody was playing there. He had 7 out of 7. Gukesh in the Olympiad has 7 out of 7. And guess what? He's playing today against Caruana.
Yeah, that's an amazing, it's like, you know, I don't know if karma exists, if karma doesn't exist, whatever. But sometimes we have some funny combination and some events are matching perfectly with each other. And we can tell those stories then. And today, that is the day. Caruana facing a super young prodigy. He is still a young chess prodigy, I would say, Gukesh. And on the live on the line rating list is like climbing like a crazy man. It's insane. He's taking so many positions, and it's about position number 25, I think, which is insane.
Right, and to remind you, Dominguez Gukesh is only 16 years old. I think this is sometimes that people forget, right? He's still very young, and I think this position has a potential to explode because quite typical to the Sicilian Rossolimo structures. This idea of f6, g5, h5 is a known plan to play g4, be aggressive. What I don't like is Gukesh's time management. 17 minutes for 20 moves. This is not great. So I think also Gukesh feels the importance of the game. You think he has no feelings, he has feelings, right? I mean, he's just a kid, right? And he has this amazing attention from the world, from entire India. Everybody's watching. And imagine yourself, you are going to the next round. There's something like 20 reporters making pictures of you. Cluck, 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 cluck. You know, it just gets to you. It also motivates you to play really good chess, but it's just so difficult. There's a lot of stress. And also, I think for Gukesh, he knows this is a very, very important game because he's playing against Caruana for the first time. I think he already should have figured it out that he's getting there for the elite. He's going to stay there. And that's why he wants to play the best chess possible. And when you have so many responsibilities for this game, you just feel so much nervousness, stress. And I think this is what we are seeing on the clock, right? So he's burning the time a little more than he should have.
I totally agree with you. I think all that is happening, the atmosphere there in Chennai makes it, even for Gukesh, very tough from an emotional point of view, because I think that he is very good in keeping the emotion under control. But this requires energy. He's on your, he's a teenager, is still unexperienced, and this is probably one of the first time he's facing is he facing for the first time Caruana, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know about any online games. Yeah, I can't account for them, any data Tuesdays, etc. But over the board, yeah, so it would seem the first time.
Yeah, that's impressive. So I want to say
one thing, I'm sorry, yeah. One thing is beating 26 congress, maybe a couple of 27 congress, and then you get one of the best players in the world with the black color. Right. This is a huge test for Gukesh.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy that in one of the BL tournaments, I've played a blitz game against Gukesh. And as I said yesterday, he's a very humble person. And even if he's so strong, he is still there. And today, he needs to prove that he can face any opponent. And the test is nothing less than Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. As my friend Ikaru would say, he needs today to keep the emotion and to literally do not care about any reporters, any photography, any shooting, the thousands of people that are watching this game today from India and from all over the world. The pressure is high, but this moment the pressure is actually on Caruana that needs to find a move. Arthurs, my question is, what is the next move of Fabiano Caruana?
Well, either going out to the pawn on c6 or knight c5. But the thing is, you just don't play knight c5 because you can play. I mean, black is going to respond with queen d5, and then what? You need to come up with a concept. When queen e2, by the way, is played,
queen
I guess
e2 is on the board.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, queen e2 is on the board with an idea that is hidden.
No, I think he's taking care of the g4 square somehow indirectly. So he's taking care of this kingside attack. He is slightly nervous about it. So let's say I push g4, a g4, maybe h takes, and something like
rook takes
I'm sorry. I'm hallucinating. I know I'm hallucinating. Right? No, that's ridiculous.
Can we get a glass of water, please?
No, I thought the rook is on g7 because in my mind I already had positioned the rook on g7 to put g4. So this queen e2 is like a general move. Maybe it's somehow applying extra pressure against. Maybe the idea is to play knight c5, knight e6, but he could have done it immediately. Okay, then I don't really understand it.
Maybe he wants to play g4 himself, but okay, he could have played it already.
He could have done it immediately. Okay, let's try to do it a bit backwards. So instead of I play queen e2, could I play knight c5?
Yeah, because maybe
Knight
then we
c5.
understand if there is something.
Right, queen
going
d5
on.
and knight e6.
Sorry, where is the queen going? On d5?
Yeah, sure. You want to position the queen in the center and knight e6. Maybe there's some problems here. Why he needs the queen on e2.
Oh, is it possible to play bishop takes, and then knight e3? Maybe? No, there is just rook
Maybe
takes
g4.
e3.
Bishop takes, knight takes, and g4. Bishop takes, rook takes, and g4. Maybe it's a waiting move. What Fabi played. Queen e2.
Oh, yeah, I see now the knight needs to move, and then the pawn on d4 is falling, and this is very painful for white. So the queen is not really well placed there, but doesn't change really much because the queen on e2 is not solving this problem. So still the idea is not completely clear here.
One thing why the best players in the world are the best, they know precisely at which moment to play how. It's not just making the best moves, right? I mean, all the respect to some of the greatest players in the history who said, I mean, all they believe in good moves. I don't think it's really so simple. And you have to choose the right moments to do what. Sometimes you need to play aggressive. Sometimes you need to play more careful. Sometimes you need to play a waiting move. And you feel those moments. You have a lot of experience behind you. And you feel maybe this move queen e2, it just has nothing to do with the position. Fabi perhaps feels that his opponent is nervous, that he's spending so much time, and maybe instead of forcing things, Fabi just makes some kind of, I mean, normal move, which comes with no threats, which is something that was not expected by his opponent. And again, he's thinking, right? Like here you see Gukesh is thinking, right? Every single move is extracting time. So I think he just passed the ball towards Dominguez, and he's saying like, I mean, what do you have in your mind, right? Queen e2 doesn't spoil anything. It's a smart choice by Fabi.
I think it's time to move on. I see some suggestions from the chat. I saw people writing, go watch Wesley So Dominguez game. They are super excited. So we'll get to both games. Let's start with Wesley So. Here we have an end game. There are many pieces that got exchanged, and I see many pawns hanging around. So there are two pawns that are like very weak here. Is black to move in this position? First of all, I like always to count them. So black is having 7 pawns, and white is also having 7 pawns. But this could change very quickly. Pawns are like pins, you know? They might fall one after each other. And the first obvious move that I might consider here is rook c2 check.
And who is to move again?
It's black to move. I like the move rook c2, you know, giving a check and maybe taking all the pawns there on the second rank.
Whatever Wesley did in the opening, it did not work. So we had this glimpse on the opening phase. I think he simply mixed up something. He mixed up some plans. He allowed the opponent to carry out this in the opening phase. Just very quickly show this critical moment again. When Prague played b4, can you go down right after the opening, b4, d5? Right here. So Wesley misplayed something. Mishandled something. So this e5, a move before, was amazing choice. Continue by b4. Yeah, right here. e5, great move. Bishop e3, b4. And the next move is d5. And apparently Wesley, which is not very common for him with the white color, mishandled things. I think so, because black just gets a great position. And now after whatever happened, knight e5, he takes on d5, black is totally fine. So then we go back to the current position. Here, Wesley needs to be careful.
Yeah, and rook c2 check was played, and now the king is on f3, and now I see really the pawn on b2 hanging, followed by the pawn on a3. And black is actually having just one pawn that could be taken and is the pawn on d3. But I see that white pawns are by far much weaker than black pawns.
Monster bishop on e5. The rook on c2 is very active. So what you're supposed to do here now, of course, white can always take on g6 twice, but I think this trade is just exposing the white king, so let's not do that. Maybe something like rook f2 is required here.
Well, it's black to move, so I think black is going to capture the pawn now.
Yeah, I'm mixing up the order most all the time. Right. Maybe that, yeah, they just take on b2. Just take on b2.
Yeah, and then maybe rook f2 then.
Right, right.
For example, let's put it on the board. Rook take b2. I think it's the obvious move is happening. So there could be two possibilities. You know, either rook d2 or rook f2, trying to challenge the super strong, powerful Gukesh rook on the second rank.
Right. Either way, Frog is doing wonderful. What's happening on some other boards of USA against
yeah, we should go to Dominguez. What is happening here? Chat was saying, let's go Dominguez, Dominguez. I want to see what is happening. This is the current position. It's a crazy attack on both sides. Here we have opposite side castling. And this is a race. Who will get the opponent's king first?
94, this happened? Wow. This is a piece sacrifice? Is it just a second? Can you give a last move?
Well,
Last
the knight
move
was
for
on b3.
Oh.
Could go on c1, but it was shocking to see that the knight went on d4, just hanging.
This is the move you don't want to see for black. I mean, when you're playing a4, you're hoping that white is going to respond knight c1. You're hoping deep inside. And when your opponent with white, I'm talking now from Dominguez's perspective, he plays knight e4, it's like, uh-oh. It just feels not very good. So what happens after the trade? Just a second. Let's try to figure it out. Let's say we take on d4. Obviously, pieces under attack. We could take it. Is there some killing attack?
How do we take back? With the bishop or with the knight?
I don't know. Can't immediately tell.
Yeah, that's
Maybe...
a question. Because could be, I see one idea. Now, if you take with the bishop, you want to take away this knight. And then, or maybe play the move e5, and then play rook h5, bishop h7, and maybe there are very powerful discovery check. But also if you take with the knight, then okay, you're not playing the move e5, but you could take on e6. And then there are so many ideas.
I mean, both moves look good. Immediately, I don't think it's even possible for us to jump in and say, hey, listen, you have to play bishop d4, right? But knight e4 definitely makes sense because you're including the knight in the attack. Bishop d4 makes sense because you open yourself to ideas of rook g7. For example, let's play bishop d4 on the board. Well, let's say black is completely oblivious. He does something like a3, whatever, right? He's completely not recognizing the threats. Now, there might be rook g7.
Yay, rook g7.
Right.
Oh my god. And after king takes, the other rook is joining. And
Exactly.
where's the king going?
Exactly. So king h7, e5 check, discover check. This is curtains. That's it. I mean, every single wise piece is attacking the black king. So, of course, this is not going to happen. But just to illustrate the possibilities, something like this along the way might be possible.
Yeah, I don't know you, Erdos, but I'm always super excited when something like rook takes g7 is on the board. Of course, chess.com would immediately mark this move as brilliant. And things like this are what makes chess so beautiful. And it's always exciting to watch.
Right. So bishop d4 is looking good. It opens the queen. And I have a gut feeling black gonna do it. Maybe bishop c5. Try to kill the bishop. I could still sacrifice the rook, by the way. So bishop c5, I try to kill the bishop.
can still go, because if bishop take d4, there is just an immediate checkmate on h6.
It's the same.
So
yeah, it's the same shot. So that looks incredibly risky, which leaves us to the moment that black is not obliged to take a piece. So that's why here I think Dominguez is like, right? You try to calculate that.
Arthur,
Well,
can you make me
is-
a live reaction? Imagine that you are in this position with the black pieces, and then your opponent makes the move knight d4. I would honestly have a pretty strong live reaction. What would be yours?
You don't play a4 and expect knight e4. I think it's pretty illogical. You play a4 to push away the knight away, not closer to the center. Otherwise, a4 makes no sense, which leaves me with a thought. Maybe this was missed by Linear.
Honestly, if I would be at the chessboard, I would look like this and then go back and jump out of my chair.
But instinctively, Alessia, when your opponent executes something like this, you have a gut feeling he's right. There's, the gut feeling, because when a very strong opponent plays against you, something like this, like knight e4, you have a feeling, oh, I missed this, right? So if he plays it, clearly he has calculated this. Of course, you're going to try to check him, you're going to try to calculate everything, but you feel he's right? So now the question is what Dominguez is supposed to do. So taking it on d4 looks incredibly risky, but yeah, now a4 is like a big question mark, because you just push the knight closer to the attack. How to minimize the damage? How?
Yeah, it's really tough. Can you play, I don't know, maybe bishop c5?
Yeah, bishop c5, that will be also one of my choices. Try to kill the attacking pieces. So bishop c5, can we try to put on the board a little without a lot of analysis? So I'm going to take on e6.
Yep. F take.
F takes, and just double the rooks. It's quite clear that white is in the driving seat here, but black is not yet dead. Black is still alive, but the position is unpleasant, very unpleasant. Maybe white is simply at some point going to take on c5, snatch the pawn on b4 for free. And that's the consequences of a4.
What I'm thinking is that it looks from a visual perspective like black is about to also attack, he's about to play the move b3. On the other side, black has literally no piece to keep going with the attack. There is no piece that looks dangerous for white's king.
USA, to be honest, to miss a shot like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look also.
Very careful.
Let's have a look also at our Armenian game, so we have a full vision of what is happening in this match. Guys, is USA the team to beat, the huge favorite of this Olympiad 2022, going to lose against Indian 2? Right one, guys, if you think that USA will still manage to win somehow this match today. Or right two, if you think that India 2 is the favorite now and you think they will win this match.
How USA is going to win it again? I'm looking at this. All I see is that Armenia is worse. White has better pieces. Wesley So is worse in an endgame against Prague. Dominguez is in trouble against Sadhwani. So Caruana, who has had a tough tournament so far, he has to outperform Gukesh, who is 7 out of 7. How is United States going to win this? It's a very simple question. I start to look at the matches. All three results are possible here.
Absolutely. This endgame is equal from a material point of view, but in this position, is white to move, and I see that white is having some pressure. The pawn on a6 is terribly weak, and also all black pawns are so disconnected. No pawn is protecting another pawn. Those are doubled. This is isolated, and also this one is isolated. So it feels like in this position it might not be a big deal for white, but black is probably not gonna win this and never gonna win this.
No, black is never gonna win this. I mean, imagine any bishop d4, c takes on d4. Black is the one who is making the draw, so there's no secret about it. So it's white to move here, right? Let's say I play something like, rook d to a5, which is a very normal move. I attack the pawn, rook d to a5. Right. And let's say black tries to liquidate. Now you can move it on the board. I just want to show some ideas. And let's say black takes on d4. Yeah, c takes on d4, and rook c3. I'm trying to get a draw, trying to sell you the pawn on g6. Let me live.
You play king f2, just protecting and keeping.
Yeah, but king f2, there's rook f6, rook c2 check, etc. I'm aiming for this endgame. Rook 5 to a3. No, rook a3.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, rook a3. I just wanted to show this endgame. I'm not sure how accurate is this, but just to show black suffering here.
Rook a3, rook 5. Okay, whatever.
Rook, doesn't matter. Right. So you take it. This is very bad. Because black's pawn on a6 is an outside pass pawn, but look at the rooks. What's the difference? The white rook is very active. It's going to go rook a5.
Small rook.
Yeah, and this rook on e6 is not doing anything. So, of course, I mean, I don't think Aronian is going to go here, but even this endgame, it might appear at some point. King f2, king g3, king g4, or king f4. Those pawn on g6, g7, they're weaknesses. I don't think black can do this. So let's go back to the current position. Aronian can't really liquidate into a drawn endgame, and that's the problem. So if I play rook a5, rook c6, he cannot really take on d4. White is gonna bring the king closer. King f2, king e2, maybe rook a2 at some point to secure the second rank. Those g pawns, they're still weak. They're not gonna go anywhere.
It absolutely feels like Aronian needs to be here, protect his position, and wait for a good moment to try to liquidate and get into a rook endgame.
Exactly.
Hopefully could end up in a draw. So this doesn't look good. I mean, the only players that could win for Team USA is, as we said before, is Fabiano Caruana, as this position is looking like a real mess. We got some moves after we saw queen e2, and then we got queen d5, knight c3 attacking the queen goes back, now queen c4, pinning the rook, and after queen b7, d4, e6, and rook e1. This is the current position. Gut feeling, what do you think is better?
Well, one thing is clear. Fabi sees things are going wrong. I mean, you're playing a team event. You're paying attention to what is happening on other boards as well. I mean, you have to. It's not only like you rely on the captain. Captain says, listen, Fabi, you have to fight, right? Of course, he sees it. Everybody sees it. And I think they already estimate Lavon is worse. Maybe he's going to hold it. But you just ask this question, who is going to win? I mean, who is going to do the job? Because in the end, for the team to succeed, somebody has to win. So I think it's going to fall to Fabi. Because compared to all the boards, he has
the better position.
Yeah, he has a good position, right? There's something going on, and that's why I think that was pretty smart moment there by Gukesh. I'm not sure that was intentional or not. He offered the repetition. This entire sequence of knight c3, queen d5. Or was this a couple of months ago? The black queen was on d5. Yeah, it's like very often in high-level tournaments. Queen d7, knight a4, queen d5, knight c3. The players don't want to risk it. They agree to draw.
Yeah.
But of course, with so much expectation for this game, I don't think it would happen anyway. So Fabi, he's trying to somehow crash through.
In this position, my feeling is that, of course, white has a bit more space. But the risk involved in this position is that if you push too much and you open a position, then suddenly Black's bishops are going to be so strong and powerful. So on one way, you want to keep pushing, advancing. On the other side, you would like not to let Black's bishop activate. So this is scary.
Right, exactly.
All right, here we see on the screen, we see the live footage of exactly the match we are talking about. Team USA versus Team India. Now they are full board. As you can see, this is the match of the day. All the 8 players are sitting on the board, no matter who is the move to play. I see Iranian worried with an end, holding his head, looking at Caruana games and clearly hoping that...
Did you see Alessia the stare? I mean, they're like, Aronian is looking to the right, West is looking to the right. There's like an unwritten question. Come on, people, who is going to win this, right? And I can't help but feel that somehow yesterday's unfortunate incident in Shankland's game is affecting the team psychology. You know,
Yes.
I would be surprised because this is a team event, and if somebody is not really performing well, it affects the entire team. Fabi is struggling. Yesterday, also, Shankland had this huge drama in his game against Hovhannisyan, and having the burden of the team to beat in the Olympiad, being the big favorites, one of the strongest, if not the strongest team USA in the history of the Olympiads. It's a huge burden, and you feel the game is not going your way. I mean, you can crumble under the pressure.
Yeah, I agree. And a few moments ago, Aronian and Wesley So looked like in real life emoticon, the mod check. Do you know this emoticon looking to the right and to the left, looking for who is the player that will pull out a victory for Team USA? And yeah, it doesn't look clear to us.
Right. But let's not write down. I mean, let's not downplay USA chances, right? It's just what we are pointing out here is that Team USA is struggling. They've been struggling since the very start. They played tough matches. Yesterday, maybe they were slightly unlucky. It's not easy to carry the burden of the top seeded favorites because everybody is looking towards to play well against them, especially against Team USA. Because if you have a huge favorite in the tournament, everybody wants to beat you, right? I mean, it's like a challenge to everybody. So it's not going to be easy. It's
yeah, let's go. So if India 2 is performing so well at the moment, let's go to see what the main India is about to do. Today you're playing versus the number 1, the leader of the event, Armenia. And this is the situation of board 1, Sarkisyan versus Hare-Krishna. Sarkisyan has a bishop here in this endgame with 5 pawns per side. It seems like white is the favorite due to the bishop here, but is it a big deal? What do you think?
It's a very pleasant position to be in. That I can tell because white has no risk. And his pawn structure is better. I can easily see white pushing this to a victory, but still normally the outcome should be a draw.
So let's move to board number 2 then. We have Virat versus Grandmaster Melkumian. And well, we should update a bit this position. This is the current position. The position changed quite a lot. There is a knight on g3. At the moment, it's black to move, looking at the bishop on e2.
All right, so the position is extremely double-edged. The white knight is getting to e5. That is clear. And who is to move?
It's black to move.
All right. What if I play something like knight f to e4?
Yeah, this seems like a very normal move. Ooh, just as we speak, the move played. And guys, we saw it happening on the live camera feeds. Melkumian is playing a5 and then taking a big sip of water, finishing his battle, and now is standing up and going to take maybe another coffee and another bottle of water and saying, I'm here to stay and to fight still for a long time.
So the move a5 is understandable. He wants to bring the rook in the game. a5, I guess a3 is not what you want to do. a3 is going to open the file for the black rook. And if I play something like b5, what happens then? Maybe then you play knight e4. So that's the idea. So if white is going to play b5, I play knight e4, knight f2 e4. I push away the knight, and I just snatch the pawn on b5.
Ooh.
Either way, I think it's quite interesting to see Melkumian back in action, because yesterday he suffered this very beautiful loss against Wesley. So again, Wesley played a brilliant game. I don't want to take anything away from his beautiful rook takes on e4, queen f7 idea. It was very, very beautiful. But I'm talking now from the chess players, professional chess players perspective. I think for Melkumian to blunder that was embarrassing, to be honest, to miss it. Because again, you're playing against one of the best players in the world. And why is he giving away a piece against you, right? This e4 idea. Why? Why is he doing this? I don't know what happened there. Maybe his emotions got better of him. But what I want to say, even if he made this terrible mistake yesterday, he did play e4. He's back in action today.
We just saw on the live feeds camera a move by Vidit. He captured a pawn on a5. And then I saw what Melkumian did. He took a pawn that already captured, and now under the table is rolling the pawn. This is something that many chess players are using for something like an anti-stress. Some players are rolling pawns. Some players are just scrolling between two pawns. So what is your anti-stress trick, Erdos?
The body language... I think it shows that Caruana is very motivated. Vidit is not very happy. That's the impression I get, right? I mean, maybe it's just how Vidit Santosh Gurati always sits, I don't really know. But I have a feeling that Caruana is very much motivated after yesterday's terrible game for him. A terrible game against Wesley So. And talking about Team Armenia lineup, I think it's quite important to mention that Robert Hovhannisyan, who is playing board for Team Armenia, he is the reserve player, by the way. He is not in the top 4. But why they're not letting Emmanuel Petrosyan play? He stopped playing after 3 rounds. There's a very simple formula for success. Don't fix what's not broken. So it's quite clear. The current roster of Armenia, including Hovhannisyan on board 4, it's working. It's really working, right? And Hovhannisyan is on fire. He has 6 out of 7. Why fix it, right? So Melkumian probably, they had this discussion, I imagine, after yesterday's match. He was upset, pretty sure. He was blaming himself. How on earth did I play this e4, not expecting rook e4? Because these professionals, they're very hard on themselves, very critical, right? They always blame themselves. Why did I not miss it, etc. But they're back in action today, and
one thing I understand from Team Armenia is that yesterday, Melkumian had a terrible game, right? And many might expect, okay, Melkumian will rest today. But actually, many times when one player doesn't basically get a chance to play a game, because yesterday Melkumian didn't play a game. He saw a combination, he was wrong, and then he had a terrible position and he lost in a very quick way. So he basically didn't really fight for his game. And that's why today, and we see from how he's approaching, you see from the live feeds, how he has a dominant position at the chessboard, and he's telling that he's there and is there to fight and is there to prove that he will fight again for Team Armenia. And now he just captured a pawn with his rook. We see from the live feed a move happened. And this is a big fight.
I think Black is very close to take over the game. That's my gut feeling. So that's why also this posture of Melkumian, he wants to send some signal to the opponent. I'm here. I mean all business. So White has a weakness on a2. Knight e4 is incoming. The pawns on h4. The pawn on h4 cannot easily be bothered by White. Knight e5 is pretty, and that's it. I just protect the pawn on g6. I prefer black.
We will come back to this position a bit later. Now let's move to board 3. We have Tersalkian versus Grandmaster Erigaisi. And White seems to have turrets that want to lift towards the G file and attack the black king. What is happening here?
Not much, I think. I think that White is trying out some free, this is what they call, like, there's even a term in the poker language, free roll, right? Free roll in poker tournaments, meaning this means you enter a tournament by paying no entry fee. Free roll here, I would say that White is trying for free some kind of an attack at the king side. So he has the rook on e5, rook on e3. Also, all of the other pieces are positioned towards the king, but I just don't see how to crash through. So black is going to play something like g6, and most likely with rook f8, d5, rook d5, trade away those attacking pieces.
Yeah, and what it feels, mostly, you don't want to push the pawn in front of your king. But honestly, every time you create a weakness, you need to ask yourself, is this a real weakness? And you need to see if there is any way to pull out an attack. Actually, the way I'm speaking, I'm seeing an interesting idea. Isn't something like queen h6 and rook h5 a possibility?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe not g6 even right away, but this rook h5, is there even a mate, to be honest?
I mean, queen h6 first.
Queen h6, okay. And I play rook d5. That's the idea. I want to trade off your attacking pieces. So, I mean, I played these positions from the White's perspective. You make sort of the facial impression that you're trying to do something, but normally there's nothing.
Mm-hmm. All right, then we should see the last board. What is going on? So we have full impression of this match. We have another endgame, but this time, if I count the pawn, also this time is equal. But there are some differences. I see black having 2 passed and supported pawn. The pawn on the A file and the pawn on the C file. Also, White has some weak pawn. My gut feeling is that I would prefer playing with black here.
Right. I think you're right. If we simply look at the position, White's pawn majority at the king side does not matter. Those 3 pawns against 2 pawns, they're not going anywhere. So, okay, black has some weaknesses on f6, h6, so be it. The d pawn, passed pawn, is not going anywhere. It's really simple. Now, the next question is, how do you push forward the d pawn, and how do you remove the knight from d7? I'm open to suggestions, really. I don't see. Maybe knight d5, knight b6, having the rook on d1, and then push d7. Yeah, maybe there's some tricks like this, right? Rook d1, knight e5, knight b6, d7. Okay, maybe. But it's difficult for White to make a progress. And then you look at black's position. Black has 2 passed pawns on the queen side. They're not blocked. They're very much rolling forward. So maybe rook b4, maybe rook a2, a4, a3. I also choose black.
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems like this match is still going to be decided. You know what, Arthurs? We are approaching the moment where time travel is about to arrive into action. So we will take a break because we don't want to miss any moment of the tie break where some blunders could happen, some position could have a turning point. So we will take a short break and be back for the most exciting moment of round 8. Don't go anywhere and see you soon.
That's one of my goals with chess. More people play chess than
breakdown.
Those that play football. Like millions of people play chess around the world. So why not, like, why isn't it more mainstream in terms of like pop culture and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
So that's one of my goals with chess, just to make it to where people actually enjoy watching chess and being a part of the chess community.
Chess.com is proud to announce the fall 2022 and spring 2023 Collegiate Chess League seasons in partnership with NACE Star League. So make sure to sign up to represent your school in the Premier Chess League for college students.
And now we are back with the Chess Olympiad. We have a result, ladies and gentlemen. Wesley So against Praggnanandhaa ended up in a draw. Let's see what happened. We were at this position. The pawn on b2 got captured. And then, as predicted by Arthur, rook f2 is on the board. White is hoping to exchange the super strong black piece here on the second rank. The rook got exchanged. And then there are many pieces getting falling. Pawn on f5, the pawn on a7, then rook a8, the bishop goes back, also the pawn on a2 is falling, rook take d3, and now the rook goes back to a8. After bishop d2 attacking the pawn on b4, rook b8, obvious move protecting. Now white played the move king to e2, rook b5, rook f3, rook take d5, and bishop take b4. This was the final move of the game. Why did they agree in a draw?
Well, either way, I get a feeling that Pragg could have got more, because this entire sequence of rook a8, rook b8, I mean, suddenly starting to care about the pawn on b4, felt a bit too passive, but still, anyway, draw is agreed. I think Wesley should be slightly happy, because he was having simply worse position. I mean, down a pawn with a questionable compensation. But I think the overall picture of Team USA is that they're definitely struggling, because right now I'm also looking at Fabi's position. He's worse. Lanier was in trouble. Aronian is worse, right? And so far, I think we might be witnessing a huge upset. I mean, some people believed it. Some did believe that USA is going to prevail. For the moment, at least for me, it looks like Team India, too, are getting the best of Team USA.
Yeah, honestly, I asked Chad before if they were going to think that USA or Team India was going to win. And there were thousands of twos here in the chat. So I think the chat is believing that India too will have the best today.
Well, I think everything is going to be decided in time trouble, right? Don't matter what is the current position. Time trouble, scramble very often changes the course of the game dramatically. So a lot of action ahead. Alessia, where do you want to go next from here?
Yeah, before going next, I want to say I read a comment in the chat that says, well, Fabi is avoiding draw. Of course, he's worse. I think that actually that's true in a way. You know, if you want to, as you said before, you know, if you want to win a game, you have to take some risk at some point. If not, the position is just too balanced. And probably Fabi checked the other board and said, guys, either I do the job here, the dirty job here, or nobody's gonna make it. And so he's probably, you know, going for it. But guys, it's time to go to the women's section in the top boards because something exciting is also going on there. Should we go to the let's go to what is happening in the Muzishuks. Let's say Muzishuk sister. We have an end game.
Top match of the women's section. I mean, Team India, the sole leader of the women's tournament so far, 7 victories out of 7. Team Ukraine is looking to catch them up.
Absolutely. We have this end game that looks honestly pretty stable, no? 4 pawns, a queen and a rook. Probably this is not the emotion that we want to see, but we have a result. We have Tanya Sanchev versus Buska Natalia versus Tanya Sanchev ended up in a draw. Was there a repetition? I think so. Yeah, look at this. The queen was just trapped basically on the A file, and so black couldn't do anything rather than repeat moves.
All right. One draw is on the board.
Second board, we have Anna Muzishuk versus Arika Dronavali, and we have this opposite color bishop endgame. What is happening here?
Should be a draw because we see the opposite color bishops on the board, and even if I would remove the B pawn for white, which we are not going to do, white would still have very good chances to draw because in opposite color bishops, if you block those passed pawns at a center, the C pawn and D pawn, meaning I put the bishop on D4, it could be very difficult to make a progress. Still, I mean, that being said, black is in the charge, right? She's the one who is trying to do something here. So from the Team Ukraine's perspective, white has not done the job because in the team event, usually the team strategy is that white is trying to win, black is trying to draw. So fourth board for Team Ukraine with the white color already made a draw, and here Anna, that's Anna, right? Yeah, Anna is also struggling with the white color. She's trying to make a draw, and that makes, again, I think India favorites, but of course we have to check the other boards.
Yes, and let's do a shout out to Arika that is playing and she's pregnant, you know. So she's is this cheating if you play with two persons at the same time?
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm the wrong person to answer that. I don't really know, but it's pretty amazing, right? Shows the commitment to the team that it's really important to be there for the first ever Olympiad in India, Chennai. This is a very, very important thing for Indian chess.
So if all the other boards are balanced and probably might end up in a draw, yesterday we saw an incredible victory in a rook endgame by Vaishali. And today we have another rook endgame. And in this position, I see that white has the better pawn structure. Now the question is is the pawn on g5 folding, and is white having any way to take the pawn back?
This might be actually Ukraine's chance to get something going in this match, because if white is not really, a white color is not really working out here, like you said, a pawn on g5 is in trouble. What if I play something like rook h8? I just protect the pawn on h7.
Yeah, and then you say, okay, I protect my pawn, and your pawn is still in danger.
So we also got the word, an update from the open section that Levon Aronian has played a draw. This actually is good news for Team USA, because Team USA has managed so far escape two unpleasant endgames. I mean, Wesley saw against Prague, Levon Aronian also with black color against Sarin.
Do you think that the best one for USA is to actually go for a draw? Maybe. Maybe
so
they could try to draw all the games, you know? Wesley so made a draw. Now Aronian versus Nihal Sarin made a draw in this position. This is the current position.
And this is where they agreed to draw.
Yes. It seems like this is the position that we have.
That is really surprising. I would have played, but maybe what was in time trouble? Yeah, white had some time trouble issues. 2 minutes, although Sarin is a very fast player, one of the fastest players on the planet, I guess. He's widely regarded for his speed skills. Really surprised.
Okay,
a draw.
So if Nihal Sarin is not doing the job, will be Sadhwani doing the job against Grandmaster Dominguez here with the white pieces, with 4 pawns versus 2 pawns. So white is having 2 extra pawns, even if they are doubled. But I think the most critical thing here is the king security. The king on b1 is not feeling comfortable, but we can say the same things about the king on h8, that at the moment is protected by the knight and the rook, but this as a huge cost. Look at that, rook on g7 is so passive.
Yes, but again, if you look at it from a different perspective, I think Dominguez is doing fine after missing this knight e4 shot. So he didn't allow immediate attack to be carried out. Although he's down 2 pawns, they're double pawns. I mean, the b pawns, the h pawns, white has slightly weakened king. So I would say that this game can still go either way.
I think the hot game of the match is the Caruana versus Gukesh. Chat is getting crazy. Oh my god, Fabi. What did Fabi do? Fabi blundered. What happened here? After b take a5, rook take a5, Fabiano Caruana played the move, knight to c5, letting the white queen activate on d5. Then he played queen e2, avoiding the queen exchange, and now Gukesh captured the pawn on e3. Is Gukesh writing history today?
Well, he just gave up a pawn for nothing? Why?
Gukesh is clearly collecting the pawn and saying, okay, prove me the compensation. This rook is super active. White pieces are looking good at the moment, but at any moment, they could get exchange. For example, the only weak pawn that I see now in black field is a pawn on e6.
I think Fabi needs a rest there, really. I mean, I don't know how this game is going to finish, but he's struggling. He's definitely struggling, and something is not working for him. And of course, Gukesh is doing wonders, right? I mean, this is not Fabi, we know, right? Something is wrong. And of course, Gukesh is playing wonderful chess so far, but I have a feeling that Fabi is just self-collapsing. He gave up a pawn for nothing. Now, if you would go back something like, I don't know, 10 moves, while was still pressing, having this weakness on c6. And now suddenly, I don't know what happened. he tried to expand at queenside is b4, a4, b5, etc. And Gukesh centralized the pieces. I mean, making all the right moves, obviously. And now Fabi is in huge trouble. Huge trouble, right? I mean, he's down a pawn. And after the current last move, rook d1, what about something like rook f to a7? Right? You activate all your pieces. You want to play rook a2. Oh, wait, it drops the pawn on e6, right? But maybe I can sacrifice it. Knight x on e6, and there could be some tactical problems. Or maybe I just take... oh, wait, I cannot do that. But there could be something like... g4 is also not possible. Or what if I play rook a2? I'll ask the question where the queen is going to be positioned. It looks great for black, to be honest. All the pieces are positioned really harmoniously.
Let's say, okay, queen. You need to keep the queen protecting the knight. So queen e1 looks like the only move.
Right. Right. Obviously, Fabi needs to play on. Right. He sees the team is not doing great, and he decided to seek some chances. But you know, it will be, you know, I've seen this happen before, Alessia. I don't want to jinx anything. I've seen this happen before. It's especially in team win. You see, your team is doing badly, right? I mean, you ask the question, who's going to win it? Who's going to win it? Who's going to win it? I'm going to do it. Then you continue to play on. Then everybody saves their games, except you. Right? Except you, yeah. Who are the one who thought the team is doing badly and you have to do something. And in the end, the action turns against you.
And of course, Caruana had to take risks. He knew that this position is dangerous. But he had to take, it's a team event. You have to accept, even if things can go very wrong for you, but you need to try something for your team. So we are all here, you know, we have bar, we have engine, and it's easy for us to say, you know, that's a blunder. But from what is happening there on the board, sometimes these are necessary risks that you need to take in order to fight. And I'm sure Caruana knows, and maybe, as you said, he might regret later that he took all these risks if all the other boards are holding and securing a draw.
Rook a7 is on the board. I guess knight e6 can't be taken. There should be something hanging immediately.
And so what's the move for black? Because for white, because anyway, black is going to bring another rook on a2, and this is really not looking any good.
And this means also it sends news to Dominguez. I mean, it's quite interesting how this team psychology works. Now Dominguez is having a beat at Fabi's position. Like he's thinking, oh my goodness. I mean, where this is going, right? So Fabi's clearly suffering. I should try to beat my opponent down to pawns.
Yeah, but this is a bit an hard task here. I mean, look at this position. Well, he has this. The king is secure at least, you know. Just that this rook on g7 is right now really not playing. But maybe you can play something like rook g8 and then rook d8, and you start to say, okay, 2 pawns. Who cares if your king is weak?
Either way, no matter how do you spell it, Team USA is in trouble. The first real trouble. The first sign of the trouble was already yesterday when they were playing against Armenia. They somehow managed to escape from the trouble and were even set to win the match, if not for this unfortunate incident by Samuel Shankland hallucinating where black had positioned his queen. Now, this is the real danger, despite the fact that the result is 1-1, being the pre-tournament favorites. He has it stalled, and now you start to feel the pressure. Rook a7 is played on the board. Fabi's down to the last seconds that he has played the move. What did he play?
We can see the exact time when he played the move g4. Guys, we are at move 34. And there is 37 seconds. Caruana is not just in a very, very hard position, but he's also under serious pressure on the clock. He still needs to do 6 moves. Will he survive it?
So what happens after A-stage on G4? The obvious choice. I mean, obviously, White wants to push away the knight from F5, which is attacking the pawn on D4. There's something immediate. Maybe just knight G7, you know. I mean, I don't want to put the knight on G7. Looks incredibly passive. But maybe it's just good.
Yeah, the knight is even protecting the pawn on E6. So that's great.
Right. And talking about the time control, again, I think it's quite important to mention that the time control in this tournament is 90 minutes for 40 moves. And then they get extra 30 minutes after the 40th move. So here, the game of Caruana against Gukesh, the players are less than 5 minutes each. Fabi's down to the last minute. So here, White needs to make 5 moves and that get extra 30 minutes on the clock. Of course, plus 30 seconds for every main move.
And there are a few moves. As you predicted, the pawn on G4 was captured. And now Gukesh immediately went with the knight on H6. Putting pressure. He doesn't go on the defensive, but he goes always on the attacking side. Attacking the pawn on G4, so the rook needs to stay there where it is on E4.
Huge moment for the Olympiad, huge moment for Gukesh. I mean, this could have massive implications, not only for the overall standings, but also perhaps in Gukesh's career, because to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, the Mirage Gukesh, only 16 years old, he has 7 out of 7. He's playing against Fabi Caruana, one of the best players in the world, who, although he's struggling, is this 8 out of 8? Is he gonna pull a Gukesh? I mean, this is gonna be a new term, basically.
Absolutely, it's impressive. Look at the time situation. This is so scary. There are still 5 moves to go. I will switch shortly while Gukesh is taking some time to think to the Dominguez game, because this is really a hot topic now. It's Dominguez. Dominguez now also in huge time trouble. You see 32 seconds, 30 seconds, and he needs to play still 6 moves. This is now very dangerous. On the other side, the bishop got exchanged. And now the white king is just confined to the A file. If a rook is getting here and there is no way to protect with any pieces, that would be checkmate. So I see some kind of danger there.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I said. Also, Dominguez has some real chances here. He's not only thinking about how to escape the draw, he's thinking about how to extract more. And maybe this is also playing a role in Sadhwani's approach. He sees that Gukesh is doing really awesome. He's cheering for him, and maybe he's now trying to play a little bit more safe, not to risk it for the team. And I think Fabi is about 1 move to be completely collapsed, because I see there's something tactical already happening at the king side. Gukesh is about to make a move, and I wonder if he will go back to Gukesh's game. Can he push E5? E5, yeah. Bishop G4. Is this possibility? I mean, of course, it's highly tactical, because after E5, you need to calculate.
And E5 is on the board. We see the board big as ever. And we see the move E5 is there. Look at this. We have the board really huge on screen. We also see the time situation. Caruana has no time to think about this position. Is down on 23 seconds, 22. I saw his hand going up and down a couple of times already, because he was about to make a move, but then he had to rethink, and now time is down to
and he sacrificed a piece. He goes for it. I mean, Caruana tries to complicate the matters. He goes completely berserk at the king side, trying to seek his luck in a desperate counterattack. 95 is played on the board, but Gukesh expected it. Wow, what a game. You know, to be honest, I'm just out of words. I don't even understand what is happening here. How is this even possible? So rook takes on E5 is played.
Wow. And just 49 seconds.
45 seconds. So how do you move? I guess you remove the queen, right? Somewhere far away. but rook takes on g5 is a big threat. Queen d8 looks normal to me, and white is just down a piece. Maybe there's something even better.
And we are at move 38. There are 2 moves to go before we get to the time control. Additional time, 30 minutes.
This is history in the making. I mean, we are seeing a huge historical moment here. You don't see that very often. Yesterday, it was Wesley Sauce amazing second. Bishop takes a g4. I mean, look at this. Unbelievable. Is this even working?
It's incredible move attacking the queen on the rook. You don't care about defending. And now Caruana is under serious trouble.
The bar supports it. I mean, that's it. Bishop takes on g4 is actually doing the job, and that's it. If bishop g4 works, it's curtains for white. Fabi is going to lose another game with white, and this means Team India too is securing at least a draw against Team USA, with Sadhwani playing 2 extra pawns against Dominguez. I mean, unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And now Caruana is down to 5 seconds, and he played the move queen to d2 just with 4 seconds remaining. What will be the next Gukesh move?
Maybe just remove the queen. Could I do that somewhere? Because there's no mate. I mean, look at it. There's rook g5, queen g5. It's just bishop g7, rook g7. There's no mate. And Gukesh has 4 minutes on the clock. All he needs to do is keep his calm. I mean,
can you play queen f3 and then bishop h3 and you are the one giving mate, and queen f3 is on the board played by Gukesh. Oh my God, he's about to give checkmate.
Queen f3, yeah, you're right, yeah. Bishop h3, that's it, 1 check on g5. I think if nothing dramatically is going to happen, 1 check on g5, bishop g7, that's resignation right there, right? Of course, Fabi is going to try to trick his opponent, but 40 moves, you get extra 30 minutes on the clock.
Fabi has 10 seconds. And now he's taking on g5, giving a check, but now the king will move, or the king will be covered by any piece. We will see how Gukesh is going to protect the check.
Just bishop g7, no? That looks pretty obvious to me. Or rook g7 looks very good. Extra piece for black.
Extra piece, and not just that.
Fabi. I feel for Fabi, you know, I'm super excited for Gukesh. I'm super excited. I'm very happy for him, but I can't help but feel so sad for Fabi because he knows he's struggling. I just can't do anything about it. His opponent is so strong here today.
7 is on the board.
And that's it. They're out of the first time control.
Wow. This is insane. The problem is that in this situation, the position that arises after the 40 moves is insane.
8 out of 8? Are you kidding me? And you are doing this against Fabi Caruana with the black color. First time he's playing against one of the super elite Fabi. I mean, clearly he's suffering, but still, I mean, come on. 8 out of 8?
Are we going to see an end shake? What do you think?
I think Fabi is in a complete shock here. So, I mean, at the same time, obviously, he is in shock. He's disgusted with his play. I think he just, he's going to spend here something like 5-10 minutes, try to figure out how on earth did I get here? What is happening to me? Right?
All right, let's go back to the Dominguez game. Let's see if there is any chance for Team US to get something out of this match. Dominguez need probably to pull out a victory here. Is it an easy task? For sure not. We are at move 38. Both players are in serious time trouble, down to less than 1 minute for both players. It's white to move in this position. What do you think will be the next move?
I think if I'm white, I'm seeing that Fabi is winning. I assume that by now Sadhwani has the information that his countryman Gukesh is going to do it. He's going to do the unthinkable. And now his sole focus is don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. Of course, as much as I want to win the game against Dominguez, the team result is the priority. Who would have thought before the match that Team India, second team, has actually a chance against Team USA? Of course, everybody was dreaming that they might do it. They're super talented. But I mean, come on, this is Team USA we're talking about here, right? And they're here. They're on the verge to beat USA.
Yeah, absolutely. We have GMS in chat that is putting there a very interesting topic that sometimes losses in team events are more on the team rather than on an individual player. Because of course, we saw that Caruana was in a very tough situation because we saw that his teammates, Iranian, and were having really a super tough position. And Wesley So and Iranian. So he had to take unnecessary risk there. And you know, then we see what happens. Caruana is still playing, is still thinking, but we know
he's
that
just waiting. I think he's just waiting for the opponent to arrive at the board. I saw a glimpse. He looked on the left. This is some kind of a black streak for Fabi. I mean, it started in the candidates in the second half. Remember, he was doing really so well. He was chasing Jan Nepomniachtchi, and then something happened. I don't know what happened. Some kind of a black streak. And with this, I think it's already quite certain to say that Fabi is losing. There is just no way coming back from this. He's down a piece. The king is exposed. There's no attack, no nothing. You see, again, he's not even thinking about the game. He's waiting just to stop this agony. And whatever happened in the candidates, it's just a nightmare. A nightmare for Fabi, a nightmare for Team USA. I think we might just see a resignation right here.
Gukesh is back on the board. And in the meantime, we have a shocking move happening on the board. Knight to d5 at move 40 is the move played by Dominguez, attacking the knight, the queen, and the rook. What is happening here? Queen e5 check, played on spot.
And Dominguez is also in trouble, right? So he saw that what Fabiano is in trouble. He tried to complicate matters, and his own king is exposed. 40th move is definitely the worst moment when you can make a mistake, which is notoriously known as the moment when a lot of blunders are made. So Team USA at the moment is looking 1-3 defeat.
Yeah, this is super, super, super incredible. We reach now the move 40. In the meantime, Caruana is still sitting there at the board, and he still didn't take the decision to resign or to keep playing. But it doesn't seem, he is looking around, and it doesn't seem like we will see any more move. In the meantime, I think the obvious move is to move this king back. What is white next move here? Why is the bar completely white today?
I think it's a killing attack. Most likely, there should be something immediately crushing through. Because you look at the position, knight f4 is not a threat. I mean, the queen on a5 is under attack. So you can't do that. Maybe just the rook f7 or rook g6 is just killing the game on the spot. Maybe just rook g4, doubling the rooks on the g file, take on g6, because the white king is secure. There's nothing happening.
And the bad news is that now white has all the time to figure out what to do on the board. Gukesh has left the board one more time. He gave Caruana the chance to shake hands. He came back on the board. He sat down for a few minutes, but then he went back again. Caruana
well, poor Fabi. I feel for him. I really do. You know, I think everybody has been there. In this moment, when you're playing, you just don't feel the rhythm anymore. Something is off with the game, and I think this is where Fabi is right now. He's just in total disbelief. Just cannot recognize himself, right? I mean, he lost with white against Abdusatorov here in the Olympiad. He lost, or he's gonna lose with white against Gukesh. So many losses with a white color. He's definitely not in a good shape.
Seems that everything started once in the second half of the candidates tournament, when he realized that probably Nepo was winning one more time. And look at this, guys. The India side is completely empty. Dominguez was looking towards Caruana. Now Caruana is looking towards Dominguez. And
that's
probably...
like a total disbelief for both of them. But again, I mean, these warning bells started to ring already before. And that's it. He resigns. He resigns. Gukesh makes history. 8 out of 8.
I think he made a move.
Oh, Oh my goodness, no, I know it's wrong, no? It looked like he extended the hand. That's awkward. He made a move. Okay.
He made a move. He made a move.
No, but okay, this game's gonna finish. This game is gonna finish anyway. Very soon.
What is the move? What is the move?
No,
Yeah,
false alert, Fabi's still playing. My apologies.
Oh, there is Anish looking. Look at this, Anish Giri is on the. Have you seen, guys? There was Anish Giri looking and say hello, hello. Now he just walk away. I don't know if he was smirking in any way, but he was watching there, and he just had a quick look to realize what is about to happen today in the big match between Team USA and Team India too.
And you know, talking about Gukesh, I'm pretty sure that he's right now looking for the forced mate. Because there was this very funny game in the Beal Chess Festival when Gukesh was playing against Kwang Liem. And I was doing the commentary together with his countryman Surya Ganguly. And we were watching his game. And Gukesh outplayed Kwang Liem with a black collar. Amazing game. And then he has a chance to liquidate, just to trade off some pieces, get an extra piece in the endgame. That's it. I mean, I'm looking at the position, I'm wondering, why on earth is he not trading queens? I mean, just takes a piece. Ganguly is wondering, why on earth is he not trading queens? And then we start to suspect that Gukesh is looking for the fastest checkmate. So it's like a mathematical problem to him. Of course, I mean, normally what we would do, we would just trade off everything, simplify to a position which we know is for sure is winning. But for Domarajo, this is different. I think he treats the position like this is a mathematical problem that there should be some kind of a best solution to it, right? So maybe here after Rook E1, he's not even looking for a simpler way to continue. It's just maybe this is the fastest way to win it. Something like Bishop H3, maybe that's a forced mate. He played something, right?
Yeah, he played probably Bishop H3, if I guess.
Yeah, Bishop H3 is on the board.
It's the obvious move. You're just threatening mate on G2, and what are you going to do about it? That's just a mate, guys, going to happen here. Yeah, Bishop H3 is on the board. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. This is like Mamma Mia for real. You know, I think everybody knows the Mamma Mia, but you know, you can use this expression Mamma Mia in terms of really devastation. Mamma Mia. As depends the intonation that you say. The song is like Mamma Mia. It's a bit happy, but if you say Mamma Mia, it's like you're devastated and you say, oh my God. It's like, oh my God. I'll say like this.
Bishop D6, by the way, I think it was played, if I saw it correctly. Yeah, the bishop stands with D6.
We have it now on the board. The bishop is getting removed to free the file to the rook that is protecting now on G2. Caruana is playing on, but let's move on. Let's move back shortly to Dominguez. There was a move on the board after King G8. The move Rook E4 was played. Is what going to win a piece here? Attacking one more time the rook on D5. Something like Rook GD1 next, and then how is Black going to protect the knight? This knight cannot leave the board because the queen behind is under attack. And this might be really the end. In the meantime, Caruana has left the board, is standing up now, watching from far away the fourth board, Dominguez. But I think the board is not telling him any good news. He's sitting back and waiting for Gukesh to make his move.
All right. Are we waiting for Bobby to resign? I mean, or we move on?
I think it's a very dramatic moment. We can have shortly a look to what is going on somewhere else.
Yeah, let's check it out. I mean, I think Team USA is going to lose. I think there's just no way. And Fabi's trying some lost tricks here because nobody has made points by resigning early.
There is a result that I would like to share. there is Carlsen that already we have a result of Magnus Carlsen, the world champion. That the game ended up in a draw. This is the final position of the game. We see this hand game where Black King is slightly more active, and probably there was actually a repetition. Let's go. So there was knight takes, and then bishop there, bishop up, check to kick the bishop back, and then there was repetition of moves. And this was the game that ended up in a draw. How is Team Norway doing today? So I see that Ammer, look at this, Ammer won. So maybe Team Norway is going to come back. Ammer rested yesterday and today is back with an amazing victory. Look at that, Queen on h8 just going to snap the knight on g8. Impossible to protect the strong bishop on d5, attacking the rook and the knight. This is an inevitable resignation.
Right, and also I'm seeing that I think Fabi is playing the final moves against Gukesh. He's already down 2 pieces.
Right, let's go back to Caruana. Absolutely, we don't want to miss anything that is going on there.
And that's it. He resigns. He resigns. I just saw the handshake and Gukesh. This time, this is official. This time, this is game over. Fabi Caruana. Gukesh makes history. It's 8 out of 8. What do you say about that?
We have the camera big. Caruana is now leaving the board, taking his belongings, and is still looking at the board, still waiting for the arbiter. And now he's up. He's just leaving.
The future has arrived.
Just had a quick look at Dominguez. He didn't even stop. He knows what is going on.
I mean, he's incredibly upset, of course. Yeah, he's incredibly upset. He just wants to get out of there. Just go as far away as possible. Not a good tournament for Fabi. And for Team USA, this is a major blow. And now Dominguez has an impossible task. I mean, try to win on demand, to try to save the Team USA in a position where he's close to lost himself.
Listen, I think that we should feel what is happening for Caruana is for sure not good, but we need to clap our hands for the incredible performance that Gukesh is pulling out in this 44 FIDE Chess Olympiad with an impressive score of 8 out of 8, beating one of the strongest player on the world, Caruana.
Right. Absolutely incredible moment here, and I'm not even sure what is happening in Gukesh's mind. I mean, what are you supposed to say right about this, right? You just continue this incredible winning streak, 8 out of 8.
Yeah,
what's in your mind right now?
You just keep going. You just I think he's super happy, and we see he's still there. Is his moment of glory. I think he might be scared now to facing Indian reporters. I think I don't know how aggressive they will be after this victory, because I can imagine that everybody would like to take a shot or an interview of him today. And I think he doesn't want too much to be exposed before the tournament is finished.
Big sensation so far. We suspected something like this might happen, but still, Team USA going down against second team of India. That is by far the biggest upset so far. And the former, the current world champion Magnus Carlsen did say before the tournament that Team India too is the team to watch out. They're the dark horse of the tournament, and there you go.
Absolutely, this position doesn't look any better. I think we will come back here later. I think Black is taking some time to think about the next move. In the meantime, I wanted to have a look what Team Norway is doing, because we saw that Carlsen already made a draw, Ammer won. So this means that if okay, what's happening here?
I mean, Black is just done. Knight f3. Sorry, bishop f3. I just take on f3.
Yeah, and here is the resignation incoming. This is just over. Because the king is
Dari loses
there.
Another blow for the Team Norway.
So this is still not sure what is happening, if Team Norway is securing, is coming back, or if is still having an hard time. We need to check out shortly the last board, what Urkadel is doing versus Repka Christopher. Let's see, here we have the position. We see that is a rook and bishop hand game. We can count upon is equal material for now. What do you think, Erdos?
I think the game still can go either way. So it's a material equality on the board. White has a chance to organize a pass pawn at the king side. Black's chances to do the opposite at the queen side look more real. So it's pretty good for black. I think rook b7, b5, b4.
Push your pass pawn.
Right. Create the pass pawn. Try to push it as far as possible. I choose black maybe.
But is white to move? So can white maybe stop it with the rook b8?
Meaning white is to move, right?
Yes.
Then rook b8. Yeah, otherwise rook b7 definitely is a problem. Yeah, rook b7, b5, b4, b3. It's a clear plan because white's kingside pawns are not going anywhere. For the moment, the bishop on h3 is actually blocking it. And rook b8. Yeah, rook b8, b5. Looks actually, yeah, slightly better for black. I mean, the bar says it's equal, but I prefer black. So maybe Team Norway is still going to do it.
As we reach the time, probably the additional time in every board, we should go back shortly to the women team and let's see what is happening in the main match of the day, India versus Ukraine. We saw that actually we have all the results. Board 1, 2, and 4 ended up in a draw. So we are waiting. This is board 3. And we are waiting for the result of this, for the verdict of this rook endgame.
Right. Here King A1 was played.
Yeah, is rook b2 was the last move. White is white to move. Now there is a pawn on e5 that is hanging, and the pawn on c2 also hanging. And the question is it better to play something solid like rook e2, protecting your own pawn, or should you take on e5? But this looks a bit scary because, you know, the pawn on c3 is just very close to become a queen. Yeah, sure. In the meantime, we see the camera feeds from Chennai. Look at this, the focus of Vaishali here and in this moment. She needs to find the possible continuation here. I feel like she has a very tough moment to face here because really black has a very active rook. Also, look at the difference of king here, guys. Look at this king on a1. How this king is just out of the game. Instead, at any moment, black kings can go around the board collecting pawns like a Giga Chad, as we could say, with the Twitch emoticons. And that's just very, very tough. And we know that Vaishali needs to keep the whole year a draw for Team India to make a draw against Ukraine and to secure the 4th place in this Olympiad. So, of course, all the pressure is on her right now.
I'll be back in a moment, Alessia.
Big pressure here. So White needs to find a move. Arthurs, what do you think would be the next move for White?
Either rook e2 or rook e5. Can I do that?
Yeah,
I have a feeling I need to be careful, right? I need to make a draw. Looks quite a dangerous position because my king is cut off from the action.
Yeah, the active move looks like rook e5. But then after rook e5, let's try to put some move on the board. I think rook take e5 is the obvious move. Then rook take c2 looks like the obvious continuation here.
Right, and rook c1 is the checkmate in one move, right? So you want to play something like king b1. So king b1, I guess either rook b2 check. Yeah, rook b2 check makes perfect sense. King c1. Whatever happens, which pawn do you take? I'm not sure. Rook takes an a2, rook takes an g2, and then white is trying to liquidate in a draw. Rook e6, rook c6, or maybe even rook c5. This is what I would do.
Yeah. But still, it seems like what I say is that black is on the leading seat, and white needs to defend this position. You know what? Let's watch the India women profile as they are thinking. I want to see who is fighting there.
The host nation, India, also happens to be the top seed in this year's Women's Olympiad. Surprisingly, India has never medaled in this event, but the time to do so is now with their top women's squad. 2011 World Championship finalist Humpy Kanero leads this team. She's the highest rated player in the entire women's event. Because Kanero will be favored in every matchup, Team India's success likely depends on a great result for her on board 1. But India's chances by no means end with Humpy. India has one of the strongest second boards in the event as well, Harika Dronavalli. A 3-time third-place finisher in the Women's World Championship, Dronavalli is likely to be a key contributor to success in Chennai. Vaishali Ramesh Babu is the third board for India and is by far the youngest member of India's top women's team.
Playing board 3, Vaishali takes on a similar responsibility as her brother, Praggnanandhaa, who plays board 3 for India's second open team.
On this team, the fourth board belongs to commentator extraordinaire Tanya Sajdev. In fact, Sajdev has represented her country in every Olympiad since 2008. In 2012, she even won the individual bronze medal for her board. The experienced Bhakti Kulkarni completes the tournament's highest-rated roster.
A medal may be unprecedented, but with a squad this strong, gold is clearly the goal for India's leading women's team.
And we are back with this position. White is still taking time to think and to figure out how can White make a draw and secure a draw for the whole team India that is now having the score of 1.5 versus 1.5 against Team Ukraine.
Right. So Team India, this is a very important game, obviously, for them, because so far the match is drawn 1.5 each. All other games have been finished. Vaishali has been struggling for most of the part of the game. And this is the term we call it liquidate, right? I mean, maybe you're hearing it for a couple of times. You want, what on earth is that? At the professional circuit, the word liquidate, meaning I try to get to a theoretical draw. Maybe this involves going for a position where you are down a pawn, but you recognize the structure that it should be drawish. Now, I don't like rook e2 at all, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. I really don't like, you said liquidate, and now what White is doing, I mentioned before that there is a big difference between the kings. Look at this king on a1, cannot join the action. Instead, there is a very strong king there. I said, chat, we're all putting the Giga chat emoticon with the king on f5 that can farm pawns, be active, be an important piece in this endgame scenario. And I think that this was really an important key moment. And now Vaishali will be under pressure for the rest of this game. Yeah,
this rook e2 is something I wouldn't really choose. And now, indeed, like you said, Alessia, what happens after king f5? Because White might just run out of moves. And the one thing about rook games is you always want to have your pieces very active. So the king on a1 is not doing anything. Rook e2 is passive. That's why, again, let's go back to this. Instead of this rook e2, is this even a draw? I mean, rook takes on e5. Of course, I realize the risks, but I try to activate my pieces. That's my thought process. So rook takes on c2, king b1. We don't want to miss the mate. Probably check on b2. King c1, I guess. Let's say try rook a2. Rook a2, rook c5.
Attacking 2 pawns. And
keeping
I
the pawn on
know
g5.
the difference. Now the king is not anymore out, is not anymore restricted on a1, but now it's already on c1. So if the rook leaves the second rank, you just go king c2 and you capture the pawn. And also the rook, it's a huge difference. The rook on c5 is attacking 2 pawns. And I mean, the more pawns disappear from the board, and the more the position is going to tend to be a draw.
Right. Maybe White was considering this position, but felt that this is actually a risk. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't like the choice. I mean, in general, I think what you want to do, this is also what I'm teaching my students. When you have a choice to go passive or go active, I mean, 99% it's active, right? I mean, even if it costs you a pawn, you want to go active. I mean, don't try to sit in passive defense. Those times are gone. I mean, when you could be sitting in a passive defense and try to hold on to the position, it's a dangerous strategy.
I want to do a big shout out to Olivia Kilbasa that also today, one more time, she pulled out another victory. Here we're talking about Team Poland versus Team India. Kilbasa Olivia is playing in the second board of Poland, and he has so far an incredible performance. 8 out of 8, right, Erdos?
Wow, 8 out of 8. So the pull the Gukesh, I'm not sure, maybe pull the Gukesh Kalbasa, right? This is how the way you say it. I mean, it's incredible 8 out of 8. And actually, I have to ask you, Alessia, how is doing Conor Murphy? Because he was also one of the few people here in the Olympiad having a perfect score, 6 out of 6.
Oh, we'll go
Yeah,
chat
Team
it.
Ireland, maybe you can pull up his game. I'm just curious. It's not like we really want to analyze it, but I mean, just to have a look, how is he doing?
I will be back shortly. I will be back shortly.
Okay, maybe I also can find it for you. Just a second. So Ireland's second board, Conor Murphy also had a very good run so far. I found his game, by the way, and by the looks, it doesn't look like he's winning it. I mean, still an impressive result.
He has really a very nice name, so we should find this. A very historical name, no?
Yeah, sure.
So this is the current position here. And he's playing today against Dragna Valentin, a very strong master from Austria, and that's the position on the board. Well, it doesn't seem like he's winning today.
No, I mean, of course, everything can still happen. You can misplay it from the white, from the black. I mean, it's not like it's a dead draw. But the position is equal. Either way, I mean, to score 100% result, so many victories in a row, this is incredible. So, yeah, well played.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like, oh, I'm just making a draw with a grandmaster. What a pity. I would like to win them all, All right, guys. I want to shortly check if Dominguez made any progress. So if there is if we have a result over there. I think not yet, right?
Let me try to find it very quickly. I think they're still playing.
Yeah, they're still playing, but I think that this is very close. There is this knight is attacked many times. There is a rook under attack. This is very tense. All right, it's time to hit a short break, guys. As soon as we come back, we might see the final results of India 2 versus USA. Don't go anywhere. We are about to get all the results in. See you soon.
Some chess works over there. Chess blocks over here. You over
He just beat me, man. We just played like 3 games.
It's a 4-1 streak my way.
Me and him actually learned around the same time, and it's been fun watching him grow.
He's early on, he'll trade his queen off too. He doesn't mind losing his queen, but he uses his horses more.
I'm a little mad if you take my horses, because they the deadliest piece on the board. Everybody think it's the queen, but it's the horse, because you can't defend it.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all-time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, with the FIDE Chess Olympiad 2022. I'm Alessa Santeroma, and I'm here with Arthur's Grandmaster, Arthur's Nick Chance. We should cover this match, Armenia-India, and remind everyone how important is this for the whole Olympiad results. Armenia is right now leading this open section. Yesterday they drew against Team US, and today they are facing the strong India, the first team with all the veterans grandmaster. We just saw the incredible performance of Indian too, and now this is the match we are going to focus on. Vidit made a draw against Grandmaster Melkumian on board 2, and also the 4th board ended up in a draw. So there are still 2 boards remaining. Board number 1. Here we can see Sargsyan with the white pieces having this super nice bishop. Wait a second, guys. We have a result here. Dominguez resigned, and this is what happened just right now. This is the current position for before the resignation. It's official, guys. 3-1 is the results between India 2 and US. Dominguez resigned after the queen took the final pawn, and now the threats are just too big, right, Erdos?
Would have expected that, to be honest. If you would tell the match is going to end today 3-1, I mean, the obvious answer is, yeah, Team USA is showing that they are the favorites, and somehow, magically, it was exactly the opposite. I mean, the team of youngsters who are averaging 16, 17, 18 years old, they managed to do the unthinkable, but I have a feeling that it was going there, that direction, right? It's unfortunate. Yesterday's match against Armenia ended on a drama. Then you could get a feeling that Team USA was struggling throughout the tournament. So this was like high or the low point for Team USA, right? That it had come to this.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if India will also get a good result against Armenia. And let's go back to board number 1, where we were discussing this position with the bishop here. White is having 4 pawns versus 4 pawns. And of course, white is pressuring here, but how big is the pressure?
It's very unpleasant. I mean, maybe it doesn't even matter how strong is the pressure, but it's a lasting pressure. And here, from the Blacks' perspective, there's just no easy way to liquidate. I mean, again, trade off the pieces. Which pieces to trade? I mean, can you even trade the bishops? For example, let's say I play bishop e7. I try to liquidate. It's just dropping a pawn, right? I mean, bishop e7, I'm going to take on e7, knight e7, and bishop e7.
Bishop e7.
So
I'm
bishop e7, take, right, and bishop e8. There's also this issue. Your queens and pawns are incredibly weak, so you cannot do that. All right, so you cannot do that. What can you do? And that's the most difficult question, right? I mean, you are just advised to sit tight and do nothing. While white can maneuver this forever, he can play king e4, centralize the king, maybe put the bishop somewhere on g4, seek the right moment to play f5.
On the other side, Ari Krishna is also a very experienced grandmaster and is trying to be there and to hold things, so not give up, and we can try to prevent the king to advance even forward with the move king d6. And at the right moment, of course, he would really like to exchange one of these bishop for his own bishop or for the knight, but it doesn't seem like an option. Let's go to the third board, and we have a rook n game here. Black is having just 5 pawns, same as white, but there is a small difference. Black is it's possible for black to create a pass pawn to push the move e4, and it seems like overall that the position is more or less balanced. I don't know, I like the 2 pawns at the center, e5 and f5, so I slightly prefer black, but I don't know, Arthur, should it be balanced?
Yeah, probably it's about balanced because this creating a pass pawn in the center at the moment is not really possible. White Rooks are pretty active. Black Rooks are doing pretty all right. There's no visible targets. So I would say that the likelihood of this game is going to be a draw.
So all the pressure here is on the shoulder of Ari Krishna that needs to hold with the white pieces, with the black
This is
pieces.
not good news for Team India, first team, because they are definitely not in the situation to take over Armenia. Because reminding you the current standings overall, Team Armenia is the sole leader, having lost 1 match point yesterday against Team USA. And there you are going to see it briefly in the screen. There you go. Armenia is 13. And there's a bunch of teams with 12 points. By the way, second team, which today sensationally beat Team USA. They are now technically the leaders. But, I mean, Team India, first team, they got to beat. They want to beat Armenia, but how, right? So for the moment, they're just trying to stay in the match. So a lot of it is going to depend if Hare Krishna can hold this unpleasant endgame.
Let's have a look at the results also. As you can see, the team that was number 2 in the standings, Uzbekistan, is now having a score of 1.5 to 1.5 against Germany. So the game that is decisive and is, the game that we are waiting for is very important. Kamer, we were following this game before, Kamer versus Abdusatarav, and ended up in a draw. So who is going to to decide the destiny of this team? Let's see if the second.
I'm sorry. Yeah, have you checked the remaining game of Uzbekistan against Germany? Uzbekistan against
I was putting it out, and this is the only game that is still remaining. All the other were finished, and the current score is 1.5 to 1.5. So all the pressure is on the shoulder of Blue Bomb versus, Yakubov versus Blue Bomb.
And White has very close to crushing position. The bar confirms that, by the way. Bishop f6. White is getting through to the pawn on e6, rook e6. He's a killing blow. So if he play knight f6, there's one problem. So knight f6, g takes. Queen f6, queen h5. So if not for this move, mamma mia, right?
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia. So queen h6 maybe is a trick, but let's not also, don't forget that White has a passed pawn on d6 as well. It might have a say.
And there is a pawn hanging on e6.
And there's a pawn on e6 under attack, and this is bad news because how do you defend it? The only thing I can think of is queen f7.
Yeah, or knight f8.
Or knight f8. Exactly. So either way, Team Germany is trying to hold on to the match. And Uzbekistan is showing their real ambitions to get the medal. Because, again, to remind you, their tiebreaks, they are having one of the best tiebreaks in the tournament, if not the best, right? I mean, comparing to other teams, Team Uzbekistan has 23 small points against USA's 18. That's a huge difference. In case there's going to be a tie, Uzbekistan always will be higher.
And also, what is very interesting is that if Uzbekistan is today winning the team match and Armenia is not winning, but is probably drawing against India, then Uzbekistan is taking the lead. And this is incredible because Uzbekistan, very sneaky, already played against most of the favorite. They already played against Team USA and they made a draw. They already played against main India and they made a draw. They still need to play against India too. But, they face already many of the strongest team. They have a huge tie break. And who could have said it? Who could have predicted that Team Uzbekistan, after 8 rounds, would be first or second place in this open section of the Olympiad?
I think this is leading to tomorrow's matchup, Team Armenia against Uzbekistan. They haven't really played, have they? Right?
No.
I don't think so. So this is going to be tomorrow's, most likely one of the big matches, unexpected matches for the leadership. And I don't know who Team India second team is going to play against. No clue yet, really.
Absolutely, absolutely exciting, I would say.
Right.
We'll see. It's very tough to find a move here, so probably it's good to move to another board, and let's see, if there are any boards still remaining to share a bit of results. We didn't see so many boards, and we should have a look. For example, there is Team Kazakhstan. We said Team Kazakhstan is having an impressive performance so far, and guided by the leader, Yumabayev.
Right.
Let's see if the game is already finished or is still going on. Yeah, the game should be finished, and the result was a draw. So we should keep going and check for other boards. It would be very nice if we could pull the the current results of the first 5 boards, so that we realize who is still playing and what is going on.
But I see the Team Azerbaijan already has beaten Team Kazakhstan, and there you go. There's the results. And apparently the 4th board was the decisive one, Nijat Abbasov scoring victory over one of the biggest surprises, one of the best scoring players, Kazbek, Nogirbek Kazbek from Kazakhstan, who had a great run, 6.5 out of 7. So Azerbaijan is getting close. So maybe we could see tomorrow's match, Azerbaijan against India too. That's one of the guesses.
Absolutely. And Netherlands already won against Hungary. There's still one game going on, but Giri pulled out a very nice victory against Grandmaster Erdos today. This was the final position, with a pawn on b5, just unstoppable, going to be pushed, and that was it. So here we see all the results of the first 5 boards in the team competition, and we should go probably to the top board back again. Armenia, India is still under discussion. Team Armenia.
I have a feeling the same game they're going to play for quite a while, until the next time trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So you choose the direction, Alessia. Where do you want to go?
Well, I want to shortly get an update on these games. This seems still like, is a big fight. Now, of course, the white rooks are attacking the pawn on h6, but it's black to move. How do you protect this?
There's also rook d2 check, by the way. Rook d2 check, collecting the pawn on b2. So let's say I give a check on b2. So whatever you do, I don't know, king e3 maybe.
King e3, yeah.
Then either take the pawn on b2 or double the rooks on the second rank. Yeah, by the way, maybe it's a good moment to ask also the dear viewers, dear chat. I mean, what are you thinking about? Which games you would like to see? Because now there's a slower pace. The first time control is finished. The games are all of the games are approaching the finish. Maybe there's something really exciting that you think that we would have to check it out.
Absolutely, guys. Let us know the game that we should check next. I will shortly go back and have a look at Sargsyan versus Ari Krishna. As you said, this game will be very long, and there could be a decisive score just when the time is starting to get really, really, really short. I mean, chat is one to see the I don't know why I call him the friend of Ikaru, but I kind of like it.
There's recommendation. Yeah, there's also a recommendation to check Team Brazil, and in particular Krikor Mkhitaryan's game. Maybe we can also start with that one or one of the next ones. What do you think, Alessia?
Yeah, we will go on that.
All right.
I want to see if maybe Benjamin Buck is finished, honestly. Okay, then let's go to see Brazil. Who is playing in Brazil? Do we have the roster? Yeah, we have Luis Brazil playing versus Ukraine. So we have Korbo versus Supi, Fear Alexander. Yeah, we should try to find some of this game, of course. Fear We have already a result here. No, Fear should be still playing against Kuzabov. Let's see, we might have an endgame here. Yeah, we have a pawn endgame. Oh my god, look at this. There is a white pawn that is about to be promoted and supported by the king. Is this winning or is it a draw? Well, the bar says
Yeah, apparently the pawn at h3 is blocked. It's not going anywhere. So what happens if I play king d6?
Yeah, king d6 is probably the most natural move. I think that if you take the pawn on h3 is just a draw, the bar will go
right
all the way down. Yeah, so probably you need to bring the king. Let's say king f5, avoiding the king to go on e6. And then how do you go? Let's say king d7. And now?
What if I play king g6?
King g6? Ooh. King g6. Well, doesn't look too well. I mean, if you play king g8, you're lost, no? King g7. So you need to do something against king g7. This is the threat. But what? Maybe rook h4? And then rook g4? Maybe. Yeah, maybe rook h4 is a move. This is a move. And then, mostly you would like to have the rook behind the pawn. Oh, and if f7, you just give check, king f5, and then you play rook g1, probably. But then you need to defend.
Can we go back a bit? Can we go back a bit to this moment? I mean, it's not so simple. It's easy to misplay this.
By the way, there is a move on the board, and it's f6. F6 is played. Ah, no, yeah, not the move. We're already there.
What was played?
No, f6. And then we are calculating king here, king f5, and now, no, sorry, king f5. Now king d7 looks natural. And here, yeah, king g6 or f7 are the possibilities. But if f7, it seems like king e7 is the thing there.
And then I play king g6. What do you do?
Oh, maybe f7 is the winning move.
No, f7 actually looks pretty good. So f7, king e7, king g6. So what do you do?
Rook h4?
And rook e2 check.
Ah, now there is rook e2 check. Of course, king f8 is running into a mate. So there is no way for the king to take, to keep protected the f8 square. This is it's a big problem. So probably this is how white is completely winning with king f5 and f7. The king is supporting the pawn, but as soon as you can push it, go for it. The rook is way too passive, I would say. That's
so once again, what was the follow-up for black? Has black made a move?
No. This is the current position. f6 is played, and we are waiting. Black is thinking about the next move. But I think that king d6 is okay. One other idea could be to play rook g8, and if king f5, to play rook g3 to go behind with the rook.
All right. What else is happening in the team Ukraine against Brazil?
So at the moment there is just one result. They made a draw in board 1, and so this is will be probably a victory for white. So we could go to check out board number 2. We have Shevchenko versus Mkhitaryan, and this is the current position. What do you think about this position?
I think white is in trouble.
Is black to move, so black could theoretically take a rook.
For white, a great use for black.
Yeah, there is a check on e3, there is a rook hanging on g2. And yeah, this king is weak. Honestly, also black king is not looking too well. So black needs to watch out a bit. But doesn't seem like there is a direct threat. Because, for example, after knight h2, that is not giving a check, so you don't have to capture back. if you give a check on c8, the king is capturing the pawn. And then, well, it's still tricky because you have queen h5, no?
Yeah, you could give a check on rook c7 if you play kg6. Queen h5 could be a problem.
And then what is black playing here? Yeah, it's tricky. You have to play if you play king f6, there is rook f8. And then, yeah, then it's scary. So that's why probably black is taking some time, because it's not so easy as it seems.
Right. So either way, black's attack looks killing. There's enough pieces to conduct a killing attack.
Yeah, let's see the last board then. It seems like both Brazil might be beating Ukraine today. Let's see what is happening in the last board. Well, that's a good news for Team Ukraine, because Diamant Andre from Brazil is having, as we speak, 15 seconds. Look at these. And also is an exchange up.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So let's see who are the top seeds in this Olympiad. So we have a look who is what is happening here. We have Team USA that they unfortunately lost against against India too, and India too is having an impressive performance, even if they are not in the top 10 seeds. Then we have India that is playing today against Armenia. Also Armenia not in the top seeds. Norway having a very, very disappointing performance up to this point, even if yesterday they managed to win, and maybe they will have another victory today. Actually, we should check out what Norway is doing. We'll check out later. And many strong player in every team. Here we have a beautiful card with all the Team Ukraine. That is, we know what is happening in the world with Team Ukraine, and things are hard. But in such moment, it feels like the team is more united than ever. And you're here, they are at the Chess Olympiad, fighting for their country, and try to do their best. But for now, our focus is on this match, is on Ukraine versus Brazil, and we try to see who will win between Brazil and Ukraine. We have Brazil that seems to be winning on 2 boards. Instead, on this last board, it seems a bit more disappointing.
Right, and black has an exchange up. I mean, a pass pawn at the A file looks really good for black. So, also the white king is exposed. Queen C1, big threat.
Absolutely. I think we should check the last board of Norway, because we have already, they're 1.5 to 1.5 probably, and we want to see if if Norway is advancing or not.
All right, let's do that.
So Orchidal is playing the 4th board today, and he's here.
If my memory is not totally wrong, right, then Team Norway is at the moment held to a draw, so Orchidal has a chance to become the hero.
Yeah, look at this. We have white, that is the player from Slovakia, Christopher Repka, and white is controlling the pass pawn, black's pass pawn right now with the move, with the rook on b8. It's white to move, so okay, there is a bishop under attack. I was about to ask Arthur, why is not the pawn on b4? Why cannot be taken?
So there's a question: can I liquidate this immediately, like bishop f5? I don't think I can do that. So bishop f5, I would want to trade the bishops, make a draw.
Isn't there a check?
Yes.
Yeah, rook e1, rook e1. Puzzle rush. Do your puzzles.
Puzzle rush at its best,
guys. Rook e1, rook f1. Then the bishop is falling. Voila.
So decisive game in Team Slovakia against Norway. I would still give black better chances because I don't see how do you keep the pawn alive. Rook takes on d4, bishop c2, b3. They're big threats, right? And can we draw it maybe a couple of moves ahead? So if I win the pawn on d4, this is my plan. I want to take on d4. I want to play bishop c2, b3 next, rook a4, and rook a2. Once I do that, yeah, I enable the b pawn to roll forward. b2, b1, queen. So how does white even stop it?
Yeah, that doesn't look good. Look. It's pretty. It's tough, I would say. I think that also one thing that we need to notice is that white is having really few time on the clock. And when the pressure is bishop f3 is on the board, so probably rook take d4 is the next move, right?
For sure. Yeah, rook takes on d4 seems to be the necessary move. I'm a bit surprised. I think this bar is actually stuck. It's not like I would devalue it to be equal, right?
Let me ask the chat first. What is the next game you want us to cover? And we like to hear your opinion. Oh, it seems like Ricker made a blunder, so chat says.
Can we jump to that? What's the blunder?
Absolutely. Here we have the board. Of course, you know, Grandmaster Cricker is not just a super strong chess player, but is also a very popular streamer. And so everyone here in the chat probably knows what is going on. So in this situation, this position, honestly, sorry, chat, you say he blundered. Yeah, we see a bar, we see engine, but this position looks so crazy because as we saw, also Black King is not, you know, also Black King is kind of weak, no? So basically what happened here? Here there were so many threats. And yeah, we were at this point, I think. Yeah, we're at this point. Black could take on g2, the rook. And then we analyzed that there is such a big potential for counterplay. Rook c8, queen h5 at one point. So it's really tough. And what happened? Queen e3?
Right, Queen e3, I think maybe there was some miscalculation from the black's part, or after Rook f2, what was next move? What did they play?
Here they played Rook g3, but
right,
I'm thinking...
Rook g3. Yeah, this apparently was a blunder because now after Queen f1, Queen d3, maybe he just hallucinated that what happened on the board after Rook c2, e2, you could have taken e2. There's Queen d8 mate. I mean, a bit difficult to imagine how you can blunder that, but when you're playing the game at the 6th hour, it's been a very long and tough game.
Oh, you know what could be the blunder also? That maybe you calculated like Rook e2, right? Then you give a check on d1, Rook e1, Rook g1, King takes, you take on e1, King h2, and then you could take the Rook, but there is the Queen protecting.
You could show it. You could show it.
Yeah, let's see this. So Rook here, and you could say, oh my god, check. It's nearly mate, so only move this one. And so you say then, okay, check here on g1, King takes, Queen takes the Rook with check, the King moves here, and now, oh, the Rook, but it's not free. Of course, to see this now, it's obvious, but when you're calculating many moves ahead with 1 minute on the clock, it can happen that you miss something. It could happen that at the last move, you just see a ghost there. And yeah, and this is what happened. So he gave this check on e1, and then he realized, I'm not going to sacrifice anything here, and he went back, and now
and
there is nothing.
Queen d8 is still a problem. That's the thing. I mean, you need to address that. So I have a feeling that there's simply nothing better for black anymore than just repeat the position. So, like you said, it's knight x on g2 before was definitely a big move. But I hear there's an update on the result of Team Uzbekistan, Alessia.
Yeah, we should go there. And this is what happened. We were following this board, Yukuba versus Blue Baum, and the game got to an end. Look at this position. White is having just a completely dominant position. Queen f3 was the last move played. What is the threat? Let's say that white plays any move, there is just a black plays any move, there is just a knight hanging on f8. Can black do anything here?
I don't think so. Knight h7 is somehow holding on, and now rook g6 is a forced mate. Knight e7 or knight h7. Knight h7, rook g6, king h8, bishop f6.
I was thinking
you
if
take
you
with the queen.
Play queen f6, but unfortunately not.
Just bishop f6.
Yeah, and then it's mate 27. Voila.
Right.
So this is official. Uzbekistan should probably take the lead here. Wow.
So
and
Uzbekistan wins already in the match.
Yeah. Uzbekistan wins, but if Armenia beats India, then they will still be the leader. So I think it's time to take another look at this. We had lots of moves here. Check. The pawn was captured as you predicted. Also another pawn got captured. Give a check. The rook got exchanged, so we are in an endgame with just one pair of rooks. They said that they are all drawn, no?
Probably. I mean, it's been drawish for quite a while. I don't see any dramatic changes. Yeah, something like c4, king c5.
Yeah, this is the current position. White is having just 40 seconds on the clock. Instead, black has a bit more time. I think we might get the live feeds. Yes, here we are. Seems like they got a new, I would say the sheet, where you write the moves. Where do you write the moves? They got a new one because they got a smooth 60.
Right. So yeah, the score sheets in general, they have 60 moves, right?
Yeah.
And when you reach over move 60, you raise a hand, or if the arbiter is present, he hands you a new score sheet, you write it down, etc. Yeah. So
yeah, this is what happened. It seemed like they've already finished because there were score sheets going up and down, but it was just the second one that you need once you reach move 60. Is there any chance for any player here to pull out a decisive result? Unclear. Let's move to the other board. We have Hare Krishna that is fighting versus Argosian that is putting an incredible amount of pressure. The time is starting to get really few. It's 5 minutes per side. In the meanwhile, guys, let me know if there is any game that we need to show next. Don't tell me a country, tell me a name, tell me a game exactly. Yes.
Exactly, right. So your feedback always has been very valuable to us. I actually love Alessia that very often chat just gets ahead of us and says, listen, there's something going on in this match. Huge sacrifice like yesterday, Wesley Sauce. Rook takes an e4. I think we got it from the chat as well.
Absolutely. This position is black to move. Hare Krishna is taking some time. Here we see the live board. What is happening, And this game are absolutely too important. Guys, Magnus' game is already finished and ended up in a draw. That's really insane.
So Black's task here is quite simple. You want to trade pawns. You can't do that. F pawn for the G pawn can't be traded. King d5 is a problem. You need to address that. How do you address it, by the way? So let's say I make some random move. I'm not even sure what kind of random move I should make, because King d5, threatening the pawn on c5 and apple c6 looks quite serious.
And maybe you need to play King d6, just avoiding the king to get to d5. But if you want to play a random move, let's play King e8. Just going back, it's weird. Yeah, you are setting up the position for the next game. And then King d5. Can you go with the king on d5?
b4. Still quite drawish, I guess. Knight b4, if I take it, take it, c5, c6, but probably a draw.
Yeah, once you get the opposite color bishop, so it's very tough.
Yeah, this should be a draw. I don't think white is gonna do it. So
Okay, we have a
something to keep an eye.
Move maybe? Knight b4? Knight b4 has been played, and I like the knight is controlling. It's a smart idea. The knight is controlling the square on d5 so that the king cannot jump there, cannot move forward. On the other side, the knight is untouchable. You cannot exchange just the knight like this because this opposite color bishop endgame, it's much easier to manage for Hare Krishna. And Arbisian, due to the current score of the match, is the man that is trying to do the dirty job and trying to win this game against Hare Krishna.
Right. Yeah, this game has a potential to be played for a long time because it's of utmost importance. The match is tied at the moment. And the other game in Team Armenia against Hare Krishna, have there been any developments?
Yeah. Do you want to? I have some suggestion from another game. Let's see if I can pull it out. If I can find, there was a chat suggestion. Let's see if it's a good one. I'll see.
Tersakakian against Arigazi is still quite drawish, right? That's the word. That's the word we're getting there. So there's still games, two games between Armenia and India going on. And if Tersakakian against Arigazi is somehow equalish.
Yeah, this is the game.
Right, this is the game.
Here. We have the live footage, very big.
The pace of the game is a bit slow. I mean, this is usually what happens. I mean, you get to the end of the first time control, boom, 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 a lot of action. You get a lot of decisive games. Suddenly, a lot of results income. Then you get the second time control. You get some long grinding, extra 1 hour on the clock. So I think we are being around this match, these positions for a while. Nothing much is yet changing there. So this game is looking drawish, and Sargsyan is still pushing against Hare Krishna.
Let's go to a very decisive game we have in the women's section. We have Ushaninan playing this endgame versus Vaishali. And this is something that we might want to see because this game is super important for the match between India and Ukraine. So far, India's been dominating the women's section, winning all the rounds up to this point. And at this moment, they are in real trouble because the score is 1-1, 1-1. And Ushaninan has been pushing the whole pawn endgame. And right now, she has got an extra pawn. Is this enough? That's a big question.
How do you make a progress if you are black? Obviously, you need to activate the rook.
I would really like to bring the king on d5 and maybe d4. I think the king on f5 is right now not exactly where you want to go. But as soon as you play the move king e6, then maybe f4 is a problem, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah, f4 is a problem and also pinning the pawn. But what if I do play rook a6? So my idea is play rook a6, rook h6, rook h3. So what I'm aiming for, I want to get to the pawn on f3 or g3.
I like this idea. Actually, Ushaninan already played the move rook a5, but that idea is still there, possible. Now, rook e4 is on the board, so are we maybe going to see a repetition? Oh, or maybe there is another idea. You could play c3, and after king takes c3, you play rook a3, and then you snap the pawn on f3, and suddenly the pawn on g3 and the rook on e4 are both hanging.
Right, but after c3, I think I can respond with king d3. I'm not going to take it. The pawn on c3 maybe is hanging somewhere. This rook a5 is a waiting move. Black is defending the pawn on e5 for the time being, so that the king is really relieved from the duty to defend the pawn on e5. But still, can we go back a bit moment? I mean, this rook a5 I'm not sure I like it. So what was wrong with rook a6?
I agree. Let's go here. Back one move. And let's do the Erdos rook a6. Idea of going on the other. Let's say that white keeps going with the same approach. Just you remove the rook from the protection on c4, and I'm challenging it.
So I guess I'm going to be a bit too slow, right? So if I'm going to play rook h6, you can always play g4 check, and then you stash the pawn on z4 for free. So, okay, that's the point.
Oh, yeah, g4, and then you take.
All right.
Yeah. So it's a problem. I think really would be so ideal for black to bring the pawn on to bring the king on d5, but yeah, if f4 is working, then it's a problem.
Yes, here that work. Black has slightly shattered pawn structure, but still, as usual. I mean, I still remember Vaishali playing the previous round, was it? Alessia,
Yep.
She was playing 4 pawns against 3 at the king side. She managed to capitalize that for a victory. Also here, it's another rook game. So what kind of message does it send to you? Study endgames, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I
Because
think
this is
that
where the games are usually decided.
I think that our world champion Magnus Carlsen is sending this message already since a long time. Is the real magician in endgame. Even with a very, very small invisible advantage to many of us, is incredibly making so much pressure on every opponent, and he won so many endgames like this. So yeah, definitely, eye level, they all study theory, they all know plenty of theory, they all know how to play their pieces in the middle game, and you know, and if in any phase you can have an advantage, then you know the end game is one where you can put so much pressure.
Right. So there's a move. I think we saw rook e3. Now black is I'm sorry, white is waiting. Black needs to find a way to crash through.
We saw a repetition, and look, we have the shake of ends. It was a very shy and shake, I must say. It was still holding the ends, and they shake the ends. Now we see a nice
I would still continue, to be honest, because I have a feeling that black is up a pawn and without any real risk. But apparently, Yushenina did not find any way to continue. This means that Team India keeps the lead in the women's tournament, however, losing the very first match point, but keeping their closest followers at a distance of 2 points.
That's a very great news, honestly, for Team India, that is now the current leader. Let's go immediately back to Armenia, India, where again, India is really the main character, the main team that is front scene in this Olympiad. And it's amazing that they are playing in their own country, so.
Right. So 2 more ongoing games, and you see a lot of matches have finished already. As we already mentioned, Uzbekistan beat Germany, Azerbaijan beat Kazakhstan, the surprise of the tournament so far. And also Team Netherlands is fighting back. They're beating Hungary already. 1 more game ongoing. So here, all eyes on the team Armenia against India. Can Armenia do it? Can they win the game here? Or the match will be held to a draw?
Well, actually, in this position, it seems like the only player can make a win is black.
Yeah, but it's drawish, I suspect. I mean, after rook takes on a4, all I need to do is to run to the queen side. We got the confirmation this is table-based draw, but even with the table-based, I think this looks quite drawish, and all white needs to do is make sure that king is not cut off too far, right? So rook b8, white is inviting black to take on a4. Can we move it, actually? So rook takes on a4, and very quickly run towards the queen side with the king. King e3. Rook b4, most likely, could be the attempt by Arigasi. Rook a8, I would expect. A4,
I think.
king d2.
King b3.
King b3, king c1, king a2. And yeah, this should be pretty simple draw, but I mean, some work will be required, of course. Even with the pawn on a2, that's a theoretical draw. King a1, pawn on a2. I mean, black is not winning this.
Yeah, white can just keep staying here, and if the king goes out, you get in, no? You just get in. So the king needs to stay up and down. You get in, and now if check, well, this is now a dead draw, because once the rook leaves, you're going to give check and to take the pawn. So not much to do here. And if
so
the
that's
king,
why
course,
that's why the guy says he's trying tricks. He's trying to use this trick, advanced terminology we call the shouldering on the king. You see, he positioned the king on c3, and he is trying not to allow the white king to get closer to the king. So if the white king makes it to the corner, to the queen side, that's it. This is just a theoretical dead draw. So the guy says he's trying the last tricks that he has.
yeah. I think that we should move on to the game that Sargsyan is playing against Hare Krishna, because this is very, very interesting. I think the players are in a big time trouble. Look, Hare Krishna as a time showed as 0-0-0. Now he's looking. We have the live camera feeds. He was looking shortly directly to us. Maybe he heard my voice. And now Sargsyan. He just made a move with the king, I think. And Hare Krishna is in big pressure. You see, he is there, he's at the board, is ready to make the next move to react. He's in a fight mode.
It's not a tragedy for them because they're leading the tournament. However, after this round, it might mean it's a shared lead, because Team Uzbekistan is there, second India, Azerbaijan is there. So we might have actually a lot of leaders after round 8 if Armenia draws. So that's why here, of course, Sargsyan is trying to win the game.
Now look, we have the live camera, really big full screen right now, and the players are, I think Sargsyan, look, he had a very suspicious look at the time. He knows that Hare Krishna has big time pressure, but he's also doesn't have much time. But this is the best moment to, try to get something. This position should be according to the engine pretty holdable for black. Now he just went back to the bishop on c3.
This game has a potential, Alessia, to continue 250 moves, because legally, again, let us remind us the rules of chess. The game is drawn if there is no trade or any pawn move for 50 moves. So Sargsyan can legally press the opponent in time trouble. Let's say make 49 moves here and there, then make 50th move b3.
And one thing I want to remind everyone, the time control is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. At move 40, there is an additional time of 30 minutes. After that, you don't get anything anymore. The time is short, and the player needs to make a move. You see, Sargsyan, he wanted to make a move, but then he second guessed, and now he's taking the bishop and moving towards the queen side. That's what is going on here. We are back. We are back with the big camera. And Hare Krishna is also holding the end. If I could give, I always say, don't, when you want to make a move, make it directly. Don't second guess. But as you can see, also top grandmasters sometimes are second guessing, going for the move and then retreat the end back. Sometimes it's hard. We need to consider the pressure that is going on them right now. This is the most important game of this match, as this could lead to victory or loss of one team or the other.
We don't have any more moves on the board, right? Because I'm fairly sure they already made a number of moves.
Yeah, we will get it sooner or later. But that's why we have the camera live feeds. And let's move to the other board, because we should have results. Look, The king is exactly as we predicted. The king went to, he's trying to cut the king off. There is a king on B8, no, the king on B1, and the king on C1. I think we can try to put some moves here. I think we will reconstruct the position, something like this, this, no, this.
No, this is just an easy draw. I mean, I don't see Eric Geisy making here any progress. So the black king is on B1, the rook on A2 is not getting out. King B2, rook B8 check, or rook B7 check, my apologies. King goes back, or rook B3 immediately seals the deal. I think this game is going to finish in a moment. We are seeing in the camera.
I think this is the current position we have. And there is a rook on A7.
Oh, wait, my apologies. I mean, rook B8. I think there's rook B2. So you need to be a bit careful about that.
Okay, now rook A8 has been played. I will do one funny thing just to change this. Right. So now we have the current position. This is the current position that is on the board. Now he gave a check.
No, I think Tersakakian is easily going to draw this. But of course, the team event at the tournament demands that Eric Geisy has to try.
Honestly, I mean, Arthur, after what we saw yesterday, I think that chess is so funny that it's never over until it's over. So I want to see a result here.
Yeah, but I don't see White losing this, to be honest.
Well,
I mean, the technique is pretty basic. Just do nothing, and Black cannot progress.
Yeah, we might have a new leader. Look at this. Here we can see the current situation with the live camera.
Can we just show the technique? For example, we just sit and do nothing. And the black king can never get out. So I play rook b8, rook b7.
White is touching the rook and going with it on, I think it's c7, right?
Rook c7 even is cleaner. Yeah, check, king c1. You can go to the corner. You're going to stay there. King b3 allows the king to escape, but this is giving nothing for black. Again, I sit and wait. I do nothing. Sometimes this position is winning if the king is cut off far away. Not here.
And instead with the king, basically the king is stalling the black king. The king cannot leave the box on a1. There is a move. The rook is getting close. Oh my god, he touched the rook. He moved it and then he went back. But now we know he needs to move the rook, of course. Of course. I guess if he touches the king here, is this losing? So if he moves the king, yeah, you see, this would be losing. So you have to be careful. Don't touch a piece that you cannot move. Just in case, you know. Okay, rook c3 attacking the pawn. a2 is on the board.
Just don't play rook c2. There's going to be rook h1. No, I mean...
Rook c8. And make sure not to touch your king. Okay, check. The king is going up. I think we might see the repetition here. Yes.
Yeah, I think this is where it's heading. That's it. That's it. Every guy knows. He's known it for a while.
Oh, he's waiting.
Changes nothing. Changes nothing. I think Tersakakian would make this in a draw in a bullet game.
Oh, rook b7, b2, the last. But yeah, you don't have to do anything. Just
draw.
Go back
Draw offer.
and draw. It's on the board. This means that now really all the pressure is on Hare Krishna versus Sargsyan. This is the position that we have on the board. I hope we will have an update soon. And anyway, we have the live camera feeds and we're soon going to get there.
No, Sargsyan knows. Everything depends on him. How he finishes, the Team Armenia finishes today. Responsibility of the leader.
I think that if our team can zoom on the board, I will reconstruct the live position. Because sadly we don't have updates, but we have, you know, we are strong here. So let's put a knight here. Sorry, the move order, guys, will not be exactly this, but I will reconstruct for you what is on the board. Move order, don't see the bar, ignore the bar, and we just care about the position, what is happening right now. And at this moment is black to make a move, I think. And so we need to do this triangulation. So like this, you lose a tempo. And I think Hare has just made bishop on d6. This is what is going on. I think this is the current position of the board. Voila.
Right, the king is an f5, pawn g5, king f8, bishop d6. Looks about right. Exactly. Yeah, this is the position.
Again, sorry about the move order, guys. It's probably not precise, but that's the best way to get, the position exactly how it is.
Right. So in a professional circuit, we call this position, you can shuffle pieces here and there forever. Again, wait for the opponent to make a mistake because the position is so solid, you cannot make a progress, but it doesn't mean you can't play forever.
Bishop f6 just played, but it's a very nice situation for Sargsyan. He knows that he can't lose this game. He can make a draw at any moment, and his dream would be probably to bring the king towards the queen side at one point. I mean, if I could improve the king, probably I would put it to b6, but how to get there? It's impossible.
Pawns, then play king f5, king e6, and try to crash through this way.
Yeah, Hare is with his hand again, and he made a move. I couldn't see what was the move. Maybe chat can help us. There was a king going to g8. Where is the king going? I think it's just waiting, as you said.
Yeah, it's a waiting move.
A waiting move.
So black has set up ideal position in terms of the fortress. The knight on b4 and the bishop on e6. How do you crash through at the queen side? The answer is you just don't. You need more squares. g6 could be the chance. But I think Sargsyan wants to execute it at the right moment. Have the pieces positioned ideally. So he's going to try to play g6 so that he gains access to the e6 square. Maybe first,
and
exactly.
By the way, guys, we have an information about the time control, and they are both under 1 minute, 33 seconds right now versus 50 seconds for Hare. That's huge. They are really playing on seconds. And now the king went back there. The bishop is back here. The king went back to f8. This is the current position on the board. It seems like they're repeating moves, but maybe, okay, the bishop went back one more time. So Hare might think, okay, now it's time to make a draw. But maybe now Sargsyan will change everything, shock everyone, and play the move g6.
He's definitely going to do it at some point. There's no point for him to repeat the position. It's just to gain time because this is one secret that competitive players are using all the time. Repeat the moves to gain time. This means you repeat the position twice, you get extra minute on the clock while you try to figure out where to position your pieces. There you go.
Look
G6.
at this. G6 is on the board. This is also some kind of psychological war because you say, yeah, I'm about to repeat the moves, and then no, we keep fighting. I play the move g6, changing the character of the position one more time. Now again, Hare needs to find a way to make a draw. We just got a raid from our chess.com Italia. Ciao belli, ciao a tutti, grazie mille, un bacio.
Right. I guess king f8 is a reasonable move. Then definitely white's idea is to play king f5, king f7, bishop d1. And then after bishop h5, get the king on e6. Can you put that on the board, Alessia, maybe?
Yeah, after king f8 that is just being played, what do you suggest?
King f5, king f7, bishop d1.
Bishop d1. Oh.
You give a check on h5 and then play king e6 next. I think this is what Sargsyan is aiming for. Then trade the dark square bishop and get to the pawn on c5. This is his plan. I think so. This is how I would play.
Ooh la la, that's dangerous.
Not very obvious for black how to hold.
Absolutely not. But white is taking his time to think. So King f5 is for sure a move here. And I think that Sargsyan is again under 1 minute. And now he's touching the king and going for the king on f5. Here we go. Here we go. This is the current position. Look at this. And again, guys, the time situation is so critical. 1 minute 20 seconds for Harikrishna. You see, I have some very strong guys that I can see from so far away. Powerful eyes there.
And now Black needs to figure out how to get the king towards the queen side, but it's not easy. You play bishop e7, White is not a good trade. So
yeah, this
bishop e7.
This idea that you mentioned of bishop d1, bishop h5 is so nice, and the king is like penetrating towards the queen side, and that's danger. That's what you need to avoid. But how? Harikrishna on 40 seconds.
Is it really such a problem? Can we try to do it? King f7, bishop d1. And king e8.
Harikrishna is moving his elbow up and down, but he didn't make a move.
Oh,
now the bar is going brrr after king e6.
King e6, bishop h5.
This is dangerous.
Maybe this is the wrong way.
This is dangerous. Harikrishna on 15 seconds, guys. He has the elbow down. He's ready to make a move, but he doesn't know. He's not sure what is the next move. Harikrishna has 5 seconds, and he made, look at this, in this position, he made knight to d3. He's not stopping the king to go to e6. He had 5 seconds on the clock when he made this move.
All right, what happens after king e6? That's the big question.
Well, we are going to see that, probably.
This is starting to look really dangerous for Harikrishna, and Sargsyan has been pressing this for a while. It's very tough to hold this. So,
yeah, but also Sargsyan time is short. Also Sargsyan time, very short. This is tense. He's also under 1 minute. He has few seconds. There is a bishop covering up his time. He touched the king and he goes with the king on e6.
I guess obviously you remove the bishop somewhere. Bishop f4 something to go bishop c1. I don't think that Harikrishna is sure anymore that this is a draw. Totally not sure. I wouldn't be sure, right? I start to have doubts. Maybe my entire queen side is going to fall apart. Sargsyan is very close.
Harikrishna has 9 seconds as he touches the bishop and he moves it to g6. This is so scary.
Bishop e7 should be played to cut away the king from action. Wait, bishop e7 leaves the pawn on b2 under attack. But listen, Alessia, I can even play bishop e7, king g7, and b3. Your king is so far away from the queen side. I'll just collect everything. So I push away the king, right? Bishop e7, king g7, and b3, so the pawn on b2 is not under attack. You can trade the bishop on a4 if you want, somehow. But yeah, it's gonna keep
it doing that. Bishop e7, check.
I think Sargsyan is very close to win this, actually.
King g7. And now?
b3, you need to do that. Unless, wait, b3 is not even under attack. Maybe bishop c2? Yeah, bishop c2 is on the board.
Bishop g2. And that's huge because you cannot take the pawn on b2. There would be bishop f6 check, winning the knight. And now again, Harikrishna is in a big pressure. Incredible endgame play by Sargsyan here with the white pieces, putting so many problems. Wow.
I don't see him calling this, to be honest, Alessia. Now that I'm more and more I look at this position, it's not only about the practical problems. I think that White has made a breakthrough. This plan of g6 was a very nice idea executed by the Armenian Grandmaster. White's plan is very simple. Use the bishops, dominate the opponent, and capture every single pawn on the queen side, while Harikrishna has to, like, every single move, figure out impossible mathematical equations. I mean, it's so tough.
Harikrishna has 40 seconds on the clock.
Bishop e4 should be blitzed out. Dominating the bishop, the knight on b4.
What happened here? Okay. Wait, something happened badly here. Let's see if we can get to the board.
There you go. Bishop e4 is played. And even something like b3 is a move. Just in case, removing the pawn from being a target.
We should see the big board on the show. We should have the big board on show. Yeah, the clock is working, but we will work on making the position look like exactly what it is right now.
Right.
On the chessboard.
Here you go. Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a bit clearer there. So b3 is played. Very, very pleasant position to be in for Sargsyan. Bishop d4 most likely is going to follow. And now White needs to figure out how to cut off the king. Maybe something like king d7. Running with a king towards the queen side. King f7. And bishop d5 check. That looks very serious to me. So Sargsyan is checking his options. Yeah, king d7, he's going to do it. No, something else. Bishop d6, quiet move. Doesn't hurt.
Nearly there.
You try to reconstruct the position, right?
Yeah, I'm working on that.
All right.
I'm really close.
Bishop d6 is played.
I think I have the position on the board right now.
All right.
Yeah. Voila, this is the current position. 55 seconds for Hare Krishna, and it's black to make a move. Sometimes the live board is giving our update, but you know.
White's plan is pretty simple. King d7, king c7, king b6, snatch the pawn.
Bishop
At the same
e6
time, try
played.
to cut off the black king from getting closer.
Bishop e6 is getting played. It's super tense because there is so few time, so much time pressure on both players. I can see the time of Sargsyan is now 50 seconds, 49 seconds. He touches the bishop and he gives a check to the king. Now Hare Krishna will probably move the king quickly somewhere, maybe on f8.
Exactly. I mean, you have to run to f8, I guess. You want to get closer to the queen side. King g6 would be just the wrong way. King f8, king d7, I think is going to be a response by Sargsyan. Chat, what do you think? What do you think? Is Hare Krishna going to hold it? I mean, is he going to do it? What do you think? On whose side are you? I mean, are you cheering for Team Armenia? Or you're trying to, you're waiting for Pentala, trying to save the day for India? Tell your thoughts.
King f8 is played. Look at this. King f8 is on the board. Again, the time is short. And now what could be an idea? You could go with the you could try to go with the king, or how do you keep going? Because if you play king d7, then where are you going next?
Bishop d4, most likely, or king f7. My idea, Alessia, at some point is to play bishop d5 check.
Okay, I think it's exactly what is on the board.
No, bishop d5 was not played, Alessia. Sorry for misleading you. King f7 is on the board.
Yeah, king here and king df7, exactly. Here is what we have.
Yeah.
This is the current position.
Can I win the game with bishop d5 check? I mean, this trade on d5, is this winning? I assume it is. Because after bishop d5, if you don't trade, where do you go?
That's a good question. That's a good
to
question.
Remind you, dear viewers, the importance of this game. This is Team Armenia, the leaders of the Olympiad. They're playing against first team of India. Score is 1.5, 1.5. And Armenia is fighting for the leadership in the tournament. They win. They still remain the leaders. If it's a draw, we are going to have a bunch of leaders after round 8.
Sarkisian made a strange move, bishop f5. What is the idea? You want to give a check on e6 without repeating the position. He's also in huge time pressure, guys. Just 40 seconds. 40 seconds on the clock. But now what to play? What to play for Harikrishna? What is the move? What is a move that you can say, I don't want to... What can you play with the black? You need to move the bishop somewhere. It's very tough. The king can basically... It's so tough. You play bishop f2, bishop g1, just waiting.
That black faces. Black has to do nothing.
They say, what about bishop d4 now?
Bishop d4.
Can you take and then start rolling with the c pawn?
Exactly. You need to figure that on the increment, right? It's a very tough choice because the king is cut off. So he's not going to risk it. He's not going to play bishop d4. Very good point, Alessia, by the way. Are you sure that's a draw? So bishop d4, you would take it c5, d3, c6. Do you want to enter the race?
Yeah, bishop f2 is played, so he doesn't want to go for that. 30 seconds for Sarkisian to make a move here. It's also tough for white to progress. There is not a clear path to victory, no? 20 seconds. I think this is the lowest that Sarkisian has ever been during this game. Under 20 seconds.
Harikrishna, no, but Sarkisian is just preparing for the right moment.
And king d6 is happening.
Yeah, to crash through at the queen side. Look at his bishops. They're cutting off the king. His plan is king c7, king b6.
Bishop goes back. Bishop goes back on e6. The times, guys, are in the live camera feeds. You just need to zoom in very, very a lot or to have a great vision like mine. Bishop goes back on e4.
I think he's preparing bishop d5 check. So that after the trade on d5, he can take with the king. But is that even winning? Again, it's balancing. Win, draw, right? We cannot immediately tell.
Will we see a check on d5 or not?
Otherwise, king c7 is king e6. The king comes closer, unless, again, the bishop steps away. Yeah, this is what he's going to do. King c7, king e6, and whatever, bishop f4.
But then the king is getting to e6. Shouldn't you stop at b4 with bishop f5 again?
I'm not sure, Alessia, tell you honestly. So the bishop on e4 for white is cutting off the knight from b4, so that the knight on b4 cannot have some unexpected jumps. It makes sense.
Sarkisian has 15 seconds. And now he's repeating, he's going back with the king.
It feels very close to winning. I mean, it feels. Because this is a risk-free position. He can always shuffle here and there. He's just trying to figure out what's the right way. What's the right way to get towards the queen side. But Harikrishna is doing wonderful defense.
Yeah, Harikrishna just took a sip of water, just saying, I have it in control, you know? And the move bishop d6 has been played. This is the current position on the board.
King f6. Yeah, you want to keep the king close. So is Sarkisian going to do it? Is he going to play king c7?
It's hard. These are tense moments. The time situation is so critical. By the way, in the meantime, with the last quick moves, Harikrishna made collected 2 minutes on the clock, and now that king c7 is played, he has 2 minutes to think. Instead, the time situation for Sarkisian is just of 50 seconds.
So king e6 most likely to bring the king closer. I'm not sure I like Sarkisian's decision not to put the bishop on d5. But I mean, it's easy to say, right? You are playing already, this is whatever, 6th hour of the game. It's a very long one, a long tournament, round 8. The game has the high stakes. Who is going to be the leader of the Olympiad after round 8? just because of this game. And still, I see Sargsyan is very composed. I mean, he's very cool.
Yeah, the bishop goes on h7, maybe preparing a check on g8, wanting to keep the king far away from the queen side.
I think Sargsyan's idea is bishop f8, king b6, so that the pawn on c5 cannot be defended. How do you stop that? Some
That's
waiting
a good
move?
question.
Yeah, some waiting move. What waiting move? Again, it's like every single move Hare Krishna has to solve a mathematical problem. Every single move. While white is not risking anything at all. In practice, those positions don't hold. I mean, they just don't hold. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything for India and Hare Krishna, but I've been there, of course, myself many times. It's incredibly difficult, and it doesn't matter how good you are. I mean, you do make a mistake sooner or later.
Yeah, it's funny that chat is saying easy draw, it's a fortress, a draw. But I really don't want to be in the black situation here with 30 seconds on the clock. Now again, Hare Krishna is again under 1 minute. And so, you know, that's scary.
You know, maybe at some point Hare Krishna already suspects, maybe I'm losing.
Oh, knight a2 is the move played. He's moving the knight. Look at this. Knight a2 happened. Moving the knight.
So he wants to remind white that the pawn on b3 is weak. So what if I play bishop f8? Is the idea to play king f7 to bother the bishop? Is that what Hare Krishna wants to do? So king b6 is impossible. The bishop is hanging. You need to remove the bishop. King c6 is no progress.
Bishop goes back on e4, but this gives to Hare Krishna another chance for a repetition. Actually, is it possible knight c1? The first active move in a while, attacking the pawn on b3 and forcing white to go passive with the bishop on c2.
Definitely. But how do you make this choice? The knight was standing on b4 for most of a while. I think Hare Krishna is going to go back, knight b4, because white didn't show yet how to crash through, so there's no need to change the direction of the game, at least especially in time trouble. I would go knight b4, unless, of course, Hare Krishna is going to find how to liquidate the game into a draw. And also look at Hare Krishna, he's very cool, right? This is, again, he knows it's a mathematical problem, every single move.
Absolutely. Bishop is about to be touched, and look, bishop goes to e5. Hare Krishna is not repeating moves with knight b4, but is showing, I have under control. The knight on e2 is doing perfectly fine, and is keeping the option of knight c1 open, attacking the pawn on b3, or he could always go back on e4. The time situation is so critical. Sargsyan is again with about 30 seconds on the clock. Hare Krishna, 45 seconds.
I think Sargsyan's idea was to play bishop d5 check, push away the black king, and then play king b6. But knight c1 changes everything. Yeah, so you have to try this bishop f8, and then try to execute king b6.
Yeah, bishop f8 just happened. And now what to move? You go back with the knight, or... Again, every time it's so tough to find a waiting move. Bishop f7 is, of course, an obvious possible move that could happen. Let's remind everyone, guys, this game is so important because there we have Team Armenia fighting against India. The current score is 1.5 to 1.5. And so if Sargsyan is managing to win this game, Team Armenia will win this match and secure the first place in the Olympiad after 8 rounds. Knight c3 is on the board, attacking the light square bishop. Where is this bishop going to go?
I think he wants to play a5, a4, liquidate those pawns. So that's why this is also a message to Sargsyan that you don't want to allow that, and position the bishop on c2.
Oy, oy, oy. And I think we have a move, bishop on c2.
It is played, yeah.
And the game keeps going. How many moves did we do since the last B3? So B3 was played at move 82. And we are at move 94. So just 12 moves. So we can
A
stay
lot
here
of moves.
for a long time.
I told you this is going to be a long game.
A very long game. We have no hurry whatsoever. We want to see what happens here. Hare Krishna made a very sketchy move with 1 second on the clock. Excuse me.
Really? 1 second on the clock?
Whoa, 31, guys.
Wow.
31 seconds is right now on the clock. That's insane. Insane.
King B6, how do you keep the pawn alive?
That stuff. The current time, guys, we have 19 seconds, 17. This is the current time situation on the clock. And Hare Krishna immediately, this time is not risking again to lose on time and is going with the knight on B4, protecting the pawn.
Yeah, but wait a second, bishop B1. I just collect the pawn on C5 for free, right? How do you stop it?
Oh my God, this might be the critical moment.
I think black's position is falling apart right here.
The knight is attacking the bishop, but the bishop needs to move. About 40 seconds for Sargsyan to make the next move. He's going for the bishop. You see his hand there, and boom, he plays it on B1, where he's completely dominating the black knight. Now the knight cannot go anywhere after the move, bishop B1. The knight is in complete domination, and the pawn on C5 is about to fall. We have the move on the board.
Worse. To make things even worse, it's not just the pawn on C5. The pawn on A6 also is going to fall, because if the pawn on C5 falls, so does the A pawn. If you trade the bishops on C5, king C5, you need to protect the knight on B4 with A5. Then you go king B5, you just collect that pawn. Maybe here Hare Krishna already has to figure out how he can hold the position by...
Hare Krishna has 4 seconds, 3, 2, and he made a move. And he played A5. Oh my God, but this is a free pawn, right?
Yeah,
this is
sure.
a pawn that can be captured. Will it capture first C5 or first A5? That's the question. Is capturing C5. We see the end going towards the pawn on C5. And this is not looking any good.
His only chance, Alessia, is to trade the bishops, allow white to take the king on A5 and put the king on C5. Try to build some kind of a fortress. But the problem is, white probably is going to see that coming. So I would trade it and play something like king D7. Last chance. But the thing is, I mean, white is going to play something else.
Yeah, again, white played a move with under 10 seconds on the clock. And now the bishops got exchanged. And now we will see, is black able to build a fortress with the knight on C5, stopping the 2 pawns?
This is what Hare Krishna wants, but white is going to play C5 check.
That's the problem. And then the king. If the king goes to D5?
That's up to like king D6. And now black is in the Zugzwang. And that's it.
Oh,
this is how the game is going to finish.
Let's show this on the board. Let's show this on the board. King B6, king D6, C5, king D5, and now just the move.
Even king B5.
King B5.
You're in the Zugzwang.
Now what are you doing? If the king moves anywhere, you just push and baby.
Knight C6, bishop E4 check.
All right, let's go to the current position. I don't want to miss any move here. King D7, and he goes with the king on B6 as we predicted.
That's it. Sargsyan's got this. And also the body language of Hare Krishna says everything. He knows. He didn't do the job until the end. He was facing very, very unpleasant thing. I mean, I told you, these endgames, they don't hold in practice. I don't care what the bar is saying, but white never has any risk. Black is facing every single move, a mathematical problem that needs to solve in 30 seconds. It's just incredibly difficult to do.
I want to get a short understanding of the emotion in the chat, right, guys? Use the emoticon Sag if you are sad for what is happening to Team India and write people happy if you're very happy of this result for Armenia. The king is going towards c8. And now the pawn is falling. Hare Krishna is showing some visual disappointment. He shook his hand. And yeah, I think he's about to resign. Now the other pawn is going to be captured.
Now this is just technically easily winning. They know it. Hare Krishna knows it. Sargsyan knows it. Sargsyan did it, what he wanted. He was pressing for how many hours already is it? Almost 6 hours.
Exactly. And this is basically over. We are on the board. King take a5, knight c6 check.
Knight b4, bishop e4, again, dominating the poor knight. Such an amazing endgame showing how bishops should dominate the knight. And there you go.
And shake, he's here. Team Armenia, immediately the captain going on the shoulder of Sargsyan that is showing us on camera. A big smile there. And congratulations, Team Armenia winning this match 2.5 to 1.5. How impressive is that, Erdos?
Super, super impressive. I mean, Sargsyan showed how it's done. I mean, we don't often get to see that at the highest level, how grandmasters keep grinding, repeating, posing problems, because you cannot crash through your opponent who is super solid. You just keep setting more problems on time, more problems. In the end, he collapses. I mean, in Hare Krishna's place, I think it would be, I don't know who would hold this, to be honest, the same game, especially after g6 was pushed. This king e5, king e6, black's task was incredibly difficult.
Absolutely. So this means that Team Armenia is leading. Can we see the full score of this competition?
So Armenia wins 2.5 against 1.5 points, and that means that Armenia is keeping the lead in the tournament. A major result and a major shock loss for the first team of India, which might also mean a huge blow to their chances to get any medals in the overall rankings.
So let's see the results of the team of the top board of the open section. Armenia just won against India. We saw the incredible victory of India 2 against USA. Uzbekistan fighting for the top score, beating Germany. Also Azerbaijan beating Kazakhstan that up to now had an amazing performance. The Netherlands winning 3-1 to Hungary, following with Iran beating France 2.5. A draw between Ukraine and Brazil. India 3 lost against Peru today, 3-1. Also Lithuania won, and Slovenia, Czech Republic ended up in a draw. Let's move to the women's section, the top 5 boards.
And there you go, the top matchup between the sole leader of the tournament. India managed to hold Ukraine, or actually it was Ukraine who was trying to get back closer to India. India managed to stay in the lead. Huge results also. Team Georgia crushing Armenia 3.5 against 0.5 point, and Team Poland also going quite strong.
And what is happening? The next show is soon happening at 9 a.m. Pacific time. The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship, Con Twins featuring the best players in the world of chess. Catch all the action today, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific time, right here on Chess.com. Last but not least, we think that we can wrap up with an amazing emotion of the last game. Incredibly victory, showing the strength of the bishop here. Amazing performance by Sargsyan. This was a great day, wasn't it, Erdos?
I mean, every single day comes with more surprises, Alessia. Yesterday, we had the dramatic moment of Shankland, Wesley So's great win. Today, we saw new history being written by Gukesh, crushing Caruana with the black color, 8 out of 8. Team Armenia remaining in the sole lead after this very long riding endgame. I mean, it's just amazing.
I'm absolutely excited for what is coming next. Tomorrow at 11:30 Central European time, we have round number 9. And I wish you a great continuation of your day. See you tomorrow, guys, and thank you for watching.
See you tomorrow.